So I'll fly away, fly away, we'll fly away, fly Oh, you're so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in the day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away, we'll fly away, fly
I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the half-life, but you shadows, they can't block me out. I hear the thunder, it don't shake me down. I feel the lightning that strikes in my veins. Fly like a phoenix right out of the flames. Keep rising up, no way to heaven, no mountain tough. I keep rising, ain't backing up, ain't backing down. I face the fire, I stand my ground. I keep rising up, breaking down the walls and smashing through the chains. No fear inside of me, pushing through the pain. My road is wild, but I'm holding the line. Chasing the moment, I know it's my time. Solo and rolling and lifting me high. Spreading my wings as I cut through the sky. Keep rising up, no way to heaven, no mountain tough. I keep rising, ain't backing up, ain't backing down. I face the fire, I stand my ground. I keep rising up, keep rising up. No way to heaven, no mountain tough. I keep rising, ain't backing up, ain't backing down. I face the fire, I stand my ground. I keep rising up. Made the crowd shake. Yeah. Made the crowd shake, made the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way.
Part of the game, gunfire and flames. I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me.
Made the crowd shake, made the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Made the sound wave, made the sound wave.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LCK 2026 regular season. It's week 4. We're happy to have you. Digon here alongside Wadid and Umpty to get you set for the matches this week. It's been such a crazy ride of a year so far. Standings, not safe. You know, you think you're a top team, you start losing to some of the other teams. It's been crazy, unless you're a KT fan, Wadid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of KT right now, and I'm pretty happy about this standings. Right now, they have such a huge lead on the so many other teams right now, and maybe HLE kind of following up that one, but I think right now, KT looking really solid.
Yeah, I mean, T1, Worlds winner, last year Genji, win the LCK, Deepluskia just won the both, and they are at rank 4-6.
Yeah, 3 teams, very, very interesting. And if you're on the bottom, it's been a tough go. Speaking of perfection, not losing like KT, Wolf was a perfect 10 out of 10, a rare prediction feat only met by Chronicler last year. Wolf, congratulations on the 10 out of 10. He threw it out there as his comment as well. He's very, very proud of it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of insane that he actually got the DK T1 right. And yeah, kind of surprised that he made one.
Yeah, he was a believer. Now, one of the things here that is unique is that you take a look at the standings last year, D plus Kia were in second 3 weeks into the 2025 season. And right now they're sixth. Not a lot of movement. B&K KRX also, that was another team that was up there. Just a lot of craziness here.
But again, I think Genji, I think they almost have the same losses compared to last year, by the way. So that means like they're really hard, like rough, like choke right now. But do you trust KT now? Because I'm gonna ask like especially because I do trust KT for so long, and now I have no doubt on them, man. Like they're just too good. But what about you? It's first time asking you about the KT.
Me, since there is a fourth guy there, actually,
Yeah, F4.
I do trust KT. Mr. Effort is there.
Okay.
Is there? Well, we got our weekly update from our Wadon't logo. Lore checked on in with us, hitting us with the message "Ani Ani," which means no. I do not trust them. Every week becomes more and more stressful. The more that we win, the harder I'm clenching. So thank you for the lore update. Still not a believer of KT, but that's not the only team that you could be believing in. We also have Hanwha Life Esports, who rifled off some huge wins, beat Gen G last week. The question is, do you or don't believe Hanwha Life Esports?
I mean, I became a huge fan of Kanabi. I love him so much. The way how he plays is like just blessing. So I do trust HLE as well. I think we have just strong two right now.
Well, I would do it too because there are Jekka there. So is it here? Is it here? Is it here? I do believe it.
All right. Well, here's some of the reasons why. They've been playing on the edge with the leading moves by Kanavi, who's just been so crazy and shipping the meta here in the end for Hanwha Life Esports.
Okay, there goes a like miscue a little bit there, but still Kanabi was calling, I'm fine with the comms.
So, I mean, in 10 team fights, he survives with the 1 HP every single time. So, you can say it's a luck, but I think it's a skill at this point. So,
Yo.
yeah, of course. Like, he's doing that all the time. Look at here. Like, he's going for the fight once again, just in the middle of the team fight. And then right now, like, there's just cleaning off. And
So much improvement from Kanavi. He just
No.
keep up. No, he improved.
I don't think it's not an improvement.
What?
I don't think it's an improvement.
He just scuttle crab.
He didn't need the Skirtle Crab. He just didn't finish it, which he was a 400 HP, and he just did team fight. What do you mean not improved?
But I mean, what I'm saying is that finally, rest of the teammates are now working with Kanabi. Here is the team fight where Zeka pops up with the Yone. I think it's one of the biggest reasons as well why HLE right now looking really huge. Because Zeka, he's been solid. Like, we all know this Winter Soldier when he is performing well. HLE now looking really scary.
I agree. Like Jekka, just very solid. He actually like takes all the tempo to the Kanavi, so
Yeah.
Kanavi is like performing well, and the Delight is really good performance, doing a good performance with doing it.
Yeah, it's been noted that Zeka's having himself a great year.
Yeah.
The Light figured it out, and a lot of credit has to also go with Guma playing on the weak side AD carries, the bot lane AD carries, to the point where, the vibes are great, where as they're going for the winning push.
Cover me, please, man!
This was so funny. Like, Guma, you see, before the Kuroki comes like 10 seconds ago, hey, Hwanju, Delight, cover me! And then they are like, Kanabi is answering, just die.
Here's been some of the reason why Hanwha Life Esports has been one of the most aggressive teams in the early game getting leads. And you take a look at 8 minutes and 10 minutes, you're like, oh, that's not that much. But then at 14 and 20 minutes, they just snowball out of control, double the amount than Nongshim, almost like quadruple the amount than KT in first place. It's been very great to watch.
4K gold leads in the early game. Like 20 minutes. Before 20 minutes. That's actually crazy. And I think, so that the point is, win early or you're gonna just lose it.
Yeah. One thing that has evolved over the first couple weeks is the priority on Rise in the mid lane. Won a couple games in week 1, and then it's just started losing since then.
So I think the issue begins with the first pick. So I think there's not many options that you can take on the first pick. So that's why you just blind pick Rise. But you have such a great answer at this point, which is Anivia, and you are gonna have a stronger jungle and Anivia into Rise, so the first pick is kind of meaningless. And even Chobi mentioned it in the Anivia Rise matchup. I'd say Anivia wins 9 times out of 10 from the textbook of the mid lane matchup. So I think we gotta trust on that one.
We gotta trust on that for sure. And then speaking of that, I think this is a 6-0 for Rise, but there are another champion, which is Orianna, is winning Rise a lot. So that makes Rise harder these days.
Well, that Rise stat and his struggles leads us to this week's. That's right. Play the music. Digon's Fact of the Week. Now we've got ourselves a classic matchup between 2 Korean pro players who've had a lot of success overseas. Joining us as competitor number 1.
What the?
Wari, or competitor number 2, Ayaya Umpty. Who did the better cosplay here? Was it Wadid or was it Umpty? Umpty, what is this from?
Well, it is from my contents, like PT, I think Umpty's 15 minutes for something. That is actually... Oh my god,
That's gross. Just take that off, man.
That's
No,
the yes.
gross.
By the way, that's the yesterday I was in Busan and I took the content and you guys just brought it in.
It's
That's
fine.
right. That's right. All right. You know
Guys.
them, you love them. They're cosplay masters, and now they need to be quiz masters as we get into this week's Fact of the Week. Here
the-
it is. Now, quiz masters, or I guess cosplay masters. Which of these champions that have been played more than 10 times this season has the worst win percentage? Is it A, Lulu, B, Rise, C, Cassante, or D, Mbessa?
I'm gonna go for C, Xante. Because I already said like there's
Xante?
not many good blind pick.
Mbessa. I think it's Mbessa.
Final answer. That's right. Ayaya Umpty is the winner. It is Mbessa, who is 3-15, 16% win rate. Then it's then it's Cassante,
That was
Rise,
close.
then Lulu.
That was close, actually.
That was very close. It was very close, but it wasn't correct.
Oh,
the win
no.
goes to Ayaya Umpty.
I have never seen that Mbessa was winning, and I have never seen that I was cosplaying. I don't know.
I don't know. Sneaky will be proud of us.
No!
We'll see who will do the Mbessa cosplay next. As we take a look at the patch notes and some of the changes that have been put in this week's patch.
Yeah, been watching LEC for this 26.8 patch, and the priority got changed, especially on Karma and Mundo. I mean, still relevant with the Ezreal pick or Jhin, so you can have like bot pressure, but I don't think it's a first pick priority in LEC right now, so I wonder what LCK will do about it. And about Mundo and Mel, there were just some picks that like you can just have one, like if you're in a game 3, but I don't think it's visible right now.
I agree about that. I think Mundo is out of the game now. And then Hui is getting buffed again. And it looks like he's gonna replace the Mal's place. And then Relia is here. Relia got buffed. You know, the winner a little bit got up, but I don't think it's a huge change right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch on Lucian as well, because in LEC they already played with it, and I think it's kind of really like it's really huge in the laning phase, especially. So like Samdi pulled off the Lucian against the matchup that he can actually just go aggressively, and I think 2 seconds earlier in the first level is just that huge, so you can have insane lead from the early game. So we might see more of Lucian games in LCK here too.
Yeah, and we know that we have some aggressive AD carries that like that. Tom, Kench, and Yumi, they've been changed. A couple of the fixes that have come on in, but probably not going to make too much of a difference here in the meta. As those of you that voted, it was Wari winning the poll at home. Thank you very much for that. As we take a look
More
at
estrogen.
this week's schedule. Oh
Yeah.
gosh, there it is. Wari taking the win. As it is the week 4 matchups, it all kicks off today with KT versus Kiwoom DRX, then Hanwha Life Esports up against Nongshim. The key matches that you guys selected as well. Hanwha Life versus Nongshim for you did, and then Umpty going with the home ground Sunday match, T1 versus BNK.
Yeah, I mean, like Nongshim is the team that they can actually lose to everyone, but also win against every single teams right now. And compared to that, the HLE looking really solid. So I wonder if Nongshim can bring that some random moment in this week against HLE.
I think T1 is a little bit struggling, and then KRX, they are actually, I think, underrated. So I do believe that Sunday, something is going to change.
Ooh, all right. Well, let's see how we did with predictions then, because is that something that you backed up? It is! Umpty going with the BNK KRX prediction. I went with the bro prediction against D+, because there's only one mid laner that is worse than Showmaker in lane stats early game. And that's Loki, so it's a little close here. But one of the things that we've noticed with this week is that all of our predictions are basically the same we did.
Oh, yeah?
Because the strong teams are playing weak teams, and we spend a lot of time talking about the strong teams, but we thought we'd give a little bit of tender love and care to some of the weaker teams on what's going on and how that's happening. So we did 3 points.
So yeah, I prepared the 3 points for the bottom teams right now. Why they are struggling at this point. So the first one starts with the takes all the unnecessary fights. So I prepared one clip from the Hanjin Brion where they play against Genji and they had insane early leads right now. So in this case, they already secured the 2 Drakes. So Genji now forced to take 3 Drake here. Based on Kate item, she does not have IE yet. Akali on top turret for free gold. So it's one of the easiest macro option here to drop the Drake for the gold, but they took the fight for no reason.
Speaking of that, I think weaker teams are actually struggling to find the checkmate moment, especially like this side moment when the dragon stack goes third stack. I think they should improve on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case, it's like the players that they should have some solid decision making here, but even though they had insane lead, they couldn't really do it. And my second point is them having a weak top laners having more issues, because I think top lane right now, in terms of the meta, you don't really have good blind picks. So that means you have to like be on the weak side, but you can't really have some solid picks, something like Xante or Sion like the last year, because the good top players will just punish you with top Vayne or top Varus, so you can't really have good blind picks. And I think it kind of connects on my third point as well. So you can't really have good first selection option, because I think good teams right now having more on the second pick, so you can have good counter picks for the good lane matchup. So you can have like something really pressuring bot lane, or you can have like insane top Vayne once again. But I think so all these 3 points making even harder for the bottom teams right now. So they have to kind of work on this one.
Yeah, and Umpty, when your top lane isn't working well, it kind of doesn't matter whether you're picking red side, blue side, first pick, second pick. It just is difficult to play through when the pick isn't going to help the play of the player.
Yeah, since I worked at the weak side team, I would say like Eastern teams in LCK for 8 years.
Okay.
I don't think it's like all of the top lanes is all the metas. Like weak top lanes, sometimes we say like weak top lanes, weak mid lanes, weak bot. I will say we will say it's so sad. Like even though we review, even though we practice, it's not being improved really well. So we call it sad. But that's actually the good point of the weakest team and what they have to improve at there.
Well, we're going to see one of those teams that has been struggling a little bit with the top side of the map. We did in our first matchup, KT versus Kiwoom DRX. What do you want to see out of them? How do you see this one going since we have a little bit of time?
I mean, I think they should work on just using the top pick more correctly. So I think so many times they tried to gank on both side lanes, but I don't think it's gonna work. So I think just let them have their time on the bot lane, so you can have more time with the jungler on the top side, so Rich can actually do his job with the Jace blind pick or something that he can just play aggressively. But I think them having lazy fill is for sure it's a good add-on, but at the same time they are kind of struggling to find a strong option for their team, and now is the time to make a decision of like what lane you want to kind of put the resources on.
Yeah, all right. Umpty, we'll get your thoughts in just a second. But before we get Umpty's thoughts, it's time to introduce something that we've been working on here in the LCK just a bit. We've got a lot of history here in the LCK, a lot of big personalities, and a lot of funny things that happen. It's a 2026 LCK bingo card with some of your favorites, like year of name player here, or some elder flips. Or as Wadid is standing next to the TV now and pointing at, LEC Wadid, where Wadid just talks about the LEC. And yeah, we know that you were on the LEC, Wadid.
Yeah, you can already mark this one as well. So this resets every single day. So you gotta keep focused on. So you can mark the LEC what did here. And maybe there are some more that you can have right now from the pre-show. But anyways, let's have some fun with this bingo.
That's right. You can go check that out over on the social media of LCK. We'll be back and updating it as we go along throughout the days. We'll see you after game number 1. Bye-bye.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
화이팅! 화이팅! 강남 서치령승 화이팅! 귀여운 DRX 화이팅! Let's go! KRX 화이팅! KT 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. Another week starting off here with a great matchup. KT Rolster up against KUM DRX here at CGT Global Park. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf. How are you feeling today, Wolf?
Feeling pretty good. I do have a question though. If we did the bingo thing earlier with the BINGO, you know, the farmer who had a dog and bingo was his name-o.
Yeah.
Does bingo classify, as a farmer would, you know, he'd probably choose the best type of dog. Does he classify as a big dog? And so therefore is big dog already off the bingo for today? Do we already cross that one in?
Well, I think now that you've talked about it, it is.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. I'm not the referee
I'm not really
for this,
sure
I'm trying to figure
about
this out.
that. Degon said no.
Oh, I
apparently.
thought he said no.
Yeah, well, it did. KT chasing their first ever 7-match opening win streak since franchise. So it's been a while.
Yeah.
They have had a good streak in the past.
The only way really for KT to surpass that start, it'd be not only to win today, but like they have dropped 2 games so far, and that streak that they had last time, they only dropped 1. So like hasn't been as dominant yet, but to win today would make it a longer streak. But it's just incredible how dominant they have been, because they started off beating T1 Gen G at the very beginning of this, beat D+ as well as Perfect. A lot of solo kills, by the way, 12 in fact, and some of those aggressively just straight up in the 1v1, but also a lot of them defensive solo kills on tower dive defense. So he has been very good. You know, he was the guy who was able to win that incredible top lane Sahin 1v1 as well. So very much having a good time right now. Arguably the strongest top laner in the LCK, but he'll match up against Zeus next week and we'll really find out.
I think that's when we do find out. And tonight, though, he will be very favored up against Rich in that top lane. We'll have to wait and see how that matchup does go. But yeah, I think that's a big part of KT's success. His leveling up, the fact that Effort came in and he's such a, I don't even know what to call it. Like, he's a great player, but also he is veteran status. He's so good at keeping everything together. He works really well with Cuz, and he's really kept the focus together for the team. And obviously BDD is a robot, so that helps. And I don't know, KT just look unstoppable for now. And to me, Wolf, I don't think KRX is the team that's going to do it.
I don't think so either. And, you know, I don't want to repeat myself about the issues we've talked about for KRX, as some fans hoping here in the audience for them to bounce back here. That's an old meme. But I do think
it checks out.
It checks out for sure.
Yeah.
There are problems on, you know, on the North Pole and the South Pole, let's say, here for KRX.
Yes.
Only the equator is where things are warm. Zukal has been the best performing player on this roster, but there have been issues in the laning phase on the opposite ends. And so you're playing against the #1 solo killer against the #1 solo killed in this matchup. Doesn't sound great. On the bottom side, what has been an incredibly stable lane for aiming, has been very aggressive in skirmishes up against the weakest AD carry in terms of lane farm. Does not sound like a good matchup or winning recipe for success. And KT are very different from Hanwha Life Esports in that they do not just dive, they do not just go all out and, you know, basically take every fight they can early with every pressure. They are the king of skirmishes. They are the kings of winning dragon fights, specifically around, you know, first dragon, second dragon. That's where they will get you. That's where BDD will punish you. And I think if you are KRX, it's going to be a tough time in lane, but you do not want to walk into the dragon fight, you know, second dragon, let's say, with no prio on the bottom side. BDD's pushing Yukal in and you go, well, we'll still fight this. Because that's just a recipe for losing the game right away against this team that has been so great at those types of fights. Not dives, not crazy late game shot calling or, you know, macro. Macro is great from KT, but that's not, you know, they're not making the T1 Baron calls, let's say. It's really just getting leads and holding on to them, being oppressive and being punishing. That has been their MO this tournament.
Yeah, they've been very clean, very macro-oriented, and just, it almost feels like focused on not making mistakes, and then when they need people to step up and do the crazy mechanical plays, they also do that. So kind of does feel like there's not a lot of holes within the strategy of this team, and we're still waiting for some team to figure it out against them. Gen G was able to get one game win against them, and of course D+ Kia as well.
D+ was the closest by far of any team to beating them. Could have won that game 3. It was very close. Game 2 as well was very, very winnable for D+. And I do think that I'm of the mind that this streak for KT will not last forever. I do not think they're going to have a perfect run here through this first round. Or at least through the first 2 rounds, let's say, before Road to MSI.
Yeah, who they have left is KRX and then BNK
for round 1
this week, and then
Hanwha Life
Esports is their final.
It's their last match.
That one definitely going to be the most difficult, as KT will select first pick here for the first game. It definitely feels like what you want to do with so many OP things available. Maybe you get your hands on an Orianna for BDD or a Pantheon for Cuz. Either way, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and KT don't often draft for winning bottom lanes. You know, that's not how they draft early. They look for strong jungle, mid synergy, or a counter pick for BDD. BDD's champion pool is so massive right now. Kind of historically it always has been, but he's the one who's pulling out the eclectic picks. You don't need blue side if you're KT. I think this is the setup you want, ideally. You're just going to go first pick in every scenario. You're not looking to go, aha, I got blue side and counter pick, like a lot of other teams have been doing with the blue side in game 1. See Bard taken away from Andil right away. A lot of respect still being shown despite the struggles here for Kiwoom DRX.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. We haven't seen Andil play Bard in a while, it feels like, just because everybody bans it against him. He's not the only support that gets a ban against him, obviously. Karma was nerfed, but perhaps not a strong enough nerf, as he is still banned here.
Pantheon's still incredibly strong. Could be a pick here for Cuz if he wants it, if it's left available. I think it's likely to go in that third spot. The Orianna will be banned here by KT Rolster. So that's the likely choice here. And then things get a little bit more open-ended. You could ban Jarvan or Ryze for BDD. And this makes the call pretty simple to me. You know, obviously you're not going to have a Ryze with the Pantheon, but go for the Pantheon works with so many different picks. And it's definitely going to be a Jarvan pick on the other side, but with what is the question? Whoa, zoom in on him. Lock that Jarvan.
He's got to pick something. Ezreal.
Oh, sorry, I forgot, guys. It's Kiwoom DRX. They first pick Ezreal every game one.
Yeah, a lot of teams showing a lot of focus and priority on the Ezreal pick, but
this is a Kiwoom thing. Like they basically just every time.
Feel.
Yeah,
and looks like it might be Xin Zhao alongside of it. So perhaps Jarvan will be saved for game 2.
Yeah, Pantheon's still technically flexible, but I do think you don't want to be playing Jarvan into Ezreal with his face up like this anyways. So now what's going to be? Obviously the perfect Yorick ban there, the ban to protect this pick here made it likely he was going to play Jace. As we've seen though, Cassante be great in this, but I think this is a vote of lack of confidence in Rich here for KT Rolster, saying that even if he plays Cassante here, as many have, or Sion, he might just get solo killed. We might even be able to generate a lead further from this, whereas other top laners have been a brick wall to the Jace. And the Annie pick here works incredibly well with Pantheon. So he is going to pick the Sion. And I think if you're KT Rolster, based on, and I hate to say it, even though he did pick up that one POM against Nongshim, I think as KT Rolster, you're like, oh, we could do this against this team, and it'll be fine. We ban the Yorick, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think you can definitely get away with it. Although Sion, 7-0 right now, definitely feels very strong. In the LCK, a lot of those games were played against Jace, but I think what you're trying to hammer home is that it is a little bit of a current form gap between our two top laners, as Ashe and Nautilus going to be taking away a lot of Nautilus bans.
Yeah, Nautilus really interesting for me in this situation. Works well with Ezreal and can be good to defend dives because of his root and his dredge line, obviously, to hold whoever's under turret aggro in place, but we don't know what's going to be on the bottom side. Oftentimes in the past, we see a Nautilus ban, you think, oh, he's playing Zeri. Because Nautilus presses R, then Zeri can't get away. Same with Yunara. But this draft for KT Rolster doesn't really have a strong front line to play a hyper carry like that in it. So I think this is a little bit more open-ended than it may appear. I think the Ashe pick would have been fantastic here for KT Rolster, but that was obviously always going to be banned away. There's a lot of different options for aiming in this situation. You could even go for a Lucian draft if they wanted to. We'll have to cut through that Sion health bar. A lot of options here for UCal as well. The Mel nerf may mean that that's a little bit less likely to be seen here, as we will see the removal of the Nico.
Yeah, Aurora, I'm surprised, doesn't get a look in.
Yeah, I'm thinking Aurora or Hui may be the angle here for UCal. Hui allows you to chip away and poke a lot. You already have the Ezreal, and you've got a good front line. And now you've got the Engage to make this work with the Nico pick coming through. Okay, he's just going to look for the scaling safe Sivir here. Not expect the Yuumi.
Okay. Yeah, we don't really see this bottom lane nowadays. Generally, when you get a chance to pick two things together, you don't see Sivir and Yuumi. A lot of Ash Seraphine, Lucian Nami even. There's that Aurora, which seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's going to come through. It's a pretty expensive choice, I think, for this draft. You know, if you don't end up winning this game, you're not going to have access to this later on. But it's a strong pick and can bully the Annie early, depending on how the lane is played out. Going to be a lot of electrocute trades, and BDD will look to prep his stun at every opportunity he has. But I do think that the mid jungle is stronger for KT Rolster just by the nature of Pantheon and how much burst damage he has. So even if UCal is generating a lead and trying to push those lanes in, that leaves him vulnerable potentially. There is no roaming Yuumi. That's another thing here for KT Rolster. Yuumi historically not able to really roam and impact mid lane. So maybe Andil, if he can get control of the bottom lane with Lazy Field there and roam around the map, could actually be a huge difference maker here in this game. But Lazy Field's laning phase, you know, that's the question we always have. And if I'm happy to stay in this lane and bully this Ezreal as much as I can if his support's going to be leaving because he has struggled to get the CS.
So this apparently is Hina from QWER. You guys might have seen this group during the breaks, and she is the KRX ambassador. So she's here to support the team, and hopefully they can get the win tonight.
Well, you got a cat on the drawing. We got a cat in the game. So unfortunately not for QMDRX though.
Is she cheering for the other side?
No, she would never.
Not as the KRX ambassador. Either way, guys, it looks like we do have our drafts up and ready to go, as it will be KMDRX up against KT Rolster, game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, game number 1 of the day and of the week. And already
the lane is over.
Well,
like it's Annie level 1. I cannot remember the last game we saw Annie at level 1 not come to look for a stun in the bottom lane. It is one of the strongest like level 1s ever. And yes, he does.
I thought maybe he would try to bounce on the minions and stop the backs, but it was a little bit too late for the Ezreal and didn't want to push the wave so that he could deny some CS, especially the experience.
Usually when you go for this play, you want to bring attention down. Sometimes you can even, you know, like get the, like if you can get an extended trade, you could bring somebody else over here. But in a perfect world, what usually happens is you end up getting the health advantage in the 2v2. Instead, we're looking at a massive experience lead, so level 2 is guaranteed here, and this is going to be a bit of a tough time in these early levels here for Lazy Field and Andil. See how much poke he can get done. He does have that health advantage over aiming, but that doesn't matter that much with the potion chugging and the Yuumi on his back. Good hit here, though.
Yeah, still a decent amount of poke that comes out from Lazy Field and Andil, so aiming an effort with the Yuumi. It's not like they can go ultra aggressive on level 2, but still going to enjoy the lead that they have in the lane. And denying level 2 here from Lazy Field and Andil for as long as possible. Speaking of which, here comes Andil, not going to hit the roots. And that's going to be very important for this trade, as KT do end up winning it.
Yeah, effort using the Airy. It does not feel exactly like old Yuumi, where you actually used to get a lot of harass done before the changes did come through, kind of a mini rework because she was basically ruining pro games. But get a little bit of annoyance done with this keystone here, as you can see, as Lazy Field's going to get pushed away. And now the wave is not where he wants it to be, and this will probably require, you know, Willer to come over here and try to do something, although it is going to push back as I say it. So not the end of the world, but not the beginning of the game on the foot that QMDRX wanted.
Yes, not the end of the world, and also not the beginning of the world. We do know how that happens.
Bit of a base.
Cuz is coming on in here, but Andil already roaming. When becomes Lightning does come in, and now Cuz is in a rough spot. He's going to have to flash over to his team as the heal does come over. No exhaust just yet for effort, as Willer has to continue forward, picks up first blood, but will give a kill back over to aiming, and now Lazy Field going up against red and blue buff, having a bit of trouble, tries to flash Q, but does not land it, and aiming will respect for now as he returns to the lane.
Yeah, they have to be careful though, QMDRX's bottom duo, because, you know, this Yuumi's gonna have another set of spells ready, and that will be too much to deal with here. As you can see, we'll avoid this prowling projectile. Actually, nice poke there from Andil, but won't amount to too much. If they had tried to continue the trade though, I think they probably would have really regretted it, and still it's a huge wave crashing. See if we can get that cannon. Andil will secure it. Oh my god!
Andil's getting very low here.
All right,
projectile
well,
not going to hit Lazy Field.
It's a bullet hell game now.
Yeah. Kind of surprised. I mean, they're trying to stay here for this wave, And I think they should be able to. The flash forward, the root comes in! Effort blocks the Q though, but it doesn't matter as the damage is there from the Nico, and Lazy Feel and Ondil pick up 2 kills.
That was about as risky as KRX could have played that situation, but the risk pays off immensely as 2 kills do go over to the bottom lane and save this for them in a big way. Now, one of those kills goes over to Nico, who does end up having the real gold lead down there, as it is, of course, a trade back. But down here, or over here, up here, an aggressive exchange. I don't know, I was trying to do the handoff just in case. So this is the initial play where, Cuz was isolated and is forced to flash to his teammates, as we are having that extended trade for Rich as he died, actually. So, like I said, #1 solo killer versus #1 solo killed, kind of a problem here. This ends up being Aiming getting this first kill. So, at this point, if Lazy Feel and Ondil had played safe and not tried to press this advantage, for example, which was, by the way, he is walking the thinnest of margins on this one. If they just let this wave go, they're 20 CS down. Aiming has a kill. They lost the early level 1, so it was a really rough time for them there. And this really kind of saves it for them. They're still behind, actually, in the 80 carry department, but Lazy Feel flashes forward, secures that kill. So only 150 gold behind, as in the 80 carry is still 17 CS behind, but it could have been much worse, let's say, if they had just backed away and not looked for that, what felt like a 1 out of 10 chance of actually working play. It was incredibly risky, but it was played super well. So we'll watch Perfect up here. And it just kind of runs him down, transforms, flashes.
So Rich had flash, he just elected not to use it, and Perfect kills him with his flash.
Well, Perfect, goes into point blank range there, and I think Rich was like, okay, if he tries to go for a shock blast, I'll flash it and I'll be fine, but Perfect just got on top of him and didn't give him that opportunity.
Yeah, very nicely played from Perfect at the end of the day.
No.
It's happening again as Rich might just die here, although he has the ult this time, and Willer is here. And Rich does survive for now. Perfect on the run. He doesn't have his flash, and I think he might just be dead as Cuz level 5. He can't make his way up here.
Oh, look at
nice
his XP
this time.
His XP is so close. Cuz is so close to 6, so he doesn't have it. And that's unfortunate there for Perfect, but really well played there by KRX to kind of sell that. That's the argument I'll make. They sold it really well. Aiming.
Gonna use Heal and Ghost just to try to get out there. Aiming also missing a cannon. I mean, they're still ahead, but for some reason it feels so tense down here.
This is the thing, Lazy Feel and Ondil didn't respect the, BDD level 1, but their mechanics are incredible, right? You can see it on display here, and they're fighting back really well. We're seeing so much of the poke land from both of them to make this lane competitive. And then we had the outplays down there with the greedy stay rather than backing in the lane, paying off as maybe a delay on the back. Nope. And so, they're down on CS. This is kind of the Lazy Feel classic for me, right? Every time I look at the lane, I'm like, he's so down on CS. But then you look at the team fights later on in the mid game, you're like, wow, this guy's got hands. It's just every single game feels this way to me. And you can feel why KRX trusts this guy, because his potential is absolutely there, but he never walks out of lane with a bag of gold in his pocket, it feels like.
Yeah, this might be the closest he's been in a while, to be honest, even with the way it went at level 1. Looks like UCal's feeling fine in mid. He's a little bit behind, but it's Annie who just keeps putting Tibbers on top of him, so not going to love that all that much. Ondil going to find the enemy team and die. Not sure what happened there. He was kind of walking through the dark jungle and died.
Sometimes you want to check that. Sometimes it's not best to check that. And by that, I mean, I don't know. He was trying to ward the brush aggressively there in the river.
Well, he warded over the wall, and then he just walked in the straight line past the tri-brush. And if they're there, you just die, which he did.
He didn't have level 6. He's significantly behind in XP for all the reasons we mentioned. Plus, he roamed. So he doesn't have his ult for safety. Flash, not going to help him in that situation.
Well, they can hold that wave, too, if they want to. Rich behind about a little bit over a kill and a half.
It makes you wonder, what's going wrong here. I think it almost could be studied for Lazy Feel. Is he trying to go for too many aggressive trades, and so he never is able to play with lane manipulation to get the wave where it needs to be? Or you know, what's going on, because it feels like every single game he's constantly trying to fight his way out of a bad lane state. And we're not always watching exactly how that happens, but obviously we know what happened at level 1 here, but they were able to get the kill back. Either way, all in on the BDD.
Yeah, BDD in a bit of trouble. He lands that stun onto Willer, and the damage is followed up here by UCal. SFU does follow through, and that's a kill for the Kium mid laner. Gonna feel pretty good about that one.
Pretty early, pretty aggressive early game. Pretty nice lead for Kium.
I'll block the ult here. Willer is on the way. Out of mana is perfect, and Cuz makes his way in, but it's late. At least they get the flash out of Rich.
UCal incredibly aggressively positioned here and is picking up a lot of plate gold. He's also doing wonders for his role quest with this exchange here, and finds himself a little bit ahead in farm as well. So gold stacking up here for DRX in this early game. They did not get the punish onto Rich, but his flash, but did not get the gold. So we have a lead here for the AD carry and for Jace for KT Rolster, and we do not have, you know, mid-jungle here present in this game really for KT Rolster at the moment. So fairly even game state, but BDD is flashless as well despite dying earlier on. UCal still has his, so he is definitely where Willer's going to be kind of pitching a tent for the next few minutes in his lane.
Yeah.
Or nearby, you know.
Feels pretty interesting, you know, what's happened here in the jungle. It feels like Willer has been a lot more proactive around the map, looking for, you know, big catches like that play he did with Ondil on the Cuz. Even though it got kind of crazy, like they still got first blood, and eventually his bottom lane came through. And also, you know, the gank on the BDD helping out UCal there, whereas Cuz, you know, his first ult in top lane onto Sion, like they get the flash, as we were just talking about, but like that's not that important.
Yeah, for
really.
a Sion.
Like maybe Sion has to play a little bit more safely, but not really, because he's just going to get more and more tanky. Perfect will do less and less.
And Perfect did get a solo kill early in this matchup, but it does feel like the Sion is doing what it's supposed to here, as we do have the exhaust coming back. Ezekiel has taken so much damage. And this just continues to be an unhappy place for the Vietnamese bottom laner.
Yeah, feels pretty unfortunate. You can only dodge so much with your shift. And he does dodge quite a lot with the shift, but the issue is, you know, when it's on cooldown, you just get a bunch of stuff thrown in your face, and you can't dodge everything.
And while you're trying to dodge and layer damage back, you're 2 levels down as Ondil here. Well, it will be in just a second here when Effort gets this wave, but you're also like losing CS as Lazy Feel. You know, you're trying to farm, but it's difficult. And like right now, he just had to back, so he's gonna lose another minion or 2. Perfect looks pretty frustrated with this situation up here on the top side, of trying to generate a further lead, but doesn't have information about where Willer is, and so is just going to take a back opportunity. Speaking of Rich, I was just gonna drop a word here. And like BDD is playing incredibly defensively because he knows he doesn't have flash. He knows UCal does. And this is a very frustrating play. Well, I say it.
Yeah, he was playing defensively until you mentioned it, Wolf, as Ondil is here and BDD is dead. There's 3 of them in the mid lane, and BDD already 0 and 2. Not feeling very good about his position. On the hunt as here comes Cuz, but it's Ezreal, so he just arcane shifts to the turret.
Well, it is very rare, in my experience, with casting both the 2023 KT Rolster first place All-Pro roster with aiming on it, and this roster here with aiming on it, where aiming is the one with the 1.1k gold lead and has to be the main character and carry the game. This is usually not the MO. He gets a lot of money later, but Perfect is going to get TP'd on.
He got hit by the shout, and now he has to flash away with the TP coming in. Lazy Feel attempting to help too with the True Shot Barrage across the map.
This game state will test DRX's ability to take this lead and roll with it. You know, it's UCal, I mentioned right at the start, like he's the guy who's the most stable of these 3 lanes. And you got a CS deficit in the bottom lane. Rich got solo killed, but he's stabilizing. And now UCal is going to have to get a lot of work done with this Aurora pick that he has got great mastery of. KT already got the first dragon. Looking like they're trying to set up here to clear some of this vision away for a potential second one. They have that bottom side prio, but BDD still flashless here for a few more seconds. And we do see the Pantheon is heading towards the top side of the jungle, so it's like we're not going to see a dragon take anytime soon here for them.
Yeah, because it's been kind of a weird early game for Pantheon. It almost feels Canyon-esque, where it's like he got pressured a little bit early. He died, and now he's just kind of been farming, and then when he has his ult up, he tries to ult somewhere, but it looks a little bit desperate, like they're reaching, you know? It's not like, oh, we're going for a proactive dive as 4, like Annie's coming down, we're going to make a play. No, it's like, no, maybe we can catch this Ezreal. Oh, no, we didn't get him.
Yeah,
okay, back to farming.
This is like a quintessential KT game for me. Even from behind, right? You're like, okay, we're just going to wait for an opportunity. Kanavi's like already up in that bottom lane. Like he's like, oh, at least if he doesn't have flash, I'll be down there without my ultimate. I'll see you there. You guys have crashed how many waves into that turret and you haven't killed that guy? I think that's a big dichotomy between these two teams and how they play, is KT just waits for opportunities in team fights and skirmishes, and they look for the best possible outcome. Whereas, you know, teams like Honor Life Esports, and to a lesser extent, even teams like D+ and T1 force those outcomes to the best of their abilities. Cuz is going to look for one here, onto Rich again.
And this is a Scion with plated steel caps against Pantheon. Like, you're not going to do any damage to this guy anymore. As Willer makes his way up, the Crescent Guard, he gets stunned, and so that's going to delay this push. But here comes UCal looking to drop it all down with this flash. Perfect doesn't have his, as he nearly misses everything, but he at least gets the damage down. And that's another kill for the side of KMDRX.
Yep. Just trying to, Hina's trying to have a snack, but you got to keep cheering, because KMDRX
team keeps winning.
Looking like they're going to maybe be the third team to take a game off KT Rolster right now, as Aiming gets the whole turret. Now, in some senses, you can understand why Cuz is like, look, Aiming doesn't need help, and I want to get my Jace ahead, because, you know, this is not a lead that Perfect has generated that we're super happy with, because the Scions is going to be difficult to pressure later on because he could become so tanky. But this backfires, right? And they're actually going to lose almost the entirety of the turret, as you guys could see it in the pip, but we'll lose it shortly after this. Perfect ends up dying in this 2v2, and I kind of start to wonder, maybe if you had just maybe removed Lazy Field from the game, it could have been way better. Like, you know, maybe just continue to push him out, because yes, he is 1,200 gold behind, but you could have like prevented him from farming even further and played through that and let Perfect be a little bit more self-sustainable there as the Jace. As this Cuz Pantheon finds itself completely outmatched by Willer, and UCal is making plays everywhere. And I know it's only a 1,000 gold lead here, but the win cons become fairly simple if the Ezreal can, despite being 1,200 gold down, get to a stable 2 items here. The Aurora will do the work.
So our top laners are going to trade TPs. Perfect got the turret and he got out, so pretty good for Perfect, actually. It's an Ocean Soul, which I feel like is pretty decent for KMDRX with the Scion and even the Xin Zhao, but we'll see if they get an opportunity to pick up some more Drakes here. And KT, you know, after kind of a middling early game, have elected to just sit back and farm once again and wait for the enemy to make mistakes. And you mentioned, you know, this is a good test for KMDRX to see how they do in the mid game. That has been their biggest issue. You know, they've won early games before, and then it got to mid and late game, and it was like, ooh, some of these decisions, some of these macro plays were just not it.
Because Perfect traded his TP to escape there, but also got to push the bottom lane, gave BDD an opportunity to swap with him to go to top side without using his TP, and now still has his TP available, as he is down 1,000 gold, but Annie's still Annie, right? They are not playing a dive comp where, you know, she's going to set up some chain CC or going to go on top of it, but you do have a Pantheon, right? So this should be the end of this turret. So that's a big win here again for KMDRX, which will push their lead back up to 700. As Rich is not alone.
There's a lot of stuff happening there, but we got an engage on Aiming as everybody turns and focuses on the AD carry, and KT takes him down. Does Lazy Feel.
And BDD TP'd to try to prevent Perfect from dying, but I don't know if that was necessary. And now BDD lost his TP as well, so they're losing on 2 places at once on the map at the same time, arguably all 3, because your top lane presence in BDD is TPing away from the top side. Your mid lane AD carry, you know, Aiming is trying to push these waves through his Sivir, is not safe here, gets dove and killed. And then your bottom lane is pressured away, which is your top laner there, but you lose, you know, control in all 3 lanes all at the same time here, and the lead jumps up to 1,200 for KMDRX. So, starting to feel like they are doing all the right things, starting to feel like they know how to close this one out, and we've talked about it so many times. Lazy Field's going to hit that 2-item spike despite the deficit. The deficit, by the way, much smaller now, and he's got hands. he's out of the laning phase now. This is the part where he's scary.
Yeah, he's ready to party, essentially. And, I mean, Aiming's got to be very careful going that aggressively onto the super fed Xin Zhao, who is the most fed member compared to his opponent on the other side. And, you know, you feel kind of invincible when you're Sivir and you have Ghost and Ult and Flash and Yuumi. But that's going to cost them. You know, you mentioned that that bit of a gap that was there for the side of Aiming is mostly gone. He's still got about 500 gold ahead, but that becomes smaller and smaller as the game comes along. And it might just be some free Drakes here for KMDRX as well to kind of bolster their lead.
Yeah, each individual Ocean Drake doesn't matter in the greatest sense compared to all of the objectives and all the dragons it could have been here in League of Legends, but it is really good for a Scion who's just sitting over here, you know, being able to regenerate health passively. It's already very difficult to deal with by the Jace here, and he's had a lot of prio just trying to knock down these plates. Yeah, well, just leave him alone now, Rich, it's fine. And they have a lot of control over the map. And when Annie doesn't have control over the map, and when Annie's behind, just sitting on a Malignance and tier 3 boots, you're like, okay, well, perfect. He'll do the damage, right? Just don't hit the Scion. Hit all the important ones, and surely Aiming will clean up when he gets to 3 items later. That's the game plan for KT. And I don't know if it's going to happen. Like, I would, even though KT has been our best team and QMDRX have messed up some leads, it's hard to see a world right now where, with how QM have been playing, and KT get a way back in here without like a big mistake. Even with the Sivir that's got great wave clear and is going to farm really hard right now, they just don't have any control, as you guys can see here, anywhere on the map. Even the Jace doesn't have control in the side lane, the Scion, so... And you've got a Yuumi, so there's no trickery. There's no, aha, I set up this really cool like Leona or Nautilus flank, or you know, there's a Pyke roaming around. Yumi's like, all right, well, hopefully we can team fight later. I'm with you guys.
Yeah, best friends forever.
Forever. Hopefully that's like 35 minutes.
Perfect. Continuing to take aggressive trades here against Rich, which is good to see, because if you begin to just become useless as side lane Jace, you feel really bad then. Whereas the rest of the map, again, I think, as you've been highlighting, Wolf, I think they're just going to try to make, or wait for KMDRX to make a mistake. And just sit back and, you know, we'll fight over the Ocean Soul when it comes to it. Or we'll fight over the Baron if they fight, if they actually try to push the issue on that one. And really the onus is on KMDRX to try to push the pace of the game.
And they are, I think, to a pretty decent degree doing that. Rich finally gets this turret, and that gives him his gold lead for the first time in this game. And they have vision everywhere. KT are clearing some of that topside vision now around the Baron. They have their own Baron vision set up there, but it took a lot of resources for them to do this. Looks like they may try to look for a play here onto UCal, but Cuz is so far away. He just completed his back, so he'll need to show up here if he's going to ult in and look for that opportunity. Meanwhile, a bit of a lurk.
I think he knows something is up, but he doesn't know well enough, as here comes everybody. Even the Flash, and they all going to be used on top of the rocket belt, so UCal does get away. A lot of mobility there, but still a good chunk into him. He'll have to back off and KT get position here.
I don't think they can start the Baron, though. So this ultimately means BDD flashes for UCal's flash, and, you know, there's not a turret to take up here on the top side or anything like that, so it's not really the win KT was looking for. Obviously, it still feels like they've executed the plan well, but they wanted much more than a flash trade off of this one. No bear for you. No red buff for you.
Aiming is in a bit of trouble. Yes, a flash away. The ult only hits the front line, though, from Ondil, and no follow-up is there. KMDRX are very deep in the jungle as the Yumi's trying to get over to his team, but instead just dies, or at least the Annie does, and then he dies, as Rich makes his way in with the TP and makes a difference.
I think the lead is just too big here for this Aurora. Like, she's doing all the work, and it looks like, oh, maybe they're fine. And UCal's like, I didn't press all my buttons yet. And then the health bar disappears. Cuz is now running away. No flash. And no empower either. Gonna go for this jump onto the Krug.
Perfect, so fast. I think he's just fine.
Yeah, he is gonna get out. A little Gromp hop there. Learned from the frog that became the Gromp to hop. Okay, this is silly. Do not Do not do this,
they're
Cuz.
going in. They're going in on the Cuz, who has been struggling all game long. At least going to dodge that one, but the damage is too much as the sun comes in. BDD here as well. He's like, are we fighting? I don't know. And it's going to be the end of the KT jungler for now. It looks like KRX will be happy with that pick.
Scores probably feeling like, you know, he didn't expect it, but there's a scary chance that maybe this is the time his record is broken from 2017. At least in game one here, it's not looking great, as this initially looks like Kiwum have overextended. These are the types of plays and overextensions that KT are hoping for to come back in this game. That's why they're grouped. They're waiting to see if Kiwum will actually kind of take the bait. Lazyfield dies instantly here, but the UCal is like, I've got Rich, you guys are all dead. And it ends up being a 2-for-1 there in their favor. This Sivir is very strong, and still stronger than the Ezreal, and can absolutely clean up fights if the Aurora dies, or, you know, uses her spells and kind of whiffs it, or isn't able to do efficient damage. I think aiming can clear. You can destroy that Science health bar almost instantly. Well, just give him a few seconds, he can do it. And they can still win team fights, but not looking great so far as UCal.
Yeah, Cuz is going in, but they're being zoned by Rich at the same time, so Cuz is just going to die, going way too far forward. A lot of damage coming out here from aiming with that LDR, but they're going to flash on in. Tons of damage being done to that backline as the ricochets are too much. As Perfect will go down, but aiming's still alive, and the double stun from BDD gets them the win in the fight. Triple kill for aiming as they stack for the Sivir, and aiming says thank you very much.
It just didn't seem like they knew exactly what they wanted to do there. QM DRX and KT Rolster just played a beautiful front to back. I mean, it was also Perfect going in. That really split up the team fight, forces Lazyfield back. And then BDD gets the massive Tibbers, and that's the Dragon. So initially here, you're like, Cuz, what's going on? UCal's right there. He's going to burst you down. But Rich is pushing on the top side. And Cuz ends up taking a while to kill here, and the Rich is taking so much damage. Like I said, give him a few seconds from the Sivir, yeah.
Oh.
And then this engage here from Willer is not enough to stop Perfect's follow-up. He ends up deleting his opposition, dies for it, but that's a double stun here for BDD, and aiming is just doing tons of damage. Triple kill for the Sivir here in this exchange. They grab Dragon, and he did 9,000 damage in that single fight. So, you know, I mean, it's kind of like what I was alluding to. It can happen. And K2 like, it will happen.
He almost bought a full Infinity Edge.
Yeah,
like, this is out of control, and KMDRX say, well, time to pull the trigger on the Baron.
Cuz does have ult. Yeah, could just go for it.
I mean, they need a little bit more vision, and now he can just ult in. I think this is a bit risky, as they're going to look for UCal, it looks like. No, just going to ult straight into the front line, as Cuz is really having a rough time in this one, but trying to play aggressive, I suppose, for aiming to do the damage. Perfect looks like he's doing the same, and he's going to die. And now we got the charge in from Rich, but they are showing a lot of respect to aiming, not over-forcing onto the Sivir just yet.
At this point, I think KD should just let the Baron do the work. They don't need to fight before the Baron started, but they're trying to for some reason onto Rich, who's doing so much tanking.
There's not a lot of damage onto this Baron, so KT very patient with it. The knockup not going to hit aiming. He survives, but there's the stun from the Scion. He flashes away, and he lives. And KMDRX down, or up a member rather, are still going to lose this fight against the Sivir. They could not lock down aiming as trying to take up EDD, and at least UCal will do that.
Okay, I think the Sivir damage is too much.
Where's he at? Trying to burst down. Aiming is not going to work. That was never going to work, especially with the spell shield.
Yeah, he's like,
Yumi.
So you're a burst mage. I have a spell shield. Wow. Okay, well that's IE, by the way, and change he's picked up here off of this play. Now up to 8 kills.
And the whole jungle.
Yeah, so I did not like exactly how KT played this. Cuz is having an off day, let's just say. Now, Perfect was also trying to get into the back line here and trying to repeat the play he made just moments ago, but this is a completely different situation, so that was kind of disastrous here. And then KT finally do slow down. This spell shield from aiming is actually what probably turns the game around for them, because he just simply avoids getting knocked up. And then Kite's back here, has a great flash. And now there's just too much damage between BDD and aiming, cutting through all these health bars. And the only one who could burst down this Sivir is UCal, right? But it's a Sivir, so he probably shouldn't try for it. Yeah. We kind of explained it already, but that's a lot of money he picked up. I don't know if he got a bounty even off of UCal. I was not actually watching that, but he may have. He has 3,600 gold ahead now, and he's done 30,000 damage this game.
He's close to 5 items already. It's like he's almost full build with how much they're feeding aiming in this game. I mean, he's the gold king, and he's playing it well, outside of, you know, going a little bit aggressively onto Willer that one time. But again, as I explained, he had everything up, so he felt safe. He's just kind of playing the dream Sivir game, you know? We saw this, I think it was actually KRX against T1, where game 1 was like, oh, we're just going to let them have Ezreal Karma, and we're going to pick Jarvan. And Paige just got to do whatever he wanted, you know? Yeah. Like, it just feels kind of similar, where Aiming's just sitting here doing whatever he wants. I mean, they've put a decent amount of pressure on him, but he has been playing it well.
This draft here for KT was designed to play through aiming, and he got the lead in the early game against Perfect, and he, you know, we asked the question, will he be able to do it? They often are not looking at a game state where he is the only one who's got a gold lead and he has to carry, but this draft is well set up for him, and he is doing a great job. As once again, a risky Baron attempt for KRX is going to look to be punished here by KT.
UCal is on vision, so BDD eventually just going to press his buttons. Flash Timbers! UCal is dead! And that's the end of this fight for KRX, as the damage into Rich is insane at this point. Aiming just shredding through the Scion. And what was a well-meant, nice little surround team fight there from KRX ends up being a disaster.
And Score's record is in jeopardy. Again, it's just game 1 here, but comeback like this for KT Rolster, sky's the limit, it feels like. As, yeah, UCal just doesn't know he's on vision. But at this point, you're like, I've got to try something tricky. Maybe we can use the Baron to bait them in, and I'll get a really nice ult. But he doesn't get to play the game because he's just stunned and he explodes. And then, you know, Rich is just not tanky anymore. Into this much damage from the Sivir, who is very close now to full build. Like earlier you mentioned it, but he's actually just about to do it. And this is like new 80 carry roll quest full build.
Yep.
Craziness.
Yeah, he has old full build already.
Yeah.
31 minutes. And the Dragons haven't really been a big, you know, contest point for either of these teams. As Ocean Soul, Kium, you know, lost the team fight before the last one, so they couldn't stack
any gold kings in the server.
Yes.
Jeez.
There is one actually. It's aiming on the side of KT. Now they're trying to take down this individual Drake. I don't know if they can actually manage it. They're trying to get this flank going, but once again, aiming is right there. The follow-up is not. And they get the Dragon instead. Cuz takes a lot of damage.
BD on the flank here with Tibbers set and stun set. I think this might be the beginning of the end. You gotta fight your way out somehow, Kiwum.
Well, they're trying to turn onto Aiming, who just flashes away. BDD gets hit, but it's messy. He just kind of dies. As Aiming says, it's okay, I'm here to do the damage. And Aiming, he's so low, but the Yuumi and the bounces to get UCal. Oh, that's gotta feel bad. The last ricochet. And yeah, you can see Rich just like, I'll help, I guess, eventually. And they'll take down Lazy Feel eventually, it feels like, but he does hop away and uses his flash. The speed up may be enough here from Aiming, as he says, well, I'll turn my sights on to Rich, actually.
He just doesn't care about Rich. He's like, yeah, stop annoying me. I'm trying to kill the 80 carry. Go away. It's so funny how Rich is like, I think we can turn this. Almost you could feel like he's like, maybe I can tank this enough and then Lazy Feel can do the damage. And Aiming just looks at him and he turns into dust.
They're actually just playing with their food at this point.
Yeah.
Like, chasing them all over the jungle. Shock Blast's not going to hit. And it hasn't been the cleanest game from KT, but I think at the end of this, I'll just be saying a win's a win. Move on to game 2. Clean 1-0, nothing to see here.
I think the only one that you might be worried about going into game 2 is Cuz, because the early game didn't go well. The choice of early game gank location of the top lane in the Jace Sion matchup was the most bizarre. I think the idea is, you know, we don't really have to talk about this team fight. We can. It's really sad for QMDRX. BDD also, the one moment here of BDD is they kind of messed this up. So BDD actually gets focused. It's a really nice turn. Willer sees him here when he goes into the dash cannon, and they just explode him with UCal's help, and Lazy Field's layering the damage in. But Aiming, watch Aiming. He's just like, you know, I just kill anything so fast that it doesn't matter. I don't need a front line. And Cuz comes up here. But what my point is with this draft for KT, they ended up going for a draft where they have a winning top side early. They played through that. Aiming won the lane. They won the lane basically at level 1. And if LazyField and LazyField and Ando didn't get that kill back, those 2 kills back, this could have been even more disastrous in the early game. Cuz just did not get to play what he wanted. Is okay, we're just fighting more.
Yeah, I think Rich thought he was Assassin Scion and said, maybe I can kill Aiming here. As we saw, Aiming is at full health and did not lose any health during that trade. And tons of bounce damage as well. I mean, when you're hitting only a Scion, and there's even an Eco with like a clone, and everybody's in your face because the Xin Zhao's there, the Aurora's close range, the Sivir just, I don't know. It's just free for her.
Yeah,
like,
it's crazy.
Aiming is having an awesome time.
It's like, how much food can he eat? Well, for him, he's like, well, how much food's on the table?
Yeah.
In terms of health bars, that Scion is pretty tasty, and that's going to be an inhibitor, as Cuz is on the cross here in the mid lane to take out a second one. And frankly, they basically have the siege to end the game right now if they kill anybody else. But they could just back away. They don't have to force this. Baron will be up in 90 seconds, and look at all the vision they have between Kiwoom's base and the Baron itself. This game started off weird. Cuz couldn't make the impact he wanted. BDD's 1 in 5 in terms of kills. Yukao played the laning phase with the counter pick really well. But the Sivir got too big. And yeah.
He just did it. He's like, okay, I went back. I now have full builds.
He also opts not to get a GA because he's like, nah, they can't kill me. I have a Yuumi. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think he's right.
And the Yukao's the only threat, so just get a little bit of MR and chillin'.
If they did go and kill him with the GA, then maybe just the Yuumi dies immediately. So he's like, well, either I die or I would die after the GA as well. I don't know. LazyField is already taking some damage as BDD this time is going to hit his Tivers into Ondil, and Aiming is here, so you know what that means. He's ready to party, and Cuz is just front-lining Willer, very separated from the rest of the team. Aiming does take some damage, but immediately heals all of it up. And that's another one-team fight here for KT as they look to push mid.
It looked for a moment like maybe KT was going to lose a third game, but it is just not happening in this one. Aiming 7,600 gold ahead alone.
Yeah.
Yukao, good try.
Good try. And Tina, the KRX ambassador, not feeling too good about the situation. KT, clean 1-0, nothing to see here. They get the win, and they can move on to game 2.
Very good performance from Aiming, you know? And in the draft, they were like, all right, you farm bottom side, we play through top, we get the Jace head, the Jace could be ahead, Aiming's gonna be ahead, BD's got strong, you know, mid-jungle synergy, we got a Pantheon. Idea was great, execution a little bit weird, and then we got to the mid-game where Aiming won team fights, cleaned up kills, and became too big to fail. An interesting look here, as it almost felt like experimental what KT were trying to do, but yeah, that's
my God.
That might be a record in terms of damage per minute. Like we're it's got to be like 1 point.
So
Chovy had that crazy
Chovy had the Aurora game that he had like
1870. I think it's
TPM,
more than
so
this.
Yeah, it's more than this, but still.
I just saw the
that
66.
is a large bar.
The raw number of 66 is just like, you don't see numbers like that.
Yeah. In a 37-minute game, he got the job done eventually. And KT Rolster, you know, a win's a win. The Sivir Yuumi definitely worked out. So whether it was experimental or not, does feel like something they can potentially go back to in the future. KT's up 1-0 over Kiwoom. We'll be right back. 이런 것도 형 공부하도 좋은데.
나 볼게 뒤에 떨어지면 돼. 뒤에 떨어질게.
이제 알려갔어.
야, 이거 싸워봐줘.
맞을게. 싸워.
니꺼.
디코. 너무 빨리지 마.
싸워볼게.
리코 잡았어.
아래 좋아.
야 이거
사이언.
나 가인이야.
미드 가자. 잡고 미드 가자.
앞으로.
야, 조심해. 쎄.
알겠다.
잡고 미드. 이제 스킬 조심. 미드 바텀 가면 될 듯? 얘 노플이야.
미드 가자 미드.
아.
플래시 한번 찬스 있어.
그냥 끝내면 될 듯? 여유롭게 끝내자. 라인 많아.
상아 나 실드.
봐줄게. 나이스. 오로라 이거 W 타고.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
And despite kicking off the week of favorites versus underdogs, Kiwoom DRX started surprising everyone with an early game lead, some nice plays, a kill lead, and lost it all pretty early, despite the fact that they had the #1 cheerleader. The honorary CEO there was Hina from QWER with the cosplay, right? In the Ari cosplay, but they had the wrong Ari.
No. We don't need this. We only need Hina for this one.
Yeah.
No, this is... I don't know, man. Oh my god.
I do
This is
believe
the wrong one.
Yeah,
It's
I do
wrong.
believe Ari's cosplay is more closer to the Ari's cosplay.
Oh, don't zoom in. Why would you have to zoom into that one? No. This is gross.
Well, it's 1-0 KT, the #1 team over Kiwoom DRX. We take a look at the draft. The big thing that we wanted to note here, as there is a lot to get through, is the fact that we go Sivir Yumi pretty early in terms of the series in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they did such a great job on playing aggressively on both sides, and they put the Sion blind pick on the top side. I mean, they counterpicked with the Sion, and I think they had such a great early leads in terms of like, how they want to play in the bot lane, and I think it's mainly from Andel here.
Yeah. At the first play, Andel was actually losing their laning really hard because of the level 1 play. So he went base already, but now he decided going through the bot is quite stupid. Let's just go through mid and kill the jungle first. And it actually made the situation really well.
So I think he tried to make the situation really like versatile, I would say, so that they can have such a great skirmishes. So instead of just losing lane 2v2 and going straight to the bot lane, as you said, he just went to the mid lane. And out of that, I think they had such a great 2v2 as well.
Yeah, and then this here, I thought just Kiwoom is gonna take some risk and not gonna do the laning well, but this Flash E was quite fancy and really made a really good result here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be ahead in lane, otherwise Yumi is gonna outscale you in the late game. So I think that was really great try from Kiwoom DRX right there.
Yeah, and we saw earlier that the Flash was burned by aiming, so didn't have that tool in that skirmish. A great angle there, but then the game kind of stalled out. That all happened very early on, and then 2 fights in like mid-late game here at 25 minutes and 27 minutes doom Kiwoom.
I mean, I think it started off really well. It's such a great engage from Sion, so you can actually zone the damage dealers out from the Pantheon. I think after that, you should just back off. You can't really go into the target. Wheeler finishes in, but there's no follow-up. Who's gonna follow up?
Yeah, I do believe that Sion went in at the first and taking the aggro was really good, but after that, I think he should back off faster. And then when Willow was going, everyone was already low with the CBW.
Yeah, so Kiwoom DRX, again, aware of the timer of Yumi scaling on later on, Sivir scaling on later on. They tried to take that skirmish, doesn't work out. And then they go for it one more time by baiting around the Baron and trying to get KT in. This is where it really goes wrong.
I mean, I think they really wanted to try this one because they still had the Nico ulti up. But I think it was BDD who defend the plays really well here.
Yeah, I agree. At the first perfect dive with the Aurora ulti, I thought Kiwoom, this is a good chance to start the Baron and change the game because they had the Nico Flash ulti, which could kill the Sivir at the last chance. But BDD just watching on these Nico's position and Aurora's position, and he just blocked the Nico and Aurora side. And it was quite hard for Kiwoom DRX to play.
Insane reading from BDD, so he blocks the main damage dealer. So I think it was really hard for Kiwoom DRX to finish off the target, and then it was just aiming, cleaning up all the different targets with the Yumi on. And yeah, Yumi late game, good luck.
Yeah, and as much as it all kind of falls apart there, the Sivir now is scaled. BDD understanding that our bot lane, although they fell behind early, took control of the game. Lazyfield not very impactful there. So again, smart play by KT, showing off why they are one of the #1 teams in the league. Let's see what they have in store for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Spacers, as I think Wari did it very well. So shout out to you, Wadid.
But, you know, looked great. I think maybe cursed by the Yuumi drawing because they lost to Yuumi. Maybe that was the problem. It wasn't about the cosplay. It was just about the cheerful there.
Yeah. Didn't have anything to do with the teams either. I think it was just mostly the Yuumi drawing. Absolutely agree with you there, Wolf. And KRX are going to have to figure something out for game number 2 because they had a lead, it was going well, and then they couldn't handle the Sivir. And as our Spacers did highlight, it just quickly got out of control, and then in the late game, you're not beating that with what they had, with the way they played. So, gonna have to figure it out. I do think that they probably weren't expecting Sivir Yuumi. So maybe next time it's something a little bit more standard that they can handle.
Both of those signs saying you can do it, UCal, that has kind of been the hope of all KRX fans this season, and I think the hope of them in game 1. And we'll see what does come to pass here in the second game draft, as this time QM does the blue side pick that I was talking about before. And this will give KT the opportunity to pick. I didn't actually see if they went first or second. I believe they went second on red side, but I did miss it, and then I think we have a delay with the draft, so we'll find out. Maybe they didn't tell anybody. Like, wait a minute, we picked the other one.
We picked third pick.
Third pick. Well, second pick is also
first pick.
Not going to give you that third one. They did first pick, so I misread the graphic. My apologies. First pick in game 2 with picks like the Rise that are still around, still very powerful for BDD. The Orianna, also a great one for him, historically speaking. Rumble and Karma have to be taken away, so some of these picks will go through that BDD could look for if they don't ban the Orianna themselves here. They may do that, though.
Yeah, might just do Orianna Rise again. Or not.
Okay, I like that, because now you're like, okay, Orianna a little bit less valuable. And you either get to pick Orianna and play what you want with it, like Nocturne, potentially, or you get the Rise. And Jarvan is decent in the Rise, so feel pretty good about that, too. I like the Jarvan ban. So it's a kind of an awkward and tough call here. They ultimately decide to ban the Rise. And maybe they're going to go for a Nocturne Lulu of their own in response to the first pick Orianna that I think BDD will lock here.
This seems like a bit of a mistake. I think you could have given Rise over and countered it with Anivia or with Cassiopeia. As you mentioned, you do kind of have to take the Nocturne away. And Lulu's still available, so not a bad 1-2 here for KRX at least.
I think this is just a great way to play first pick, what KT are doing here, you know? And I think KRX fell into the trap a little bit. So do you get Lulu now and try to set up that combo, or do you have something else in mind is really the question I have. And Nocturne pairs specifically really well with Aurora, who is fearlessly banned, and the Orianna that is already taken away. Nico, it's also gone.
Yeah.
It feels like the weakest pick away ever, unless they can set up this Lulu pick. And they slam the Nautilus and go, we're going dive. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of teams are very obviously highly rating Nautilus nowadays, but I don't feel like I get to see it very often, you know? But we see a lot of bans towards Nautilus, especially in the second phase, before we get into the bottom lane pick. So it's pretty interesting that we do get to see it pulled out here by Ondil. Certainly the Orianna, if she's out of position, can struggle.
This is what I was worried about when you just blind the Nautilus is, uh-oh. What about all the losing lanes that he doesn't want to play? What about all the lanes where he's going to struggle? What about his AD carry who has not been doing well in lane?
Yeah, I already wrote down the Seraphine.
Yeah. I'm kind of like, okay, you're cooking a little bit with these 2 picks. What about the rest of the spectrum of the picks of League of Legends? This has kind of been my issue with KUMDRX this season in draft, is that they often pick what they like, regardless of everything else that is available and around.
And that's not how you draft.
Yeah, that's just... It means that there's something going wrong, right? It means that the spectrum is too narrow for what this team is looking to do, and they do end up getting this Azir pick here, which is... It's strong. It actually works decently well with Nocturne as well, but not as simple to pull off as the picks we talked about. And it does a lot of damage, strong in side lanes. I just don't know if that saves this draft for me if I'm looking at it here for KUMDRX. Because now all focus is going to be on the top side here for KT Rolster, because they did sacrifice a jungle pick here. Wukong is so obvious because, you know, he doesn't have to worry about an early game for this Nocturne. So they're both rushing to 6, and it works incredibly well with the setup they already have. Great ball carrier. Jhin, strong in lane, and works well with the dive setup that they have, so that makes sense. I don't know what is going to be the final ban here for KT Rolster. They may just ban, you know, something like a Gnar even, as the Renekton actually gets banned. So I think they were thinking the same as I was. I was thinking any sort of pick here for Perfect where you could just, you know, dominate the lane and then be another CC button for this comp and a decent front line. Be great. They may still ban the Gnar and look for something else. We'll see. Cassante works decently well in this draft for KT as well.
Yunara,
kind of annoying to deal with Nocturne with Paranoia open. So, also can win trades if the Nautilus hook lands, does so much damage in lane that maybe you could fight your way out of it. It's looking grim. I don't know what else to say.
You gotta save counter pick for top. So Lazy Feel has to pick right here, and there's really not.
Or just blind Gnar that they didn't ban.
I mean, sure. I don't think we're gonna see Cinder top. You could pick Silas. You could pick Vayne.
I don't like Silas here. I think it's very risky.
You get Nautilus ult and Gnar ult, though. So maybe you just say, well, never mind him, because he's playing Trundle.
Trundle works really well with this comp. Twisted Fate top is an old one we haven't seen in a while. I feel like he's just going to lock Vayne, and we all know it, but we're just like entertaining the thought that he's not.
Is it an effort? Hover? Yeah. There's the Vayne.
We're all pretending like we all know what's going to happen, but we all knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And Seraphine with 2 AD carries and great setup in team fights is pretty horrifying. This is a lot of comfort for Lazy Feel. This is actually his most played before his debut last year in Challengers. He has a lot of experience on the Corki pick. Corki obviously was one of our strongest AD carries throughout the year of 2025, but this lane is tough. There wasn't really a great pick. You know, there's no Bard, there's no Karma, right? There's no brain support you could have grabbed. They did not opt for the Lulu pick either with the Nocturne, which is something I thought they might have considered, but they slammed the Nautilus, so
yeah,
they kind of opted straight up into, we're going to have great dive later, and Corki is great for the dive. Like, everything about this comp, if you cover the KT Rolster side, is great. Like, these 5 champions work incredibly well. You know, but
yes.
When you
just cover the KT side.
When you open your eyes, if you're a Kiwon fan, you're hoping you also have a blindfold on, so you still can't see the KT Rolster side. Or maybe your monitor has a bunch of dead pixels right there on the bottom right in a really specific rectangular shape, so you can't see it.
Talking about the 7 in a row streak that they're looking for, but Hina, the KRX ambassador from QWER, is hoping and praying that they can make a comeback here in the series.
No Yuumi anymore, so the sign is no longer a cursing artifact.
Well, Gnar's, I guess, kind of close. At least it's on their team this time. Very curious to see how this bottom lane is going to go. The Ash Seraphine very different from the Sivir Yuumi. As we are ready, let's get into game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Game number 2, KT, 1 win away.
It is a Ashe Seraphine lane.
Uh-oh.
Why are you up? Why are you up this far? Why are you up this far? Why up this far?
Why
Very
up this far?
Okay, they're not gonna get away with it.
Yeah, I think Cuz
He took too much damage.
Too much damage, and
The whole time I'm thinking, like when we're going into the game, like how is this level 1 gonna go? You know, who could help the Nautilus out, or are they just gonna lose control? And the answer is they lose control.
remember game 1, which was very similar to this, except there was an Annie involved. They're trying to get in onto aiming, but the heal is not going to get them close enough to the Ashe. So,
Lazy Field is already barriered. Now, if you can get 1 or 2 more autos in here, it could feel great. It actually kind of turns things around a little bit as...
Turn it
off! Turn the cameras off! Ah!
Level 1 exhaust. No, it's okay. Yes, TP.
Don't look at mid lane.
Surely it's okay.
Don't look at mid lane.
What? You cal's up a CS.
No,
Not anymore.
He was... He's got prio because it's taking the jungle away. He did not opt for the Wukong because it was banned, so he's opted instead for a bit of an aggressive jungle pick with bottom side control.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. That's a good move from Ondil.
Okay, also a good move here from Willer to go straight to the enemy jungle because he's not going to get his. And he was seen on that ward, so both junglers pretty aware of what's going on right now, but what's going on right now, we're all aware of it, and it is going to take a while for this Corki to be able to do things.
Yeah. I mean, the Corki was essentially, you know, we've given the Master Seraphine. We got to get something that we're comfortable with that can Valkyrie away if in danger.
It's not the Corki's fault.
No.
But it is the draft fault of letting this Ashe Seraphine through for what they got in return, and also the Nautilus pick. Like that's the real problem here. That's the one it cannot do anything. It does not function. It is just a paperweight that could potentially explode into a bag of money.
It's
so
like a giant rock. You know, it's like a boulder. It kind of just sits there. People like draw graffiti on it. It's kind of messed up, but it's like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, if someone writes, like, it could be a whole civilization's history written on it or something.
Well, that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Somebody's saying, you know, KH Heart JS or whatever.
Aiming heart effort.
Now,
that's what I'm seeing right now.
Losing streak. That's kind of insane, given that he has a 66% win rate. 14-7 right now.
People started playing the range tops. They were like, nah, I'm not playing Renekton into that.
Yeah.
Not playing Renekton.
By the way, Sion, first loss for him in the LCK, 7-1 now. You know, felt pretty good in the early game, but afterwards against the Sivir did not feel very good, as it was kind of the starting point of all the ricochets.
That's a mid-prio situation.
Yeah, well, he is going to get the fear off, and he is going to flash away. There is a Blast Cone not available, and Ondil's here just to watch, to witness him, as First Blood is given over to Cuz already.
Aiming Hawk shot him as well, just
yeah,
just to really like lay it down.
Got to show your support.
Doesn't get an assist for it. Sag.
I was very worried there was going to be a disengage cone there that he gets away with.
Nah.
But the timing on that.
So, we haven't found it yet.
So the good news is that potentially there could be good news because there's still time.
This could be good.
Okay. Yeah, see, we have time to make plays. Effort chunked out. And the hook goes in, barrier used, and Ondil might just die. It looks like he will be okay. Aiming started hitting Lazy Field. And Effort takes a huge amount of damage from Lazy Field's Corki.
This is going to allow them to get both summoners out of KT as well as get their back. So I guess that's a small win, small good news. Good ward here from Rich.
Good news right there. Yeah, the ward came down.
It means that he can hit perfect there while he's in the bush, but he probably doesn't want to until he has Mega. And then when he's Mega, can't reach perfect. So we'll just have to hit the minions. They'll have to settle for that. As Cuz is nearby, but doesn't have flash, and I don't think there's really an issue or really a reason to try to push a Gnar here to the brink. Could have maybe gotten his flash if he had been a little bit further up there, but now we're going back to the drawing board a little bit. 1,500 gold, the lead here for KT Rolster. It's really just a win everywhere. comp on paper, you know, cover up the enemy team. Great here for KRX.
Yeah.
The problem is,
somewhat. I'm not even a huge fan of their draft, to be honest. I mean, it's
kind of like, well, with what was banned, okay?
It has strong individual picks.
If you have, like, if you look at the bans, you're like, okay, well, how could they build a draft? And imagine, like, also all of KT's draft was banned or something, like, but even then you don't have to. Imagine, okay, let's just say, look at the bans, but not the Orianna. Like, imagine the Orianna was a ban. Then you're like, okay, well, they kind of made a dive comp here. They got the Nautilus, the Corki Falls up the Valkyrie, you got Gnar for setup. It could work, but I think for me, when I look at these comps, especially with the bottom lane situation, like, it could be Bro down here, and the situation might not look that different. You know, this is, I mean, I'm not even trying to take anything away from KT, but this is just how this lane is going to go. And I do think that Ando and Lazyfield have done a pretty good job, all things considered, but, you know, it is what it is.
That hook around Effort. Effort trying to get in front, but Aiming is going to be forced to flash away. Lazyfield picks up the kill as they pick up the 2v2.
Okay, well, Ando makes it happen again. And just as I was practically writing the obituary, they're going to even come over here and maybe try to do something on Dragon, because they're just going to put a pillar down and say no. We'll secure that one. But that's a huge win. I mean, it's the second game in a row where we've been doubting the laning phase. Down on CS, not quite as much this time around, but they make a great play in the 2v2. End up getting a kill back, this time for Lazyfield. So he ends up taking a gold lead here. So we'll watch this again. It's Ondil's hook. Oh man, that angle is crazy.
Yeah.
And that's really unfortunate for Aiming, who still dies despite the flash. Forces the flash trade from Lazyfield. They get the Dragon though, so some additional stats going over to all of the KT Rolster members. And a kill here doesn't change necessarily the way this lane is going to play out right now, but it feels great that you've stabilized massively. Not necessarily going to be getting prio for free anytime soon.
Yeah. Initially, the win was that there was still time to get wins, and so far, ever since we said that, we've had a win here for KRX. They got a win.
It's not.
They even up the gold in the bottom lane.
You know, don't look at the top lane CS, and you're feeling pretty good.
A win's a win, Wolf.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
We'll take those.
Yeah, that's right. A loss is a loss somewhere else, and we're not talking about those right now.
Well, we would never talk about that. Hey, look, we saw Cannon was missed here by the KT bottom lane. You know?
Yes.
Nice little win there for Kium. Now, Cuz is going to get everything.
Yes, he is kind of doing that.
It's another nice hook here from Ondil. Effort is basically dead. At least the root does come in. And Aiming's like, oh, what happened to my support? Well, he's basically dead as the arrow comes in. Oh, the rocket nearly kills Effort. As Aiming's like, I've got better things to do. I'm looking for the kills here. Some CC, though, and Aiming could easily die, so he has to respect this. Also, the Nocturne.
The Nautilus has ult, so if they want to sacrifice him, they should be able to kill Aiming here. They might even not have to sacrifice him.
Oh, he's just out of vision. He's just out of vision. Flash. Oh, he got the vision at the very end with his flash, and Willer finishes the job.
That's a big win. Really nicely played there from Willer. Comes down, gets the collapse. Well, I thought that a little bit more was going to be required to get that kill, but Aiming, his calculation was he won't have vision to ult me. I'm down to give a plate. I'm just going to get out with my life and then return to the lane, but Willer was able to flash for just a brief glimpse, and that's all you need to press R a second time and take him down.
All right, BDD, he's got some help up here. UCal just going to hold on to that ult and kind of totally whiffs, as now he says, I'm not even going to flash, I'm just dead.
No!
And not expecting the whole enemy team to be there, I guess.
Effort didn't even have level 6 at that moment. That's a rough one. Well, let's go back to the good news. Well, the bad news is the Corki bug is still a thing, but the good news is it's another great hook from Ondil here. And then Aiming wants to play this one back. He actually has his arrow, so he's like, I can actually win almost any exchange here. Gets the stun off. Effort ends up eating that damage, which is okay, but now Aiming decides, okay, I'm going to get out of vision. I should be fine here.
He's just saying, show me vision, vision, vision. I'll just flash, I got him. It's okay. It's okay. Nocturne doesn't necessarily.
It is okay. This a little bit less okay, as Effort is here, and UCal's ult. is unfortunate to say the least, as it just doesn't push anybody away, really. I mean, they avoided it nicely, you could say.
If he ulted and then immediately flashed away, like maybe he does at least force BDD to like follow flash, and then maybe he gets hooked by Ondil, and you know, it could have gotten a little bit more interesting. Instead, he kind of just accepted his fate after the bit of a mix-up there.
Well, they wanted to be the ones making the proactive play, and BDD ultimately doesn't even flash. BDD is the one who pulls the shockwave first because he has teammates coming over. I think I specifically said don't look at this. Thank you. I was very clear.
Do not show us that anymore.
Yes. I really like both of these top laners, you know? Perfect. Definitely a bit of a start from the bottom, now I'm here type of story, you know?
Yeah.
Here at the LCK. Crazy to see the growth that he's had. I mean, I don't know if I can think of another player who's transformed this fast. As Ondil is going to check this bush again.
Yeah, this happened last game. He's going to get hit by an arrow as there's the extension, and eventually they will get you, Ondil. And Nautilus does not do well against all that damage either, just like Nico.
Yeah, Ondil's like, I'm Spider-Man, I'm out of here. No.
Not everybody can be Duro.
You remember in some versions of Spider-Man, you know, Peter Parker actually has to like load his web, and he can like run out basically.
Yeah, I had a toy when I was younger that was kind of like that. Kind of had to like load the spider web thing. What is that even called? Spider web launcher.
Web dispenser.
Web hands.
He has a word for it. Like
Yeah.
I can imagine like on the old like cartoon, like his voice. He's like, oh, I'm out of my web. This is a bad situation. His like inner monologue.
You know, there's like a specific kind of nerd that reads comics.
Yeah.
We actually have one of those on our space, or not space.
Yeah, Degon.
On our team.
Yeah, Degon, he does it.
Degon, really?
No, I'm just
I'm like, wow, I learned something new. No, it's actually Ox. Ox is the guy that actually reads comics.
Oh, I just want everyone to know about Degon's Sailor Moon full collection.
Definitely real. I believe it.
Yeah, Ox is a big comic guy. He got me into Invincible, which is a problem. I really enjoy that, and now I'm always waiting for the new TV show episodes to come out.
And then, of course, there's the anime squad, which feels like everybody's into anime nowadays.
For me, as long as it's released like before 2012, I'm all about it. Recently released before like the year 2002. Been watching a lot of Initial D these days. All right, well, here we go. Opportunity.
All right, he's going to have to use the flash to get on top of him as the fear is going to be saved, but there is the condemned to get him away, but they just keep landing the slows. Perfect trying to get away, but the scanner does spot him. And a nice little setup there from Willer and Rich.
Got his summoners, and he doesn't have teleport, so it's a pretty huge win, actually, on the top side of the map for Kiwoom, as Lazyfield will Valk away, and he's not able to safely farm the minions right now, so that's problematic. This is the cross map here for KT. He wants so desperately to get to the turret, because Ondil is here with his ult, and I think he should be able to get onto it. Let's see if we can get this cannon. I think he will. I think he's fine. All right, that could have been disastrous, but he walked the final. Ondil!
No! Ondil! Not again! You go back to your room.
Oh, man, Ondil.
They sent him back to his room.
It's like he's...
Lazyfield, no, not you two!
Oh, no!
Oh, this is turning into a disaster. I mean, Cuz finally shows up in the bot lane for like the first time this series, and look at what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, no!
I can't do Hina like that. Okay, well, this was a great play. Rich comes over here. Perfect already uses his mobility. The Rich pulls him back, and the Willer's here with the flash. The Q connects from Rich to get the slow. And now Perfect is down sums. He gets killed. They give the kill over to Willer. And they got back to the turret. Ondil, I think he is...
Cut the tape.
There's something in his body, some sort of compound that operates like a magnet towards bushes. And he just cannot stop himself from going in.
Well, they're going to try to go in onto BDD, who hits the double shockwave as Yukal finally gets here, but the flash gets him out as Cuz is going to have to pay the price for BDD, essentially. So a 1-for-1, but that's the jungler of KT gone. Willer is a bit low, so KT are sticking around. A lot of damage already done into Lazy Field. No shockwave available, but look at this Vayne. Perfect, just frontlining it to everybody. Does not care a single bit. And everybody is just falling like dominoes. UCal looks like they'll just tank the turret to get him as the TP does not get him out. And that's his TP down. And a huge fight win for KT.
Oh, well. You know, I don't really have anything to add to that.
You want to break it down for us, Wolf?
UCal is playing against his former team. We'll go to take the historical angle. It's been part of many of KT's greatest successes. And he looks like he misses those days right now. Andil initially here is the one who wants to set this up on a BDD. But BDD ends up getting the double as they both go on top of him here. And UCal is too far away for the ult. And then it's flashed anyways. Sure, you kill Cuz, but then, like, I mean, this is just like Perfect being like, all right, well, like, that's it, right? They used all the buttons.
Yeah.
I guess I'll kill them now. This is great.
They used Paranoia. They used the Death Charge, which is the big one.
Yeah, I don't know what he said exactly because I missed what he said. But I think he said, like, I think I can fight them.
No, the root into the charm. Goodbye, Lazy Field.
And Perfect just identified, I kill all of them, and KT just continued to go with that theme as they're going to get Andil here as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much to say. I think KT, they found the opening, and it was kind of due to KRX going all in onto an Orianna, who peeled very well, Cuz paid his life, and then Vayne did whatever she wanted, and now the game is kind of over.
Yeah. I have commentated a lot of KT this season, which is normally a point of joy for me, but I did have to coin briefly the term, I'm bored by KT.
Yeah.
Like another combo.
All right, this time it looks like Willer will actually land the Fear. Rich a little bit delayed, but I think just the Nocturne alone is enough. As they will get the Mountain Dragon, but at least KRX gets something.
Will they be able to get the Herald, KRX? As they get this turret, put a small dent in the gold lead. If they can get the Herald, I think it's a pretty nice exchange for them. Arrow is available in 2 seconds here for aiming. They have to potentially play around this. How quickly can they take this Herald out? Not quickly enough. It looks like they're going to leave Willer out. He's like, guys. That was almost solo QS where he's just like, no, but I thought we were okay.
I pinged it 3 times. Why did nobody join me?
I think it was the right call to back away though in non-Willer defense.
Yes.
Defending everyone who ran away from Willer there. This time Willer gets the Fear, like you said, and BDD is flashless and gets killed, but it's in exchange for the Dragon. They did not get the Herald. In fact, Cuz was able to pick it up after they rotated over. And UCal's trying to get bounty gold. And Rich is the only one with a gold lead here with those ganks. The pressure was given, the extra turret he got. See what he can do.
They got an arrow on the way. This one looks a little forward, yeah. A little bit optimistic, we'll say.
Yeah.
You know, we have a couple of streaks going on today. KT looking for their 7th series win in a row, which would be their most ever as a franchise organization. Also, the Valdez cast, currently 6 days in a row, all 4 gamers.
Yeah.
And today's the 7th day.
That's
I'm
why
looking for my 7th as well.
Were you casting Oh, it's him.
Yeah, there's me.
That's him.
Me on the cast. If I'm here on this desk, it's always a 4 gamer.
Were you
so
casting
far,
the KT Bro series with me? Are you responsible for all of these KT games I've commentated where I just try not to say anything negative about the team that they murdered?
No, some of them have been with Atlas for sure. But we've had a lot of 4 gamers this season, so kind of just works out that way. And we do have a deep TP, and Meganar perfectly set up here. This might be Kium's only chance as they're trying to go in. Anda might just die. So we do have the flank coming in. Willer is going to be peeled away from as Cuz doing a great job of that. And Perfect, this is totally untouched again. The shockwave is beautiful from BDD. And just to make matters worse here for KRX, they get styled on in what could be the last big team fight of the game.
Yeah, Ando going in a bit early there, but I don't know what really KRX this far behind could have done. It's like, the call is so simple for KT to be like, okay, Nara's flanking, mostly just ignore him and kill the other guys. And eventually, aiming slows the Nara down, and Rich can't do anything without the rest of his team being able to join there, as Ando just took too much on the initial salvo there. And that's just going to be Baron a minute late, but very early here. But there's not a whole lot left to take on the map in terms of standing gold for KT Rolster. There's that inner and mid, inner and top lane. They have supreme map control. As look at Ando. Like, this is what I'm talking about, a little bit early. And then by the time the Nocturne falls up, Willard has to leave. And the Rich is like, I flanked them. And they're like, okay, well, now that the rest of the team is dead, you guys are allowed to hit Rich. And so Rich gets hit and gets slowed. And it's a bit disjointed. I mean, it's a desperate attempt. Again, I don't want to criticize this too much. Right. The bigger issues happened many minutes ago.
The Rift Herald fight was the big one. Like,
yes.
Throwing everything into BDD just for him to survive, and then you're playing against a Vayne who, yes, you killed him once, but he's still Vayne, so they just had no CC for a Vayne, and their jungler was already really low. So from there, they kind of got wiped, and KT got this massive lead. And now they got a very early Baron, and once again...
Why are they doing it to
She
her?
looks so angry, actually. Oh, no.
Oh, it's not fair.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
It started off great in game 1. In game 2, LazyField got those kills. That was good. They killed perfect. But that was where the good news began and ended. This Baron is not going to end the game unless QM decide to make another flank play like they did previously. Then it would in fact end the game.
The decision is in their hands.
Yeah.
If they want to end the game now, they can.
The thing is, Mountain Soul is up, so KT are like, yeah, not going to try to dive or look for any shenanigans with aiming Zero, try to collapse on somebody, try to pick off Yukal.
They don't have Zeus on their team who's going to jump over the wall and kill 2 people.
Yeah, they're just going to go over here and say, Mountain Soul seems pretty powerful, seems pretty effective. Seems like a good tool. Also spawns the Elder. If this game stalls out any further, we'd like to take that as well. Some games are just, they just were never meant to be. Like, even for KT.
They weren't meant for greatness,
I think KT is like, all right, well, we got this draft, and I was hoping to play some League of Legends, but instead we'll just give everyone the expected result. And we have a week, as Digon has pointed out several times, of very expected results. Like, most of our predictions are unanimously the same here on the global side for this week because,
yeah,
they kind of feel like foregone conclusions.
Oh, there's the arrow. Seraphine ult whiffs, okay.
Yes.
An angle?
Yes.
Everything's brought into BDD again. The Death Charge and the Nautilus. And guess who gets to do whatever he wants again? Well, it's this guy. Perfect on the Vayne. And they just have no answer for him. His mechanics are insane on it. The rolls are just, what are you going to do against this? Lazy feels like, I'll CC him. They don't have any CC Lazy Feel, although I do admire the effort. As KT, they're going to put them out of their misery here pretty quickly, it looks like. No Baron, no problem. And nice little come down into the wall. Lazy Feel has to back away. Yukal is dead, and so is Willer eventually. As they're just spawning into them, and that's the double kill for Perfect. Not much else to say about this one. Mountain Soul Baron, KT with an 11,000 gold lead. And please, okay, please don't dive him. Just let him be. Show some dignity. Some respect. Some respect. No, it's still a 2-0, and KT. You know, game 1 was a little weird. Didn't look like they were totally on top of their game to begin with, but by the end of it, that's the KT we know and love.
There was that one spike for KRX where they beat Nongshim, but since then, it's been business as usual, and it almost feels like we've seen a regression overall. As to celebrate for KT, we could say they have broken their best starting win rate or win streak ever, starting from the beginning of the season. Now 7-0 here, but I think the bigger issue and the conversation to be had about this series will be about Kiwoom, and maybe some changes need to be made. You know, we have already seen Jiwoo play this season, and he didn't perform well, but he certainly looked a little bit more stable. And on the top side of the map, we have, unfortunately, a lot of questions, but is it the players or is it the drafting? There are so many things. Like, is the drafting caused by the players? Hard to say. 7 coming out here from Aiming, as he was on the most recent dominant LCK roster for KT. Even though KT's best result worlds-wise was last year, where he wasn't there domestically here, Aiming was a huge part of that 2023 run. Now, we all remember, especially with the Arcane forward, or the Arcane ship forward on the Ezreal there in the lower bracket finals. But anyway,
Yes.
he remembers it well, no doubt. But he is looking
I remember
to
it like it was
potentially
yesterday.
repeat that 2023 run, as they were in that split, I believe, 17-1. It was crazy. They got unanimous All-Pro first. And it felt very similar to this, right? Just great fundamentals. Cuz and BDD running the jungle. That was the roster where afterwards Cuz got sent to Kwangdong and we were all like, what?
Yeah.
This guy might be the best jungler in the world. And he's showcasing in this series, not in game 1 necessarily, but in this game 2, what he's capable of. Yeah, this was really the final nail in the coffin, I think, for Kiwoom DRX in this series. And then Yukao also tries to TP out. They just didn't have anything going for him in this fight as well. Disjointed, but desperate.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do? Nice try. I do think that this one will be somewhat easy to VOD review. You know, I think there were some pretty glaring issues starting with the draft. And from there, you can kind of just go into that Rift Herald fight, break that one down. And after that, it was kind of just, you know, what are you going to do? And this is another example of Perfect just totally unaccounted for. Just does whatever he wants. Fed Vayne. No CC.
Effort really micromanaging these final moments.
Yeah.
As BDD confirms ult timers, and Lazyfield survives. See what they say about this. If anything. No. They do not say.
Yeah.
That is, that's a lot of Vayne damage. There are some small damage numbers on the Kiwoom side. Like, that might be a historic low for an Azir in a 25-minute game. Rich doing 7K. It's just they didn't get to play the game.
Yeah.
They were not allowed to.
Perfect with nearly 1,000 DPM. And it will be Aiming who does pick up the player of the match. Certainly helps that he got 16 kills on Sivir and 66,000 damage in a 37-minute game for game 1.
I think that's a lot of boom voting that might go through. For me, I voted for him because in the only struggle that KT had, he came up big and did his job really well. He also had a great Ashe game, controlled the lane really well. So I thought it was fair. You know, like, who else do you vote for? BD, a little bit of struggle in game 1. Perfect. Pop off in game 2. Could have voted for him, I suppose. But didn't really get the impact in game 1 with Jace that he was looking for. So felt like a fairly easy Aiming vote for me.
Yeah. So that was our first series. I'm in danger of my streak being broken, my 4-gamer day streak on cast, because we have HLE versus Nongshim up next, and you never know what to get between those two. So that's going to be pretty interesting. Make sure you're staying tuned for that. But guys, we do have the POM interview with Aiming. Now I'll hand it over to Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Aiming on the side of KT roster. Congratulations! Aiming, a new record. KT has reached their first ever 7 starting win streak since franchise. How do you feel? I think we're continuing such a long winning streak, which feels nice. And this is actually my first 7 winning streak, so it's amazing. How many can you go up to? I'm not too sure, but I will try my best to keep our winning streak going. And in game 1, it's been a long time since we witnessed the Sivir Yumi combo. And it's actually been 781 days since we saw this comp in the LCK. So was this prepared specifically for Kiwoom DRX? I think we were just honestly always considering what to do during the draft, and just during the practice it just felt like it would be a good combo to pull off. And from the draft there was a strong sense of we're going to funnel our Sivir and finish with Sivir. So when did that play out as intended? It just felt like the laning phase went really well for us, and as long as we were able to survive the laning phase well, and from the mid game until the late game, we just felt like we wouldn't really lose. And your Sivir in 37 minutes dealt 66,000 damage. So do you know what the DPM is? Not sure about the DPM, but it felt like I dealt a lot of damage. It felt kind of cool. It was a massive 1800 DPM. Isn't that insane? Yeah, I feel like that's probably my personal best too. Yeah, so how proud are you feeling? Yeah, it feels like I dealt a lot of damage, and it's just because the enemy had such tanky comp, and that's probably why it was so easy for me to deal so much damage. Yeah, so we were so shocked at how you shred through that tanky Sion. So for how well you played games 1 and 2, I'm sure that effort has been a great support for you. So how would you rate his performance or your own performance as a duo? Honestly, we're winning so well. I want to give us 100 points, and effort. It kind of felt like he would be lacking in sort of those ranged champion, but it felt like he was doing so well with Yumi. He actually hit all of his Qs, and he's doing really well. He plays a great Yumi. Anything you would like to say to Effort then? Effort, you're doing so well. I feel like you're doing the best, so let's just keep it going. And your next opponent is KRX, and we're excited to see your bot matchup against Diablo. So what are your goals? Yeah, BFX, they're really good at laning, and they have a lot of carry potential, so we're just going to have to prepare well so that we can win against them. And that's all from Aiming, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, as it is a clean 2-0, nothing to see here. KT Rolster get the job done. Valdez's streak of 4-0 days still quite possible, as Mr. 6 wins to 7 wins himself, Aiming, gets the POM. And it seems like, you know, he's been playing well. The squad's been playing well. You could have voted any different way. 6 out of 13 here. As
wow.
Everyone getting a vote except Cuz.
Except Cuz.
Cuz didn't get a vote.
I feel bad for him because I think he kind of nailed it on the second game with the Trundle. He was the one that he played so aggressively, just like Kanavi, but also kind of steady with the gameplay. And I think it was really great about like KT having most of the players having the POM. Looks good. I would be happy for this one. And I voted for Effort because I feel like, you know, KRX had Hina today, but we forgot who's the true support is Effort. So KT has Effort today. Such a blessing to have Effort here in a KT roster.
There's so many things. Wadid, how are you feeling in the back during this series? Like, as you came up with this comment too.
I don't know, man. Like, it's heartbreaking, you know?
Heartbreaking, man.
I thought you were a KT guy then.
I don't know, man. I feel just so bad, you know? Like,
he trusts
to
KT,
be fair, you know?
But he yearns.
Let's be
for
honest,
KRX.
you know?
Huh?
A man of culture. Just saying.
Yeah.
I feel bad. Oh, there it is. We were waiting for that. Yeah.
Once again?
Yeah.
Again.
There goes for you.
Wow, you look really good in your cosplay. Did you know that I did it too before? You know, I just wasn't sure if you knew that. Oh, it did. We knew that Wadid and the Hina comment was going to happen somehow, but he made it work for the KT win. Umpty, what did you have here for us in your POM vote?
We didn't learn how to support by effort. Like BDD was playing really well in the game 1 with Annie, even though he was like tough early game with getting ganked a lot, but his Annie was doing his job. At the game 2, Orianna, I think when he was playing the team fight and then the laning phase, that was quite crazy. They couldn't even like, I feel like Orianna was having a like double flash or something. They couldn't catch at all.
Like taking the blast cone right there, that he's really confident in himself. He just runs in and kills the target and he flashes out.
Yeah.
It's just montage play.
Yeah, his skill timing it here and then boss side too, like flash and using the shockwave timing was perfect. So I wanted to give it to BDD.
Yeah, you know, that's a good shot because I forgot during the Annie game, it just felt like he was constantly doing his job, which wasn't damage dealer. Didn't need to be the damage dealer there. Just create the space. BDD, another masterclass. Let's see what else that we had. Go, effort, consistent performance ever since his return to LCK. I think that's a good shout out too. I know it went to aiming, but effort has transformed this team.
He's the knower. And also I really like that he brought up the Yuumi in the meta so that you can actually play into some kind of matchups so you can have insane late game. And I think it kind of opens up for the KT to have the better draft when you kind of compete against the like better teams, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree. Like, this time, like, actually voting the KT roster at the POM was really hard. And I was, like, very concerned about giving effort to. Now, there goes perfect. Hop on. No time to explain this week also.
Yeah, definitely. Pony just hurrying through that one. Hop on, no time to explain, and ricocheted them to death, says Wolf for aiming. As
boom,
Wolf
boom
said,
damage.
The boom, boom damage
Oh,
vote
yeah.
happens every time. That, you know what? That should have been a bingo square here. Boom, boom damage vote. Either way, aiming ends up picking this one up. We did have one highlight that we wanted to touch on here early on from Umpty.
So, at the level 1, the disaster happened. You can see the bottom side too and the top side. They are late, even though they were at the range matchup. Now, Perfect is hitting Lich at here. And then Lich was trying to get the EXP here. And then he just used Exhaust and let Nar have to go base at level 1. And then this one actually continues at the boss side too. This boss side just have to base 1 by 1 at level 2. And then Croaky gets this wave.
Yeah.
And then he has to base again and Nautilus being alone here. And then they lost the EXP again. So they lost actually like 2 waves at there.
So what KRX, Kium DRX did at level 1 is chunking the Trundle out, but it didn't really work out for their team because they had to kind of like they're getting zoned out from the bot lane. And out of that, at the end, your jungler who helped you in the level 1, I mean, you just literally help him in level 1, he's getting solo killed by Trundle. So I think every single plan that they had in the early game kind of like in a bad position.
Yeah, and then I do believe that KT really played well at there. And then Nocturne, which is the last hope, it was really disaster for him that he was dying at there. And then like I will just give credit to Cuz that he just didn't take the crap, base, and kill the Nocturne with the item value.
Yeah, multifaceted problems here for Kiwoom DRX. It's not as easy as point at a single person here. They'll have more time to try and bounce back later on this week as they are still in 8th, KT still in 1st, 7-0. And this is what I like to see from KT. When you play a team that is on the bottom half of the standings, don't make the game, KT E-word, just make it boring and dominate them.
Oh yeah. And I think for Kium DRX, it was better. Like considering KT is the best team in the LCK right now, I think the early game that they had today was so much better than last week. And I think they still have so many games before we get into the Legend and Rise group. So it's fine. I think they're slowly getting back there.
Yeah, we're going to start having those conversations about Legend and Rise, which will happen in rounds 3 and 4 very, very soon. We've got the Mad movie, last week's best plays, and then we have the second place squad, Hanwha Life Esports, up against Nongshim Red Force, who had a pretty good start. A pretty good series here after the break. See you in a little bit.
로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드 경기 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드로 펼쳐지는 매치.
한번 쭉쭉 달려봐야겠죠. 더 한진브리온의 경우는 경기력만 봤을 때 분명히 더 승리를 했어도 아닌 생각도 많았거든요. 그러니까 정말 이렇게 혼란스러운 시기에도 1승 1승이 그만큼 더 간절해지는 거잖아요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
이쪽에 마이크 찾으시면 혹시 촬영을 좀 해서 쓸 일이 있을까요? 일단은 베이지 아나운서님을 메인으로 하는 시리즈를 좀 만들고 싶다. 거기서 일단 시작을 했고 어떤 컨텐츠를 좀 하시면 딱 좋을지 이런 건 좀 회의를 해보면서 맞춰보고 싶어가지고.
네, 같이 선수들이랑 할 수 있는 거 아니면 뭐 선수들의 일상이 되게 무료할 수 있잖아요. 여기에 약간 도파민을 줄 수 있는 2의 삶? 외향적인 2의 삶을 한번 맛보여준달까? 약간 그런 것도 재밌을 것 같기도 하고 뭐 축구를 같이 한다든지 라이엇 게임이나 뭐 마피아 게임 이런 것도 선수들이 되게 보드게임 좋아하니까 그런 것도 구연 동화를 해도 좋거든요. 서빙 재밌을 것 같아요.
사실 게임할 때가 제일 도파민 터지잖아요.
맞아 그건 그래.
근데 그만큼 또 졌을 때는 그것도 또 다른 도파민이겠지.
맞아. 약간 힐링 캠프처럼 힐링 도파민 캠프.
이거 만약에 시리즈 한다 그럼 제목을 뭘로 하면 좋을까요?
이제 힐링 캠프? 아니면 힐링 캠프인 줄 알았지? 힐링을 힐링 캠프. 힐하고 지우고 헬. Welcome to hell. 자, 무려 장장 2시간의 회의가 이제 끝이 났습니다. 여러분, 제가 도파민 제대로 충전시켜 드릴게요. 도파민이 필요하신 선수분들 어서 오세요. 도파민. 재밌겠다.
잘 쉬어야 경기도 잘할 수 있다. 그래서 제가 준비한 초특급 프로젝트 선수들을 위한 힐링 캠프입니다.
힘들어. 현기증 난다, 현기증.
아니 누르시면 어떡해요?
와. 네, 힐링 되고 있나요?
네, 좋아요.
슬라이드! 제대로 도파민 충전하러 오셨네.
볼만해? 보자. 봐봐. Euro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Konami's going to go in, of course. There's the Rumble and Divine. And also the One over the top of Canyon with the shield up. Survived for so long. But the DPS still there. Tobiel's going to be taken out by this Rumble. Looking for Keenan.
Really clean game despite getting put back.
Zeus! What am I watching? What is this? 잘한다. Not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. So now we have an all-out here. Perfect is going to stack that passive. He's continued to go on to Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it. Not pretty out of hands there from esports. Very clearly. I think they got to show some respect to Gen G on some of these plays. TP is coming in here, the arrow. Also going to hit Zeka into the McKenzie. Right in there, the equalizer. Gigantic this time. The catch ruler, the double knockup. It's gigantic here from Zeka. And that is the place that HLE were looking for. As you allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. They pick up three and are looking to get more.
That is going to be another bonus you're connecting. And trying to make it all gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used his steadfast presence to heal the smash, and it grounded Carrier.
부르기 빠지면 안 부르게.
Okay.
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 Well, Ju is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Carrier again. Oh, never mind.
적을 처치했습니다.
맵 찍고 한 거야?
그지?
Happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's Boki in the mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Wizards, that phone skill connects! As Carrier turns the montage back on! He'll find another one with the help of Faker. Genji, T1, KT, Hanwha, Bro, Nongshim, BNK, D+, the DN Automotive Supers, Kiwoo.
Wait, where did you put
So wait,
Nongshim?
hold on. So you guys got that on
Nongshim
tape, right?
6th.
Like you guys, the audio went through, right? So I can rip up his paper now
Wait,
and tell him he's an idiot.
Wait, wait. Wait, we're supposed to be overreacting. If you put Nongshim sick, did you even react to what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an actual reaction, not just fantasy mode. What did you write?
He wrote everyone's predictions in, and then in Digon's sideways, he wrote absolute delusional nonsense instead of writing Digon's predictions in.
I mean, I don't think it's absolute.
Actually, wait, hold on. I
think
sorry, I misspoke.
The bro
He wrote
position.
Digon's predictions in.
Display to BH, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame, feed music like we don't play. Make the ground shake, make the ground shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Make the sound wave, make the sound wave. Hall of Fame, feed music like we don't play. This is excellence personified. Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up. And they ain't no stopping all the shots that I'ma throw up. Been the man since the boy, but now the boy is all grown up. All it takes is one chance to make your life blow up. It's game time.
this ruined wasteland that we travel. See you on the other side of the deepest dive. Kerosene, lit our dreams, we ignite. Take the lead, it's our time, no goodbyes. Fade away into the night. I see you on the other side. Gonna meet you at the great divide. The legends call our names. They say they see you on the other side. I see you on the other side. You know there's never time to say goodbye. These endings never change. I see you on the other side. No surrender, stranded in the open. Lay your life down, that's the fate we've chosen. Don't look back now, only broken memories. All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side of the deepest dive. It's do or die. See you on the other side. I see you on the other side. Fade away, I'll fade away. See you on the other side. There's no time. I see you on the other side. Make it alive. See you on the other I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a is when I lift my mark into the stone.
강원 3명 화이팅! 강원 3명 화이팅! 스pon지 화이팅! 농심 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. Life Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. And Life Esports on a bit of a tear nowadays. It feels like they have decided everybody just get on Kanavi's back and we all go in one direction. That's been working for them. Nongshim, a good start. 4-2, but a very difficult match ahead of them in Life Esports.
Yeah, really tough one, but if Nongshim were able to take the upset win tonight, would do wonders for them pushing towards the top 2 here at the LCK. We are very deep into the season, right? Like, we're into the first round, rather. You know, we're looking at you know, some of our last games here, and Nongshim, had they not lost to Kiwoom in that upset, they'd be at 5-1 right now, the same as Life Esports, and a win would actually put them in second place directly. In order to tie with Life Esports, they would have to 2-0, which would put Hanwha on the +5, 5-2, and put them on 5-2 as well. Again, it would be an upset if they were able to pull it off, but Nongshim has found a decent amount of consistency here in the early days of 2026 here in round 1. Kind of crazy to think, you know, how this team has really turned it around since LCK Cup. A lot of it about Scout, the man on your screen here, but it's a really tough matchup for Nongshim. And this is kind of going back to like, all right, it was a great start. Well, why was that? You know, some of the matches were on the easier side. Now we hit the hard ones.
I mean, you compare them to D plus Kia, who is currently 3-3. D plus Kia have Bro, DNS, and BNK KRX. So that's a much easier schedule than Life Esports, Gen.G, and T1. Nongshim, a really big test ahead for them, not just tonight, but for the rest of round 1. And, I mean, they have a ton of experience in this lineup. They've been showing much better stuff, it feels like, at the beginning of this season compared to what we've seen in the past. So hopefully they can step it up tonight and make it an interesting series.
We talk a lot about Rookie of the Year here at the LCK and who's going to win that award. We spend time talking about it, you know, throughout the entire year because it's always a contentious award. Never know who's going to get it. I almost start to wonder if it's time to start talking about Player of the Year right now for Kanavi, because for me, who I vote for Player of the Year every year is the player that is shaping the meta, the player that's getting talked about the most, the player that is in the forefront of every conversation. And you cannot talk about any LCK jungler right now without comparing them directly to Kanavi.
We just did that with Cuz.
Yeah, and with Kanavi, he started off the season playing his style. The team couldn't keep up with him, and he was still being a little bit too aggressive. He's toned it down slightly, but that he was still dominating the conversation with his return here to the LCK. And I mean, it's going to take a lot of doing for me, you know, unless something crazy happens, for me not to think right now. Like, if I had to predict at this moment in time, Kanavi's going to get Player of the Year because he has been the one. The entire jungle meta and itemization that we're seeing right now has been warped by him. He is changing the way people are playing. And some teams are emulating him, even though they shouldn't, probably, because they cannot play that way. And it is actually just such a really interesting season because of it. And we've seen a massive turnaround for this team. Was this team the 10th place team in LCK Cup? Yes. Were they the 10th best team in LCK? No. We all know this to be true, right? We watched the games with our eyes. We knew that was not the case. But people like me were thinking maybe this team is going to be a Rise Group team if they can't figure it out. And oh boy, have they figured it out. Does this strategy, does the playstyle have longevity? That's what we're here to find out. Can they keep doing this forever? Will everyone be doing this in a few weeks? Or is this something that maybe gets patched a little bit? Maybe some of the picks that we're seeing Kanavi dominate on don't work out. Maybe they're not able to push their leads as much. And maybe Gumayushi is forced to play other champions and isn't able to weak side on AD carry as well. We don't know, but right now, Hanwha Life Esports are looking like they could do whatever they want, whenever they want. And for any jungler that faces Kanavi, it is always a tall, tall ask.
Yeah, and anyone who faces Zeka as well. Zeka been having a fantastic start to the season. He has picked up a bunch of POMs. I think it's 4 now. And just, you know, a very eclectic champion pool. A lot of different picks, even in what should be a mostly stale mid lane champion meta. And he's been performing on pretty much everything. And there's a reason he's getting so many POMs alongside of a guy like Kanavi, somebody we were just talking about. So,
yeah. I mean,
that mid-jungle duo is just incredible right now.
His Ziggs performance, you know, that was the big one for me where I was like, wow, you know, not only can he play Ziggs, but he really could play Ziggs. This is not something you'd expect from a player like Zeka. I really think for Nongshim to win this one, it's going to have to be they're playing through bottom lane and bottom lane alone and trying to really punish the fact that Gumayushi is given very few resources. And it's the top and mid lanes where Kanavi normally plays through. Now, in the early game, he plays through Guma and then he just leaves him alone, right? So
yeah,
maybe there's some punish that you could do after that if you decide to get onto Guma. Guma also a player who likes to hit the turrets, you know, maybe find an in there. But if you try to punish Guma when he's just pushing mid lane as Jhin, he's after your inner, and you lose the rest of the map, did you really find the answer? And that's what's so cool about how Hanwha play this. Kanavi will dive you anywhere, and Delight will be there. Zeus will be there most of the time, and Guma will be saying, all right, well, if the dive doesn't work, I got gold, and if you kill me, it's going to take more than one person, and you're going to lose even more on that dive on the other side, because we won't stop going, and we'll go all the way to your Nexus. I'm loving how Hanwha Life Esports is playing right now, and no one is doing it like them.
Well, Nongshim, at least they have the benefit of knowing exactly what to expect, and maybe they can utilize that coming into this draft, as Varus is going to be the first ban here. Just generally very strong ban you want to go for. But between Zeus and Kingen, we definitely see a lot of weird picks between these two. Would not be surprised to see a Vayne at some point, and a lot of top lane shenanigans, maybe some flex picks.
And Nivea top, a big enjoyer, both of these players of that pick. Let's see what comes through now, because these are a lot of standard ones. The Ashe gets banned actually here, taking that one away early. Pantheon still up, obviously. Karma still up, so if you ban neither here as Hanwha Life Esports, then you'll force them to do the same, and we'll have a bit of a trade potentially. Ezreal ban. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, and I think they will not ban the Pantheon here or the Karma and see what they get. I right now feel like you shouldn't give Karma, especially with Delight Guma right now and how this team is playing. Pantheon, though, in Kanavi's hands, also pretty horrifying. So, I mean, pick your poison.
or Xin Zhao. I mean, he can play all three of the top meta junglers very well. So they're just going to ban Bard. And that's not Karma. So definitely a tough decision here for HLE.
I wonder what the Hanwha does here, because Hanwha gets to pick, and there's so much up. And they're like, it's Kanavi. We just picked Jarvan. Like, forget the meta.
Yeah. And they already banned Ezreal, so they just get to say, you cannot counter us with that, at least. But they will get Karma and Caitlyn to start off.
So it's still a strong Karma lane, even though they don't have the Ezreal. Ezreal safe into Jarvan. Yeah, at what point does Guma just start playing Smolder? He's like, yeah, I'm scaling, it's fine.
I mean, he's going to play Jhin if you allow him to.
How does Hanwha just keep getting these drafts every time?
Surprised that they didn't just play Jhin Karma. Like, Caitlyn definitely puts on a lot of pressure, but Jhin is a fantastic pick away. Nautilus.
He's probably still playing Jhin. He could play Ziggs. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, it's going to be a tough lane to play, but you'll have TP. And you can come back to lane and clear the waves. You become a bigger threat later on because the game isn't about your, your presence early and you cleaning up kills. It's just about, layering damage on top of the aggressive front line and engage. Instead, we're going to keep the pick a mystery for now, as we'll see Zeko pull out the blind Aurora.
Yeah, he has been the best Aurora in my opinion. Just incredible stuff he's able to do on it, especially when he plays it with Guma's Jhin. That one game where they just dominated mid lane together was just kind of insane to me. So, good pick for Zeka. Also, technically a flex, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Zeka and Chovy have been the two big Auroras for me, but I think Zeka surpassed him recently. Scout will get his hands on the Rise, which will give them some rotational power and a lot of wave clear. I already have the Caitlyn Karma, so maintaining prio around the map is going to be how this comp is going to operate for now. They don't have great engage, so that's where we're going to have to see the top jungle pick up the slack, as that was the most obvious ban, I think, in the history of League of Legends.
Yeah, number 1 on the list. I wonder if they ban Ziggs next. There's not much else to say about the Jhin, but I think the Ziggs definitely could get a look in, although
I'm thinking if you ban Ziggs, doesn't Guma probably just play Misfortune and he's okay with it? I feel like with how Hanwha have played this season, you already just know what you're going to get and how they're going to do it. And so maybe they ban something else so that Zeus isn't able to have a free lane. That could be an option here. I'll ban the Ziggs, so, again, that's so predictable. If he locks in the MF, I might just leave because you guys don't need me. I don't even need to be here.
Yeah. Does feel like it could almost definitely be the right call.
It's not the most meta pick right now, but it definitely has a lot of lane power. Even though you're playing into Caitlyn Karma, you are going to have follow-up to the rest of the team later. And it might just be left on an island. And you're going to push in mid lane fine later on. Just have to make sure you don't die to dive. Pantheon made it this far. And it almost feels like Hunter Life Esports are, with this Scion banner, like, I'm giving ourselves a challenge. Or they're giving themselves a challenge with this one. Pantheon Rise.
Well, looks like they want to play Jace. So that's another good reason to ban away the Scion. But Yorick's still available. There's a lot of different things, as maybe they're going to pick something here for Guma and the MF.
Oh, I'm taking my headset off if he locks it.
Goodbye, Wolf. Solo cast.
All right, see you guys.
Bye.
Enjoy.
Jace as well does come through. And, we've lost Wolf, so now it's just me. That's okay. I can analyze this as well. The Yorick comes through.
I decided I want to keep my job, so I'll put it back on.
It's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
But we also knew what was coming.
Think that this draft here for Nongshim Red Force has a lot of power. Like, what Hanwha Life Esports got is very obvious, very predictable, very Hanwha Life. This team has, I don't think I can ever remember a time, except maybe like the T1 double marksman bottom lane meta, where a team has had an identity that is this well defined. I cannot remember, besides that T1 double marksman era, where a team is just like, all right, Kanavi's going in on these picks specifically. Zeko's following up on these picks specifically. And Guma, because it's best of threes and fearless, he has enough champions to play here. He's just like, all right, I'm on the self-sufficient ones. I follow up from far away. MF does that. Ziggs does that. Jhin does that. Oh, you can only ban 2? Guess what? And but on the other side of things here for Nongshim, just because Hanwha, we knew what Hanwha was going to do, doesn't necessarily mean Nongshim can stop it, but they have good tools. They have a really strong laning phase on the bottom side. They have an incredible amount of power in this Yorick counter pick here, and they have the Pantheon Rise to play through the map. So I think the tools are absolutely there. The question is, will their mastery of it be as good as Hanwha Life Esports just back another day on the grind?
Yeah, back to work for them. Same for Nongshim Red Force as we hop into the rift for game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, game number 1. We're already getting into the level 1 shenanigans. Just a little bit of poking and prodding from mostly Kanavi and his friend Zeus, getting in there, putting in a deep ward, and even a defensive ward on their own Raptors as well, just to make sure that no shenanigans are going to happen here from Nongshim.
This meta is so defined here at the LCK, but not as defined as Hanwha, but imagine if we didn't have Fearless. It's crazy. I mean, there'd be a lot of adaptation and changes and bans still, like in the old days for Nongshim, but imagine if you just tried to run it back after losing to this Hanwha draft. Would have been not fun to cast. Fearless, very fun to change things up. I'm excited for best of 5s where teams like Hanwha will not necessarily be able to play exactly what they want. 2 games in a row to 2-0 and move on. But right now, they are kind of doing it a lot of the time. See what Nongshim can do with this Karma lane, because that is their strongest power point right now. Yorick at level 1, he's not. Later, though. Later.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus, definitely one of our scarier Jace players. We've seen a lot of Jaces just kind of fall flat where, you know, Jace in the past used to be this pick that always dominated lane. And now he has some answers, one of them being Yorick, obviously not at level 2. But then eventually they just don't quite get the lead that they wanted, so they don't pop off as hard in the mid game, and then it's just kind of like, well, we have this Jace guy who hits a tank and doesn't really do anything else.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of mobility, so to speak, in the phase rush, but like you're otherwise a pretty immobile champion that's very gankable, especially if you're trying to apply that pressure and maintain that pressure, because right now he's got a 200 gold lead, right? Like he's picked up a CS advantage, grabbed a plate.
Guess who's bot at level 3?
Yeah.
It's Kanavi. And who could have seen this coming? There's the flash and the follow from Kanavi is so clean. Do they have the damage in the rundown? Even barrier going to be used here by Taeyun, and they do, even through the Karma Shield, although Kanavi's so close to dying, but he just walks it off.
Literally every game. Just literally every game. As there's no cross map. Sponge was just late to the bottom lane, so it doesn't actually look for a gank on the Zeus, who is pushed far up, nor does he save his bottom laner. So Sponge is just maybe a bit wrung out at the moment.
Like a real Sponge.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of liquid. He hasn't absorbed anything really in this game just yet. But
hasn't been used in a while. Been sitting at the kitchen sink for like
let's
a couple weeks.
If Kanavi is a faucet, there's a lot to soak in. But yeah, this, by the way, you see the ward on the river? I don't. You're playing Karma, Caitlyn. He's Kanavi.
Yeah.
Know your opponent.
Even
I don't even think that's like a
Sun,
I don't think that's even like a Sun Tzu quote or anything. I think that's just like what you gotta. That's what you gotta have in your mind.
Yeah, it seems pretty basic. But yeah, even Lahens had to flash. So all 4 summoners are gone, and Hex Flash here for Delight, who, by the way, the second that play ends, he goes back and he joins Kanavi to get aggressive once again in the enemy jungle. And so Kanavi gets to play like a crazy person, and Sponge is like, well, I don't know if Delight's there, but he's not bot, so I guess I just lose a Krug.
That is how it is. And obviously, Gumayushi is just going to be self-sustaining down here. Weak side Guma, it is the way. He has really come into his own in this role here in this squad this year. I mean, I took a little bit of growing pains, obviously, the early parts of the season where they hadn't figured out exactly what their style was. Even as far back as Kespa Cup was still a little bit rocky, even though they made the finals there. But I do think that things are looking very good for them right now. He bought the call because he knows later I'm going to be a follow-up to the front line that is already significantly ahead and is holding all of the gold advantages here for Hanwha Life right now. Let's see what Nongshim can do now that Scout has ult, right? Like, where can he go on the map? When Sponge gets his ultimate, where can they punish? These are the things that Nongshim is going to have to do to prevent that train from just rolling through.
I think the obvious answer, that's kind of unfortunate. The obvious answer, I think, should be top. You know, the Jace, you know, phase rush. But as you mentioned, doesn't have a lot of mobility. You have a Pantheon, you have a Rise. You can lock him down pretty easily. Bottom lane, diving turrets can be very difficult into Delight because he's playing Nautilus. And you know, it's not a ton of gank assists. You know, they have the traps from the Caitlyn, but that's about it. As they're trying to take Guma for a walk here, but the root comes in, and Kanavi actually shows bot once again on a ward here.
Sponge is going to come down here, but there's a Nautilus, and Kanavi's nearby, so I think that's about as much as he can do. Getting half a Delight's health bar, though, does allow them to continue to pressure here and allow him to start the Dragon. There is a ward that he'll ping instantly there in the pit, so he's letting his team know that they know, but I think he's also aware that they cannot really stop him. There's mid prio here for Scout with that wave clear from the Rise. And so they get the first Dragon of the game. They're utilizing the Karma Caitlyn very well, despite maybe using it a little bit too well there at level 3 for Kanavi. Zeus here has also backed off of the top side, so not in a gankable position. Pantheon will have level 6 likely right after this Dragon. So once he has it, like you said, maybe that pressure point will be the Yorick on the top side. Trying to dive a Nautilus Misfortune is pretty tricky with the base stats that Misfortune has with Barrier and the Nautilus root and hook. And it's going to come at a heavy cost if you commit. And that's also assuming Kanavi isn't there, which things could go even worse.
Nice dodge of the Ghoulie wall from Zeus, but you can see that this top lane matchup beginning to turn a little bit in favor of Kingen. He gets the Maiden up. Kanavi did just show on a ward up on the top side of the map, so I think that Kingen probably just wants to clear this and back away.
He has Sponge here, so another strategy could be to try to bait into the Pantheon ultimate. But Zeus is just 100% aware, I think. He's like, no, this is the pressure point they could apply. And my job here now is to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay. He just summoned that Maiden about 15 seconds ago, so didn't last very long. So he left it under turret and allowed Zeus to hit it about 8 times. So that's pretty unfortunate that he doesn't have that. Here's the pressure.
Here we go.
And we were talking about looking to dive Zeus, but Kanavi is here. They want to turn it onto Kingen first, but Zeus is mega low. There's the damage from Scout. They get the kill as Kanavi goes in, tries to lock him up with the Cataclysm, and now it's all up to Zeka to try to get in and do the damage, but he is alone 1v3 with a Pantheon in his face. Does do a decent amount of damage, but can't finish anyone off.
There is no question that both teams knew exactly what was going on there before that actually broke out, but trying to handle it was the trickier part, and I think Sponge was incredibly patient with the timing of his ultimate there, and made sure they could lock down those kills and then drop the aggro. By the time Kanavi drops Cataclysm, they're far enough away. As we've seen so many games where Kanavi holds people in turret with his Cataclysm. Here, as you can see, Kingen doing enough damage here, and then the Pantheon comes over, and by the time Kanavi gets this set up, they are away. Scout flashes. And Zeka decides to flash the wall here so he can use his ultimate to try to close the gap, but does not actually have the ability to do that damage through Brush, and so ends up using a lot of tools here, but ultimately gets nothing. Nongshim, huge win there on the top side.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. Your Rise Pantheon, although they're going very deep for this one, as everything's thrown into Taeyun. They say, well, we've got this Pantheon, we can do whatever we want, but now you see that Scout is a little bit late to the party, and Sponge is probably just going to go down as well. That's a kill for Guma, and now Scout comes in and just going to die as well, as HLE are eating good in their own jungle.
And also, by the way, Zeus knows everybody's here, so he can put this pressure on at this moment in time. We'll grab an additional plate, so the pendulum swings back to Hanwha Life Esports, but you gotta respect Guma's engage or follow-up range here. Like, they're so deep in the jungle, and they know where Guma is. He's on a ward. Like, he shoots over the wall with that, and they've got like it's a Jarvan Nautilus. You're not getting away. I think a bit of an overextension here. I think if they played it slow and played through Scout's rotation, I think this absolutely could have worked. You know, they pushed the fight away from where Guma can't impact it, but it was a little bit sloppy. And this team is like, this is where our whole style comes together, by the way, in scraps like this. Thank you very much. Nice steal.
That's going to feel pretty good at least. But really the main issue is how much gold they just gave to Guma, who is now 2-0-2. And your Caitlyn Karma lane, it's like, okay, you wanted to put on pressure. Delight picked Nautilus. As Flash comes in, they really want to lock down Guma here, who's just going to flash away. And the damage, not quite enough to take Guma down.
He caught his flash, and he's very immobile. And the Karma Flash isn't really as valuable, generally speaking. So I kind of feel like that was worth here for the side of Nongshim. They're a little bit sad they couldn't get the kill, but I'm going to feel good about it overall. Yeah, the gold leads are starting to stack up. When you look at them all, they're all small. If they were just in one place, you'd be like, okay, well, I can deal with this problem or that problem, but their problems are kind of mounting up. As Light's also going to pull this wave away as Lehens and Taeyun are backing. Now things get really tricky for Nongshim. They have a dragon lead, but they are not going to have prio when it spawns the second dragon here in 25 seconds. They can try to fight their way through it, but the composition isn't really online enough to fight without prio. In my mind, Scout picks up Merc Treads. You know, he's sitting on a Catalyst and a Tier. He just isn't going to offer a lot of damage in this fight, even if he could Realm Warp in.
I think one item Caitlyn as well can really struggle, even though Guma doesn't have his BT yet, but probably pretty close.
If Guma positioned badly and they could like Pantheon ult him and kill him somehow, you know, maybe that could be enough, but this Aurora does so much more than this Ryze does right now, and I think Nongshim should opt out. But we will see.
Just clearing vision.
Okay, I'm
Sponge
happy.
is like, no, I don't want any of that.
All right, I'm happy with your decision, Sponge.
Blue wall. Lots of damage here in Azeus. Kingan's definitely doing a good job now. Still a lead, though, as it's another Ocean Soul. Could have been much worse. You know, if Hextech comes out, could have been pretty big. As now they're looking for a dive down here on the bottom side. Lehens doesn't have flash, so this time it's going to bite him in the butt, as now Zeus has to deal with the cross map here, and he will not have a very fun time. But Kingin lives.
I thought he was dead. I guess he just was not quite low enough there with the turret ramp. Doesn't flash. Calculated.
2 lanes for 1 win here, though, for HLE.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. They got 1 back, you know. Guma's getting plate gold. He loves to hit the turrets. And by the way, he's like probably something like 22 times higher than his average kills per game right now at 3 kills. And it's at like 13 minutes. So he did enjoy those 2 kills he got with the ultimate earlier on. This is a really nice play here. Obviously, it's the same play we saw before, except this time they know the enemy jungler's on the bottom side of the map. So this is even simpler than the last time. And for Kingin, who was definitely a knower, simple as. And Lehens here, that's the thing. You get CC'd again, and didn't even have to use his ultimate, and they ult Taeyun here. And like, yeah, he's fine, but just cannot get back to his turret, so more gold goes over to Guma. It's almost 2,000 gold ahead. And frankly, this MF is not necessarily the main character, but kind of may become so in this fight, or these upcoming fights, where she's just so ahead that her ults hurt really bad, but even just her Qs are going to really do a number on anyone who's in range.
Yeah. Generally, for any kind of good, you know, TV show or movie, you know exactly who the main character is, who the supporting cast is, but, you know, with HLE, sometimes you just... It's a mixed bag. You don't know who's going to be the main character on any given day.
It's the Guma episode.
Yeah, it's like, well, this is interesting. Let's dive deeper into this.
Yeah, let's learn more about this character. This episode's all about him.
Yeah. And, you know, trying to make MF a good pick for the future as well, if he continues to play well. As Zeus once again getting dove here by everybody, and not going to have any more luck this time around. Kanavi gets here, but a little bit too little, too late.
There was a rotation down, actually, of both Guma and Delight, but it looks like Kanavi pinged them to back away, which comes to a shock. It actually kind of gave me a little bit of a shock, but he's like, nah, it's fine, just keep pushing mid, let's get that prio there. And instead of committing further, they just go back. He didn't want to go for a flash Cataclysm by time, you know, Delight shows up, bullet time situation. As that's the angle here, because look at the mid lane right now on the minimap. See, they're coming down. They have full prio there. So you could have argued Kanavi can actually hold Lehens here, but it's like, you can't get Scout, so not really worth. Scout has TP, and he's used it to head to the bottom lane and pick up some plates, so he's going to get a lot out of this, actually. And we'll nearly just get rid of that gold lead that Zek has been holding this whole game off of it.
Yeah. Zeus no stranger to getting bullied in the early game. Just remember his Gnar game and a lot of other games where he falls very far behind, but still ends up being, you know, a boon to his team and doing things in the mid to late game. I do wonder if he's going to be able to do much on this Jace from this far behind. And if Guma can carry enough on a pick like Misfortune. You know, HLE do have a sizable lead, a decent lead, nothing huge, but, you know, they lost a turret. They did get the Rift Herald, but it feels like a very even game state.
Yeah, I like the game state here for Nongshim because of the Rise Pantheon that they keep using. By the way, here we go.
This time HLE seem to be ready for it, but it's 4 members here as another TP's coming in from the side of HLE. They're trying to peel it here for Zeus, who will survive a massive Aurora ult on everyone. And they just keep him in place this time. Life Esports are so ready for it. And Nongshim were not.
Liking the game set a little bit less now, Valdez, for Nongshim after that one.
Yeah, I agree.
But can Taeyun get out? He doesn't have flash. He's going to be fine. Delight's too far away. Lehens? Karma's making up words.
She has her own language. They're real voice lines.
I don't know. That's going to be a turret in the mid lane. So it's just the news isn't getting better. It looked for a moment like, okay, Nongshim are going to continue to run the map. They have a better scaling comp, arguably, and have more side lane power. But Zeka's the real problem. And when you were mentioning, okay, can they carry with a Misfortune? I was like, yeah, I don't know if this is the lead you really want necessarily, but they keep getting these skirmishes where, with this TP, by the way, from Zeka, shows up in the back of 4 people. He just carries the fight here with Guma on the side, and there's just not a whole lot that Nongshim could do. They opted fully in. It was completely all in. There is no cancel button on that exchange. That Zeka can be such a big, consistent damage threat. And between the burst they have, Jace, Aurora, and this Misfortune, they should be able to win most fights if they can burst anybody down right at the beginning of it. And with Kanavi setting it up so incredibly well, with Delight being on the Nautilus, it's pretty simple, right, to execute. And it's what Life Esports has been doing every series since they really had that bounce back at the end of week 1 and especially at the beginning of week 2. And it's like what they're best at. They have all the comfort picks. They have the 3,000 gold lead. And you can try to make the argument that, hey, Taeyun, you know, he'll get out of the trough. Scout will be a big late-game damage threat. They got Yorick and Sides. They got Pantheon to back it up. But I think the ship may have sailed here.
Yeah. I mean, when we were talking about drafts, something I was thinking about is that, you know, in this meta where there's so many things that are super powerful, to the point where you can ban 6 of them, and yet Karma's still going to get through, Jarvan's still going to get through, Rise, Pantheon, right? All these huge picks, they still get through. You can just run a comp over and over, you know, kind of like, because a lot of these picks are not going to get banned. They're not going to ban Aurora in the first phase.
Yeah, because then you're going to give over something potentially worse, like Guma gets his Varus, like, yeah, you know, or...
And some teams have tried to ban Jarvan.
Yeah.
And they've tried to ban out Kanavi, and he's like, well, I could just play Shinjal, it's fine. You know, I don't have to play this. I'll play Kha'Zix, right? Like, he can play other stuff that kind of fulfill a similar role.
Exactly. And it makes you wonder, like, what happens when Kanavi and Guma and Zeka have a pool that allows them to play the meta picks incredibly well, but these second-tier rotations on top of it as, okay, here's an engage.
All right, tons of damage already in a Scout. No surviving for him as the MF Nautilus show up big once again. And, well, at least Sponge was able to land a stun and nearly get Kanavi. Another hook is going to land, and he just doesn't miss. Delight on engage supports. You gotta love it. He's not playing the Enchanters. He's like, no, just give me Nautilus. I will carry.
He has such a big role to play in these fights. You know, his ultimate is very easy, right? That's the easy part. That's the one where you just click on them. But the dredge line gives them so much leeway with how they can engage, where they can engage, and which targets they can hit. And when he's making these aggressive plays over and over again, it's really simple to follow up, right? As long as he does his job. If he misses this, the whole plan's a bust, right? And they got to wait for another cooldown, or they got to just wait for another wave. But in this moment, if he hits those, the follow-up is just immense. And so, as we see here, another one comes through. Then he can press R this time to lock them down since Kanavi is low. They have the damage, though, with the Aurora. And that's a dead turret.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've seen players like Keria have times where he also is just unbannable, right? In the Marksman meta, he's like, I'll play literally anything that shoots with 80 damage. And Kanavi has a thinner pool that he's utilizing here, but if you start to ban those away, then other problems arise. Like, imagine Kanavi playing like Orianna Nocturne with this team. That sounds pretty horrifying. And you know, like banning Keria's Bard right now is the thing that a lot of teams do. A lot of people just ban Bard in general, but it's not like Kanavi has that one pick that you're worried about. He's got 2 that you're really worried about, and when he keeps winning 2-0 and there's so many picks that need to be banned, like you're saying, he just keeps winning on those.
Yeah, just allows you to play a very consistent style. As double TP is coming in, plus Sponge, and they got nothing. Double
Zeus has TP.
and Sponge ulted, and they got nothing. Well, they got mid-pro, okay? I don't want to take that away from them.
Arguably like triple TP with the Sponge ultimate, and now they're going to try to force a fight here around this buff. Did not go well for them last time. Bit of a different situation here. They got Prio, but they can't do Baron. Dragon hasn't spawned, so you know, while you can't take it away from them, they got Prio. I think the value of the Prio here, we'll have to look at the Prio exchange to really see. I'm gonna have to.
How much is a Prio worth nowadays?
Well, at this specific moment, I think it's on the lower end.
Yeah, it's time to buy.
Yes. And believe it or not, that's where Kuma's going, right to the mid lane to get it back, because Dragon spawns in 50 seconds.
Yeah. It's another Ocean Soul, but you can tell that HLE, I think at this point, as long as they control vision, control areas of the map, and try to take more fights, they can always just engage with Kanavi or Delight, and it doesn't really matter what it's over, as long as they can convince Nongshim to come to the fight.
They just don't want...
Like, yeah, okay.
Exactly. Like, they don't want the Dragon, they want the team fight the Dragon creates, and they also don't want to push too far inside, which is why the way Zeus is playing this mid-game, by the way, is beautiful, because he just keeps catching waves near his inner, and he's like, you guys can't kill me, and our 4 is stronger than your 5, essentially, right now, especially when you don't have tools, so we just get the Prio back. You used everything to get Prio, but it's so temporary, we get it back, and Zeus is like, I'm not going to do anything risky. I'm just going to stay with my team, not going to give you guys any ins, any opportunities for gold, and it's just great map plays here from Hanwha Life, and they know that Nongshim can't do Baron. You know, if we were 10 minutes later in this game, they would not be able to play this way at all. Even with the Pantheon ult down, right with the double TP, they would just go straight to Baron, and Hanwha Life Esports would actually have to respond. Speaking of responding.
Zeka is on the hunt. He's not playing Sivir. Now it looks like they are going to get this Drake essentially for free. Nongshim were like, maybe we get some vision. And they did. They got a little bit of vision around the Baron.
It makes you wonder, like, what can Nongshim do? They don't want to fight the Dragon. There's no win there. They can't pinch anybody inside because there is nobody insides. Oh, boy.
Yeah, just flashing over the turret is Delight. That's how confident he is to look for engaged plays now.
And how much Scout trusts he's not going to miss that. And he flashes in response, so... You know, with Hex Flash available for Delight, I don't think he really cares that much. And he's not the only form of engage, as he's putting sums in, looks like in the keyboard there. You could just tell this guy is 100% locked in right now and is leading the charge for the squad. And like I said, you know, if you look at the map for Nongshim, where do you go? Where do you clear? You got to slowly like leapfrog towards Baron. Make sure you can check that one out, verify it, because no one's showing on the map. And Hanwha Life Esports are like, I'll see you there at the team fight. Otherwise, you won't see me. There's
Look
no
at all
in.
the pings right now on a Kingin.
Kingin is a bit overextended.
He was the first person to show on Vision, and they were like, hey, let's go. Let's go fight him. 3 people bot. They can't do Baron, so might as well.
The Nongshim players are not doing the damage to champions because they're just not able to. They're not able to fight. They're not able to get out on the map, and the fights are ending instantly. Their heads are getting chopped off before they can even really wield a sword, or in Caitlyn's case, a rifle, and in Ryze's case, like a book. And then, Yorick's case, a shovel, I suppose.
Karma's case.
He hasn't died yet, though, so he's...
What about in Karma's case?
I don't know, an imaginary language, so to speak.
Is it a spade or a shovel? Is there a difference? I wonder. Taeun is going to have to flash, so there's the Hex Flash value.
I always thought the spade was the, like, mini shovel, you know? Like, you use for gardening. A shovel is, like, used for burying things. Sometimes gardening, sometimes, like, construction work.
Or clearing snow?
Digging up a treasure chest, yeah, snow.
Yeah,
I
was digging up a treasure chest just yesterday, so
yeah,
I was using a shovel for
You weren't
that.
using a spade for that.
No,
that would just take way too long.
not, yeah.
At least that's what I think a spade is the small one that you wouldn't use for a treasure chest.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to get this question answered, because I am not sure. Zeus is just running away from where he thinks Pantheon is going to go, and he's right. He will get away from the Pantheon. He still dies. As HLE, they were just begging for someone to start a fight. And, well, Kingen did.
Okay, well, this got a lot of people in the bottom lane, and so Scout and Taeyun get some additional time pushing their lanes. Scout's level 16. I don't think he should greed for this overgrowth. I think he would have gotten away with it. Actually, it looks like he will. He will.
Yeah.
But, okay, so we got that. That's an additional bit of value they got in this timing before the next dragon is up. This does really feel like Kingen is like, I'm strong. Let's bait them. You guys, I'm going to give you some space. I'm going to sacrifice myself here. Maybe I'll take Zeus down with me. And he does. And, you know, I guess got him. They're still really far behind, but that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, got to figure out something still. Kanavi hiding on bush. Sponge going to lead the charge with Lehens, clearing out vision. This is smart. This is what you got to do. But it does feel like they're turtling a little bit, where it's like, okay, maybe later on we can get something going. Because at this point in the game, HLE can't really do the Baron either. Lehens? Okay, he's trying to bait something, I suppose, but in goes Zeka, just bursts him down, and that's the end of Lehens, just like that.
It almost feels like you can hear the Nongshim comms being like, okay, let's trick them. Maybe there's a way they always go in on everything, so if I stand here, like that felt like the play with Kingen in the bottom lane. You know, it felt like the play here with Lehens. This time, though, fails.
Oh, no. Zeka, so good at finding those angles. And Kingen and them, they're trying to get a bit of damage into him, but that's just Baron gone. And maybe in trade for a turret, you see Nongshim trying to get something here, and they should be able to get this one.
Should be able to. Majai's picked up for Zeka. He's had his Dark Seal stack completed for a while, so he is hoping to get more pages. I don't know what the value of getting that mid turret is necessarily going to be here for Nongshim. If they can like flip for Elder, maybe getting Prio there and pushing through that could be something that's valuable later on. Because I don't know if you really want to fight this one, but like, what do you want to do? They're going to look for an angle here.
Oh no, look at the damage from the Aurora! And the bullet time, they all get stuck and locked up and lined up, essentially, as Guma knocks him down. And that might just be the end of the game. Scout, a little bit too low to do anything. He will not be able to clear the wave, especially against Baron and HLE. They find the fight they were looking for and win the game.
Nongshim turtled so hard and then they just lowered the shield. They wanted to challenge, they wanted to use the dragon.
Aww.
Poor Scout.
Scout, no. Okay, he's done. Very heroic effort from him. But the game is over. And HLE are just unstoppable, it feels like, nowadays. Stoppable onslaught of this team, the orange tank.
All I can think about right now is I cannot wait for Hanwha Life versus KT. You know, like that matchup, the stylistic differences between the two teams, it is going to be a banger. Now, Hanwha Life Esports still got a series to finish here. And Nongshim had a great draft, but the dive fail was pretty costly. And they ended up just playing into Zeka's hands. You know, that was the main turning point in this game. In those final moments, they could have just given up the Ocean Soul, but it would have also meant giving up Vision, playing into Baron buff. You know, you're not going to have a whole lot of defense. Like, Scout did 6.8k damage because all he was trying to do was clear waves so that he could be more relevant later and win that big team fight that never happened. And I thought that's why they were going to give the Dragon and pray for Elder, but they did not. Zeka with the performance of a lifetime, Delight popping off on Nautilus, Kanavi leading the charge, and even Guma picking up kills. Quintessential Hanwha Life Esports.
Yep, no stopping them. Nongshim are going to have to figure something out for game number 2. At least the Aurora is gone for now. As it's 1-0 for Hanwha Life Esports, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
쳤다 얘네. 캐트. 나봐줘. 캐트 공고 나왔어. 맞아. 나왔어. 끝내자. 끝내면 될 듯. 가자. 라이즈 돌았어. 라이즈 전혀 있다. 라이즈 풀 돌았어. 브라인 써도 되겠다. 준영이 형이 갑보이면 갈 거로. 바로 살짝. 걔 풀 있어. 풀 전냐 있어. 아까 나다. 나이스. 잘했다.
안녕하세요. 이쪽에 마이크 찾으시면 혹시 촬영을 좀 해서 쓸 일이 있을 것 같아요. 일단은 베이지 아나운서님을 메인으로 하는 시리즈를 좀 만들고 싶다. 거기서 일단 시작을 했고 어떤 컨텐츠를 좀 하시면 딱 좋을지 이런 걸 좀 회의를 해보면서 맞춰보고 싶어가지고.
네. 같이 선수들이랑 할 수 있는 거. 아니면 뭐 선수들의 일상이 되게 무료할 수 있잖아요. 여기에 약간 도파민을 줄 수 있는 2의 삶? 외향적인 2의 삶을 한번 이렇게 맛보여준달까? 약간 그런 것도 재밌을 것 같기도 하고, 뭐 축구를 같이 한다든지 라이엇 게임이나 뭐 마피아 게임 이런 것도 선수들이 되게 보드게임 좋아하니까 그런 것도 구현 동화를 해도 좋거든요. 서빙 재밌을 것 같아요.
사실 게임할 때가 제일 도파민 터지잖아요.
맞아. 그건 그래.
근데 그만큼 또 졌을 때는
아,
그것도 또 다른 도파민이겠지.
맞아. 약간 힐링 캠프처럼. 힐링 도파민 캠프.
이거 만약에 시리즈 한다 그럼 제목을 뭘로 하면 좋을까요?
이제 힐링 캠프? 아니면 힐링 캠프인 줄 알았지? 힐링을 힐링 캠프. 힐하고 지우고 헬. Welcome to hell. 자, 무려 장장 2시간의 회의가 이제 끝이 났습니다. 여러분, 제가 도파민 제대로 충전시켜 드릴게요. 도파민이 필요하신 선수분들 어서 오세요. 도파민.
재밌겠다! 잘 쉬어야 경기도 잘할 수 있다. 그래서 제가 준비한 초특급 프로젝트, 선수들을 위한 힐링 캠프입니다.
아 힘들어.
현기증 난다, 현기증.
아니 누르시면 어떡해요?
와. 네, 힐링 되고 있나요?
네, 좋아요.
슬라이드! 제대로 도파민 충전하러 오셨네.
Close your eyes, breathing deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. The orange tank continues to roll on as Hanwha Life Esports make Nongshim's very difficult path, as we saw in the pre-show, even harder. It is a 1-0 lead for Hanwha Life. Digon here alongside Wadid and Umpty. As let's dive into this draft. I mean, there was a lot of ways it could have gone, and it just doesn't quite work out, the idea here for Nongshim.
I mean, I think Nongshim had the clear idea of just using the both pressure with Caitlyn and Karma. But I think the plan that they had in level 1 was not optimal. So they spent like literally 4 trinket wars to prevent Kanavi, the early gank on the bot lane, but it didn't work out that well.
Yeah, and then it actually became disaster because so 4-2 ward is like over the wall or coming at the level 2, and then they will use the wards at Tri-Bush and the bot lane bush for the laning. But the thing is, Gumayushi and DLI just spotted the ward and the timer.
Oh, yeah. So you can see the timer actually.
Yeah.
So that's why like Kanavi decided to gank on both sides when the ward disappears.
Yes, so that's why Karnavi, it was quite easy to decide to gank it here this time because they saw the 2 wards at the ball side. There's no way more wards they can spot. They can do it. So that actually naturally goes to the K3 Karma's death.
So yeah, on the exact timer, Kanavi is on both sides without clearing for camp, just on time to gank the bot lane, and it was just clean execution at the end as well.
Yeah, and then the Caitlyn like dies with using the full spells, and the Karma is no flash. Actually, I would say the draft was quite good for Nongshim here, and then this one actually break the game.
Yeah, what we love about this is that we always talk about the bot lane gank, how it happens. We got to show you right there, right? It's not just, hey, we just walk on in, they should know better. It was really good strategy by the squad to prep for that. And so Kanavi showing off why they're so good.
So yeah, and also on this one as well, I think it's about the using Karma and Caitlyn lane. So I think they tried to use the Karma pressure, but here's not the place where Karma wants to take the fight here. So in this place, you're in a choke, and I think you have to understand how misfortune works, because you don't even need to go into the fight. You can literally just shoot the misfortune ulti over the wall, and you have Nautilus flash on, so which means that if you are gonna take the fight here in the choke, then you're gonna get smashed, you're gonna get deleted. So what happens next is that Taeyun tries to walk in with Lihans. Like, they literally spotted misfortune, by the way, and then they did this. And again, they tried to use a Karma pressure to get the jungle skirmishes, but this is not the one that Karma wants. They wanna just hit the turret with the pressure, and at the end, you know, Scout is like trying to help the team, but it's not gonna work, and he tries to kill the ward for the free gold, free bank, but it's not gonna work, and he's gonna get engaged on as well. So after this, like, the game is literally unplayable.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I don't think this is the play that Pantheon, Caitlyn, Karma want to play. It has to be making the bad condition in the misfortune and Nolus and let them like can't fight or let them base and just use the number advantage. But it was just straight up 3v3, even it's a 3v4 because Caitlyn was not even there.
Yeah.
So the fight was quite awkward for Nongshim.
Yeah, and that's like the tough part about Nongshim's plan. They try to prep for the early gank because you know that's what Hanwha Life wants to do. You spend the draft resources to push in the lane. That fails. So now you feel pressure to try and do something with that very strong bot lane, and you're kind of off balance because you've messed up the lane. And then when you press Hanwha Life there to punish, they have just been doing this nonstop. At the beginning of the day, we showed you what their 13-game average was. It's 4.3 thousand gold. In this game, it was 5.3. This is even higher. This is second versus third.
I mean, just to remind that this is not just HLE being overly aggressive. They're being smart about it. So even though Nongshim tried to prevent the Kanavi ganks from the early game with the 4 trinket wards used, I think you cannot avoid Kanavi from that early ganks here.
Yeah, and then still that 5k gold gap is looks huge, and then like that means HLE knows how to checkmate, which is weakest team, which is the East side, should learn watching the HLE game.
All right, I mean, A lot of draft resources spent by Nongshim Red Force. There's still the Bard and Jin up. We know how much they like to play around that. Xin Zhao still up for Hanwha Life Esports. A lot of ways to go for the squad. Let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. I love the breakdown from the early game, showing off just how HLE are able to get leads like they do. As well, I know the left one is a raccoon. I don't know what's happening on the right.
It's the nuggery, the ramyun nuggery. And it says, like, if you win, I'll just only eat Nongshim ramyun from now on. For 1 month, I guess it was.
For 1 month. It was just a very funny drawing.
I think it should be forever.
I mean, that's probably going to happen anyway. Probably just going to eat it forever anyway.
Yeah.
Nongshim do select second pick.
Yeah, I wonder what sort of like 1-2 punch they're looking for and what sort of counter picks they might be able to get here. Because we've talked about it so much. We spent actually so much time in game 1 talking about it, so I don't want to harp on it anymore, but we kind of have to. Like, what do you ban against this team? How do you prevent them from getting the Xin Zhao setup that they want? Because right now, Hanwha Life is like, Kanavi's like first pick. Yeah, that's what I was kind of, that's what I wanted. Like, you mean I get to get my jungle pick? I'm about that. Can you ban Xin Zhao? And what is the cost is like what we might find out or we might not, as Nongshim ban the more meta picks, and then we end up with a Xin Zhao first pick for Kanavi, and that's how it goes. Like Ash, you don't have to ban it, but his Gumayushi, he did just pick up World's Finals MVP on it. It's one of the most meta 80 carries. It's game 2, like a little scary, a little scary.
3 80 carries here, banned away. One of them flexible to the top lane. That's just by HLE. Of course, Ash on the other side, who we were just talking about, makes 4. So really trying to put a lot of pressure on this 80 carry pool. It does leave Rumble available if it weren't going to be banned. So
what do you think?
Banned.
First pick. Any guesses?
Bard?
It could be.
Well, did you really think it was going to be Bard?
Are you serious? You were just joking.
No,
he was just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh! He already wrote down Xin Zhao. Well, I just, so you picked second pick. What you got? You knew this was coming. Like, if you're like, oh, man, they picked Xin Zhao. Didn't expect that one coming. I'm really worried. Okay, it's going to be Azir, which is a scout favorite, so I like that. Just in a vacuum. That's good. I like that.
Yeah. Orianna gone, Ryze, Aurora gone.
What?
I mean, it is Zeka. You could just
Bard,
play Kali.
Lulu, something strong on the bottom lane. I mean, there's no Yunara, but there's still other picks you can play with the Lulu. Bard empowers a lot of bottom lanes. You don't need to get a jungle right now. Poppy.
Now, I think Sponge has played that a decent amount in the past. He did just have a crazy pop-off game
I see what you did
with
there.
it against, against Bro. But that
Any
was against
Jin
Bro,
Bard
right?
enjoyers, by the way. I'm just asking because it's available. They picked Poppy,
And
which
this
is now no
why
longer playable in support. And
you can just play the same style.
you can literally just do the same thing every series and play it incredibly well and generate massive gold leads, and no one can stop you.
And they banned away 3 80 carries, and Ash is banned.
Oh!
Oh!
He went to the other one.
Now, this is flexible. This could be a pick for Zeka and Azir, which he has done before.
I actually think you probably should ban Jin just in case. If you're
I think you should.
You kind of get the angle to maybe do that this time. Like, ban Jin Akali? That's kind of safe, right? Like, then you covered your bases a little bit.
Well, now they're picking Gnar, which is good blind, but you're going to have to protect it with some bans, which means that maybe Jin gets through?
What bans do they drop here, though? Is they going to, like, because if you ban Vayne, he could play Cannon, he could, there's a few things he could do here. play Anivia. I probably won't in this matchup, but I personally, I'm like, it's Zeka, it's Guma, Jhin, Akali.
Yeah. Well, Vayne kind of has to.
They're
be
like,
banned.
no, I'm not going to play against Vayne in the top lane, and so.
But I also think that Jhin deserves a look in.
I think of the picks we've mentioned, in my mind, probably if you've watched the LCK, you probably know this. Akali is the least concerning, but it is Zeka, and it is the matchup into his ear that he has excelled at and won a world championship in part through. So Lucian will be banned away. That's a smart choice. As this is, I think, in my mind, 100% a jungle Poppy pick. This is not ever going to be played into a Bard lane, especially not a potential Ziggs Bard lane, but Jhin? You gonna let him have it, or you're not gonna let him have it? Remember, Zeka is one. Okay, all right, yes,
we did it.
Zeka is 1-0 on this Ziggs pick in the mid lane and popped off on it. So we know he likes to play this. We know he likes the matchup. A lot of players do, in fact, including players like Chovy. But do you ban Kalista here? Corki?
Yeah, Corki.
I don't think Kalista's as big of a concern, but they think it is. I mean, it's a lot of consistent damage that you don't necessarily have. We don't know what Guma's playing yet, but with what we have right now, with the information we have, Kalista is pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can just play Ziggs if you feel like the lane is playable. Corki, definitely kind of the next 80 carry on the tier list. Get away from Bard ults and stuff like that.
Sivir. And if they pivot, I mean, I don't think there's any way you can turn around this bottom side. Like, there's no jungle pick Sponge can pick that makes this feel better. The Jarvan's already gone. Like, I don't think you ever want to play Poppy in this bottom lane. So we kind of know what we're going to get. And it could just end up being a Nami for the Corki. This is the pick for Zeus. And I joked that he wouldn't play the Anivia here, but he said, actually, yes, I will.
Yeah.
And Kingan's laughing because he's also an Anivia top enjoyer. At least I think that's why he's laughing. And the Nami comes through.
All those 80 carry bans just for them to get Corki Nami. It's honestly pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like this draft here, once again, for Nongshim Rivers. It has a lot of win cons. The bottom lane is a little bit tricky, but I think it's definitely winnable. It's much more playable than what they had last time around. Top side, it's going to take a really good Anivia performance to like control that lane early and really get ahead on it. The Poppy is also quite versatile here because it can set up engages, works well with Azir, as we've all seen many, many times across the years, but also can warp a team fight where, you know, Zeka isn't able to layer the damage if you have Prio, and then they try to play through Sivir, you knock half the team away. She doesn't have any way to clean up the fight after that. So just like game one, I think Nongshim have a good draft. They have the tools to beat what Hanwha Life have. And even though, you know, they warded a lot, still got caught by Kanavi in game one, like they made some plays topside. They know what they're doing. See if maybe this time around they can find that consistency. Maybe they don't step over the line a little bit too much, as we saw there. Like that play on the red buff where they got caught by Guma, stuff like that. If they can tune that up, we could have a series on our hands. Nongshim are definitely one of our top 5 teams right now. That much is clear. We'll see if they can beat Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it takes a lot to beat this team, but maybe they got it in the tank here for game number 2. HLE up against Nongshim Red Force as we hop into the rift again. Alrighty, game number 2. We already saw our first series was relatively one-sided. You know, KT, a little bit of a slow start, but eventually it was like, oh, yeah, it's KT, and it's Sivir Yuumi. I'm hoping that this game can be, you know, a little bit of back and forth, maybe like a 40-minute fight, perhaps, you know?
Yeah.
Just had like a 24-minute game in our first series as well. Maybe a little bit of extra League of Legends could come through.
Okay, barrier employed here for Taeyun. Got a little bit of a health trade, but not really one I think they hoped for more out of that. Race to level 2 is on, but Guma and Delight have the advantage. There's the heal.
Yeah. So now up a summoner is Guma and Delight. They have Guma's barriers, going to use it here. It's still very good pressure being put on by Taeyun and Lehens.
Really well played by Taeyun there, getting a lot of that health down.
Yeah, and they go. Delight hits level 2 first. Going to try to slow Taeyun down with the binding, and that he does.
So minions will be denied here, and I think that'll be the end of the aggressive action. Looks like Lehens and Taeyun want to push an extra wave in, which would further the lead. And Hanwha Life Esports are not going to stay, so that will cost them some money. I really do think that if Hanwha Life Esports' comp falls behind here, it is incredibly difficult to play. But they generally, I mean, we keep pulling up the numbers. You mentioned you wanted a longer game, maybe a 40-minute back and forth.
Yeah.
Love that.
Would be nice.
For me, I'm like, all right, let's see if Kanavi, you know, if he's building Sundered Sky, and we have a game, he's decided, he's like, we'll have a little bit of a game, or if he's going Titanic Hydra, and he's like, sorry, we're not gaming. It's going to be, I'm going in, I'm all-inning, it's going to be over quick. But maybe it's in the other way. If he fails with that aggression, as Mega's out. Never you mind the egg.
Fancy wings? I guess birds have feet as well.
Maybe it looks like she's walking with how she moves, but she is flying.
Yeah.
Floating. Hey,
Yeah,
Buzz Lightyear falling with style.
Yeah.
Thing going on.
Just kind of hanging out above the ground. Sponge here on Vision. So this time, gank not going to work out. Kanavi did not do a level 3 gank. He just farmed everything, put a ward down, and backed.
He got a lot of vision on the top side. And we'll now head over to clear bottom side as it comes up. Zeka is going to expend his mana here to push this wave in. And we'll find a back timing. Zayas really putting the pressure on his top side as here's Guma.
Yeah, and guess who's also here? It's Kanavi, and he's ready to party. This time, though, they're pretty close to the turret, so only going to get the Nami flash. Oh, he's going back.
Of course he is.
He's like, wait, where'd it go? Where's the magical journey? I want to go back in again. Can you make another one, Delight?
Delight's like, man, don't push me on my cooldowns.
What's going on here? Oh, the play from Zayas and it's first blood from the Anivia. I think with the minions especially, should just be a kill on the egg here. Well, not quite, but he is still going to get the kill. As at least Sponge was there to spare the blushes of Kingen.
Yeah, this ends up being okay. A lot of gold given over because he got the assist, so a lot of money to the side of Nongshim, but a little bit scarier with the money going over to the Anivia. More of it, at least a larger share here in the case of Zayas. As that was really well played by Zayas there. Kind of like, almost made it seem like he was tricking Kingen. He's like, I flashed and I kind of messed it up. Kingen's like, all right, I'm over here. I got you. And he's like, electrocute, baby. That's basically what happened.
Yeah.
He's like, I got the outplay, and then electrocute goes zap. Sponge was here, which is why Kingen was trying to make that turnaround happen, but got a little bit ahead of himself and died before he could make that happen.
Uh-oh.
We're
Guess
journeying.
who doesn't have flash?
The Nami, I think.
Yeah.
I was right, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
you're
him.
right. Yeah, you're paying attention. Good job, Wolf. And Kanavi picks up a kill. Kill number 2 for Hanwha Life Esports, and a really nice angle there from Delight.
Well, that's a really great usage of the Bard again. Kanavi is a big journey enjoyer. He doesn't stop believing.
Yeah.
And it's like a kid's playpen for him as Kingen having a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, having to flash the stun is a big issue. No egg available, though, so Zeus just has to get out of there. But that's no flash now on Kingen. As in goes Taeyun once again, and this time Kanavi is not here, actually. So it's not a bait from Guma.
Zeka does not have teleport, so he may lose a plate. I'm not actually sure how big Scout's wave is, in fact, so maybe he won't. Yeah, it doesn't like he's going to be able to take that away. So just looking at the minimap, and it's being a successful move there from Zeka at relatively low cost. High value. The early game here not going explosively yet the way of Hanwha Life Esports. Some great aggressive plays, but Nongshim doing quite fine. They're looking for their 2-item spike on this Corki much later on. The Azir, side lane Wincon, Nashor's Tooth, and Poppy for team fights. They do not need to get ahead early. Just need to make sure they don't fall too far behind. But so far, I would say they're on track.
Yeah, just hanging out, waiting for a bit. Taehyun's getting a nice push in here. And yeah, unfortunately Guma, you know, he had to dig a little bit deep into his champion pool, but he's great at Sivir as Zeka rather in a lot of trouble here. A very nice setup from the side of Scout. Tried to just satchel his way out, which was smart, but at the end of the day, no flash means Azir will inevitably get you.
He's gonna get you. Was actually another kill to Sponge though, unfortunately for Scout, but not that a Poppy isn't going to enjoy the gold, but the Azir getting accelerated towards those spikes I was talking about just moments ago would have been better. But you're still knocking Zeka off the map, so Scout here playing very aggressively. Satchel attempt, but Scout gets him just on the end, and this is that synergy I was talking about with the charge into the wall from Poppy with the Azir. A lot easier, or sorry, well, easier to say than to do is what I was trying to get at there.
Yeah.
The execution of it looks simple, but actually quite precise.
Well, I know Sponge is here, and he's going to hit that binding, but now able to taxi over the wall into Delight, who's kind of in an awkward spot. Doesn't want to magical journey the tiny wall there. And of course, Kanavi's in here with Delight, trying to steal the blue buff away. Looks like he should be able to pretty easily. Dragon, Infernal, still not taken. Nice binding there, but Taehyun getting aggressive. Doing a bunch of damage to Delight, who's just trying to walk this one off.
Taehyun is having a great game.
Ooh, Kanavi, he's going to get stunned into the wall as the Crescent Guard not able to be utilized. And Sponge, again on this Poppy, just popping off.
He is really good at this pick, and they're utilizing it well in this early game. Scout still missing his ultimate here, so he needs to be careful about getting hit by too much because the ult is coming.
Yeah, there it is.
And it's going to be Sponge just saying, absorb the pressure. I'm going to grab this dragon. A plate does go over here to Kingen as well. Really like this game state for Nongshim. Like, everything is going exactly the way it needs to. Arguably better than it needs to for this team to find success here. Now, because they have a numbers advantage, Zeka's so far away, as well as the Azir is here, there's really no inherent risk for Taehyun to actually Valkyrie forward like that. And then this bubble is the real story. Sponge gets the wall slam there, and down he goes. Navi opts not to flash away. Bubble just on the edge. Scout has his ult back. Looks like Hanwha Life Esports are going to get grubs, but that's it's very important in a lot of different team compositions. I think for Ziggs, you always feel really good if you have grubs, but not something that Nongshim are set up to fight for, and they're hoping that it's going to be a stronger soul, and they can continue to stack these dragons.
Yeah, it's Infernal into Chemtech, so pretty interesting to see what it is.
Again!
There's another bubble going to hit here from Lahans. This time Delight does get a very nice magical journey. That wall can sometimes be a little tricky, but he gets out alive. Zeka being very annoying in mid. Desperately wants that overgrowth.
He is going to get the Scout teleport, so that's going to give him a teleport advantage. Kingen doing pretty well, all things considered, despite having that rougher time earlier. Got the assist and is farming this out. He will be a bigger threat later on in this game, especially with the setup that with his comp, where there's a lot of different tools to allow him to play through his Narbar, Poppy buying time, Emperor's Divide, etc. The Anivia is also getting stronger, but is just now completing Rod, so doesn't really have a ton of kill pressure anymore. As 2v2 down here.
Yeah, Taehyun is already chunking out, although On the Hunt does come through, and Taehyun He's going to throw out the barrier. Doesn't want to have to flash. Guma goes for his barrier as well. Kanavi was here, and now Sponge on the flank. 3-0 Poppy looking to do some damage, and he takes out the 80 carry Sivir. Down goes Guma, and that's a 4th kill for Sponge.
Delight opts to flash. Guma does not. And he ends up getting knocked up by the ultimate there. And ends up dying. 4 kills on the Poppy. Not ideal in terms of where you want the kills to be, but pretty strong in terms of what it's meant for them on the map. Getting them through this early game with flying colors. And this Poppy is, you know, going to be big.
Doing a great job of dodging the abilities there was Kingen, as Zeus says, I'm fine to go into my egg. I'll just do a bunch of damage to you as well. Delight also on his way up here.
Yeah, Kingen realizes, well, does it?
Yeah, there it is. Forces the flash.
I thought with the back off there of Kingen, he knew this is not just going to be a 1v1.
It's just under the wall. I mean, Sponge on the Poppy, not invulnerable, still has to play it safely as the, oh no, not the cone, not the cone, he's able to taxi over, although Kanavi, he wants more, as the 6 ult just barely gonna miss. The whip becomes lightning, oh, the predict, but he doesn't fall for it. Sponge just walks in a straight line, and he gets away with his big bounty.
That was pretty insane. Sponge playing that really well.
Dan.
Yeah, well. Nami's coming, he's chilling. There no egg on that bird, he's fine.
Is he floating or flying? It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's just a philosophical question.
Scowl, what's going on here? Looks like he wanted to push the wave, and now he's gonna have to flash a Q. Kind of unfortunate for him, as now the bubble once again gonna hit, and Zeus with the rod, with the fadeaway, gets out. And Lehen says, all right, I'll just take the kill.
Okay, well, this electrocute late proc situation for Zeus has really been working out. So Taeyun, you can't flash that one. Just a little bit late on it. Lehens does pick up the kill, but that's not really what he wanted.
They want to try to go in on Sponge again.
Sponge is like, I'm Poppy, you can't chase me easily. I'm very resistant to your damage. And he is going to get away and be totally fine. Imagine though if
By the way, Sponge is down a level on Kanavi. 4-0 down a level.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Down a full level, by the way.
Like you to take a close look at the camps cleared number.
Yeah. So all of those kills, you know, he's able to get an early spike, but like he's only had 200 gold.
How much does that, you know, the lead that Sponge got and the money that he has matter in the grand scheme of things? Meaning, like, I think for me, his impact is not in the gold he's carrying, but the fact that his laners were able to end up being in a really nice spot here heading into the mid game. And he set that up. Like, it's kind of reminiscent of Peanut in a lot of the past games he's had on Poppy, where he's kind of patching holes everywhere. He's making some great mechanical plays. And suddenly the game feels like, okay, we're heading exactly where this comp is supposed to go. Kingen, he needs to head away from that. That's where he wants to go.
Yeah.
And it's a race for first brick.
I think HLE win this one.
Looks likely. Zeus is going to start hitting this turret again. It's close, but there's no wave here for Scout anymore.
Grubs as well. It's just pretty easy, although eventually Scout will get it. Taeyun trying to go in on this one, and Sponge is here. So that explains that. Another, tons of damage going in, and he might just get healed by the Nami.
Disengage Nami heal.
Yeah, that one actually, you know, you have to think about it and press your abilities. And this is going to be huge. I mean, the Ziggs is getting a lot of free time with the mid-turret.
I don't know about this.
Sponge doesn't really get to do anything.
We are heading to, you know, a late game where both these teams are quite strong, but I think Nongshim need to carry the momentum with the Drake lead they have to get Soul Point. And it's Ocean Soul, unfortunately, right? Like, this is one of the questions we had earlier. Could have been Hex Tech, you know, could have been Mountain for this Poppy.
Yeah.
Instead, we end up with Ocean, so that's not great, but I think they still need to try to leverage the lead that they have, especially on this Azir Corki, with Corki heading towards that 2-item spike in a few minutes. Because if they get to late game, for example, this Poppy that has a lot of the money isn't even ahead because of the camp clear. is going to get cut down by the Sivir. It's a fairly similar situation to what we had with aiming earlier on today, that KT series, where the Sivir becomes a big threat later on, but they also have a lot of consistent damage across 2 other threats. And Kanavi is a great front line here. So you want to get to the team fights, you want to get a bigger lead with team fights on your 2-item Corki Spike before the Sivir just becomes so difficult to topple. So much so to where, like, if you get on top of her, she just, like, kites a little bit and autos you and you die, and you're like, wow, I guess I'm not Poppy anymore. I don't know what I am.
In the gray screen.
Accurate.
Yeah, that's the only value. Kanavi does now have a gold lead on top of the now level and a half that he has over him. He's even ahead of Zeka in terms of that. So he's just been power farming. Like Kanavi, Titanic Hydra's first item, and he's like, all right, now I get to clear the camps in like 2 seconds. And, you know, he's been aggressive at times, but he's just a good jungler.
Yeah, he's just measured, you know?
He just does the right thing at the right time.
Exactly. This would be the kind of game where if you got POM and he was like, I did what my team needed, I'd be like, yes.
No, it's a delayed POM.
I'd say he's, well, I mean, they have to win first. Right now, Nongshim, 400 goal lead.
Yeah.
You and I did not just commentate a game just like, what, 2 hours ago, where it was a team that was the underdog that had a significant lead, even bigger than this one.
Much, yeah.
And they did not end up winning the game. But I'm optimistic for Nongshim. You know, maybe that fan is going to be eating Nongshim Ramyeon only for a month. Could be.
Yeah. It's not very balanced to eat one thing over and over.
Well, I mean,
if you have to choose one.
Well, of one specific type of ramen. You know?
Oh, okay. Well, nice try here from Delight. Not going to get it, though. Going to create some space, I suppose, as Zeus hits the wall. Taeun with the fancy feet. I mean, he's dodging everything. Not going to change the fact that HLE are just trying to pummel down the mid lane.
Double, you know, side lane pressure here.
Yeah.
So this is really good for Nongshim if they can get away with this. If they get this top turret.
Uh-oh. The re-engage. Who could have seen this coming? As the ult flash comes in, the Temper Fate is there, and they want to get that big bounty on the Sponge. And yes, the egg goes down for Zeus, but that's a ton of gold that just goes over to Zeka, and even catches Taeun as well. Because I'm not really sure what happened to him. He kind of just got caught. Meanwhile, Kingen with Meganar and TP is just killing the top lane turret.
The best analogy I can give for this situation is Honda Life Esports' aggressive pressure is so strong with Herald and the stack of minions they have that they're basically like pulling a rubber band. Like, it's quite elastic what Nongshim is trying to do. Look at the side lanes. They have the Azir, they have the Gnar on the top side, and Sponge is trying to delay this, right, as best as he can. He's trying to stop Kanavi's engage so they can clear this wave. They end up getting the egg, but eventually, like, the band will snap. You know, if you don't end up sending people over here, Sponge ends up going down, and Scout decides he's going to TP in here, and he really makes almost no impact in the play. Had he stayed, he might have been able to get some additional plates. King got the whole turret as well topside, so they got a lot of money to their soul laners, but HLE, I think, got way more in this play, in this exchange. They take a gold lead.
Yeah, that they do. I saw Taeun, I wanted to see how he got caught. He was actually trying to kill the egg, and then Zeus just flashed on him with the Q and absolutely just outplayed him, as now a bunch of damage goes into Kanavi, and even into Crescent Guard, he just gets blown up.
And that should be the third dragon here. Soul point for Nongshim. I have to get maybe a bit more of a look of exactly how that setup all went down, but Kanavi perhaps his tendency is getting the better of him on this one. Crescent Guard often makes you feel immortal when you go in like that, especially when you have so much follow-up between the Ziggs, Super Mega Death Bomb, and the Sivir is going to do a lot of damage on top of your engage. So, like, do this, they have the mid push. Zeka's here doing the damage. Look how much damage they do initially to Lehens and Scout. It's like, oh my god. But Scout's the one who's challenged. He does the damage here, and the rest of the team can do nothing but kind of look on and try to push mid. It's a really good reaction from Scout. Fantastic ultimate.
Yeah.
It's like, as we all did, he expected Kanavi to go in like that. He was ready.
Lens hit the tidal wave, and immediately the sweep came in, and by the time he was able to press any buttons, he was just dead. So, nice little play there.
I don't know, we're kind of getting the game you were asking for. I don't know if it's going 40, but...
A little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit early to declare it a game, but at least, you know, it's been close. It's been back and forth, so I do appreciate that. And HLE... I'm going to clear out all this vision. I was like, are they really going to start the Baron? Not at this point.
Not quite. They don't have a...
TPs.
Yeah, they don't have enough damage yet. Like, the Sivir kind of almost does, but just too risky. Kingen didn't have TP. But Sivir's going to have a little bit of a vision fight here. This is where this is Kanavi's home right here, by the way. Like, this is where he lives. So, of course, they're going to come over here and try to apply pressure and win that vision war. And they want Nongshim to commit to a fight here without their Corki. Try to fight with this Gnar. Guma wants that too.
He really does live here. I mean, he's just standing there.
Yeah.
Menacingly.
He's like, please get out of my house on your side of the map. It's actually where I live.
Yeah.
It says it's in your property, you know, but it's actually just not true. I've been disputing it for years.
Yeah, he ripped up the deed.
Baron got a little disco for a second there.
He does that sometimes. A little wacky Baron.
Is it Luden's companion or what caused that to happen?
Might be this cool new Zig
the
skin.
Zig skin, yeah. I think that's probably the culprit.
Cool one. I know how Ox feels about it. Like, it's a cool skin, but it takes away from Pool Party Zig's pick rate. So he's not too happy about it.
I've never actually been to a pool party with Ox, if I'm being honest with you, Valdez. I feel like based on his passion for this, it would be rad. Is
Me
Sponge?
too. Sponge? Yeah.
Okay. We should set that up.
I mean, that's a
Summer's
win.
coming around the corner.
I'm down.
Let's make a pool party happen. We did once go to a pool with Ox and Kronny when he was still here. It was great. But it was not officially a party, I would
It's
say.
not quite the same, yeah. It doesn't have the same vibe. As once again, they're trying to get on top of Kanavi here, who is not going to Crescent Guard, just going to rely on Delight to save him. There's the Crescent Guard, and now Sponge, very much isolated from the team, but one disengaged cone against the Worlds. Might get it done, but no, not quite, as Zeka gets in. And that's the end of the Nongshim. Yeah, Taeun just got popped over the wall straight into the enemy team, so he had to Valkyrie away. Kind of confusing.
Yeah.
Why that would happen.
That wall, very annoying. Kanavi said, get out of my house! That's where I live.
Or I'll make you.
I do not know what Nongshim can realistically try to do here without a jungler. They're going to try to look for a scout player. He's flashing Emperor's Divide, but he's zoned away.
Yeah, aggressive Satchel just discourage him from going in, as Kingen does not have Mega Gnar either. There's the Baron. And Kingen wants to do something as he's desperately trying to get Mega Gnar, and eventually he got it! Lands the stun onto Kanavi. Tons of damage coming out from Taeun as well. Look at this Corki just going man mode alongside a scout who just goes down. The Satchel desperately trying to help out there, but it's not enough. The bubble helps Taeun collect that double kill, and only Zeka survives with the Baron.
That Gnar play, this is why Kingen was one of the OG Gnars back in his era, because he's just so good at this kind of stuff. But when you look at Gnar going in like that, as this fight looks initially like it's kind of a disaster for Nongshim, right? Sponge gets chunked down super low, and Nongshim kind of just have to leave him out to dry. There's just no playing for this. Kingen uses Mega, or gets his Mega popped early, so doesn't have it, has to recharge it after this TP back in. But like, Kingen's like, I think I can build this. Like, he's at 0. He's like, yeah, I can play this. When you watch this moment, you're like, wow, what is he doing? But when you see it actually play out, he's got it calculated. He knows he can pull this up, and he buys so much space for Scout to do insane damage. Scout does so much over the wall, and the Taeun follows up. And this Corki Azir is working a treat, and Taeun is just really having a great game on it right now.
He absolutely is.
Speaking of.
Temper Fade not going to hit. Zeka also hopping over the wall. And I don't know what they're going to do about this Ocean Soul.
Just going to give it, I think.
Yeah, they're just going to give it away.
And honestly, Ocean Soul is pretty crazy into the Ziggs poke.
Got to be careful. No hop for him. He has Mega, though. The Crescent Guard going to be huge. The Sponge ult also going to miss. And Kanavi lives basically forever.
And this is why Kingen is one of the OG Gnar players of his era here in the LCK. Because he knows he's actually totally safe in this situation. He's not going to get picked. Absorb the pressure and allow his teammates to retreat. All right, at least Zeka laughed at the joke.
That makes one of us.
The game state is quite difficult to define because now you got IE for the Sivir, right? The Sivir has 400 gold lead, but has that item advantage over the Corki. Corki just now picks up Rapid Fire Cannon. These two items, I think, are difficult to define in terms of their parity right now, but I like Hanwha comp for setting up the Sivir for success. But I kind of want to say I like the Rapid Fire Cannon more with the impact that Sponge and crew and Scout have been able to set up for Taeyun to have. Like, Lehens is also really having a great game on this Nami. This game is incredibly close. Ocean Soul, you know, like in a vacuum on paper, Caster Buzzwords is like not the best soul. We don't like it that much, but it's kind of okay here. Real prizes are like Elder and the next Baron. These are where the game is headed. Those are the next big things, as the next small thing is trying to catch Kingen.
I mean, they're using everything to try to get him, and they got nothing.
This is why Kingen is one of the best.
Yes, yes, of course. Yes, I can tell.
Side lane pressure, you know, pulls them to the top side. Scout pushing bottom side. And they get the mid wave cleared out from the Sivir. And it's going to be, you know, a little while before we have another team fight, you have to imagine, despite Hanwha Esports trying to pinch, trying to catch King in there.
Yeah, probably just got to wait for the Baron at this point. You can see everybody just desperately trying to farm up as much gold as possible, get some spikes before then. I do wonder where Zeus is going next, as he has the arm guard. I thought he was going to back and maybe buy something. Not quite the case.
Deathcap got to be getting super close here for Scout. You know, once he picks that up, he's going to do insane damage. He's already done insane damage this game, but not as much as Taeyun.
What is going on here? The catch in mid lane gonna just find Guma by himself, and guess who's also here? Zeka.
The bubble!
And Zeus is like, well, I can try to stop this wave pushing, and he actually might be able to.
If Delight doesn't have Michaelis, he might actually be dead there.
No objective here for Nongshim, unfortunately,
yeah,
but
still a big win.
Gotta feel good.
Big sack of gold.
I want to zone Zeus off of this turret, and I think they should be successful. Yeah.
It's going to go down here. It's the outer and mid. It's taken a long time to take it down, but they get it. And surely Scout is poised to back here, maybe after this wave, and pick up Deathcap. We'll watch this again. Guma takes a big chunk and gets flashed on by Sponge. Really nice ultimate from him. And unfortunately, Zeka was just kind of a extra casualty there, trying to maybe clear the wave and protect the turret.
Yeah, I think it feels kind of similar to what Aiming did. Different situation, but it's like, I'm Sivir, I have ult and flash, I should be totally fine. And then it's like, you find out very quickly. It's like, oh no, they're all there, and they slowed me. I guess I'm dead. So pretty unfortunate. I guess for them, it's lucky that there's no objective, because if Nongshim get those picks in a Baron,
yeah,
we've got a real game on our hands, and they will be handily in the lead from there.
Yeah, they'd be like 3-4K up probably after something like that, as Scout's going to buy his Deathcap. He has TP. So there is that. That is a huge, huge spike for this Azir that's already had a significant impact in this game. 17 seconds till Baron. And look at where Hanwha Esports are. They are so far away from it. Kingen has TP, can join at a moment's notice. Hanwha Esports game plan actually very tricky here. Like, what do you do without vision, without full information? You got to leapfrog forward. This comp can do so much damage if it can close the distance onto Nongshim, but it just has such little information, as Kanavi and crew are just going to try to push the mid wave as a response. There's the TPs.
Yeah, I mean, fight-wise, they're just going to look for Kingen. I mean, he's kind of isolated, but he's able to hop away, and so is Zeus. He's just probably going to die. At least he goes golden, and the chase is on the top side as Zeus puts up a wall. Taeyun has to flash to get him, and Kingen is already dead, as they should be able to trade for Zeus at least. But no flash here as Zeka, he is going to be caught big time, just out in the middle of nowhere. Now Kanavi goes in on a Taeyun and says, I will tank for you, gets shredded so quickly by Taeyun's damage. And Guma was never really able to join the fight. Delight's going to go down, and Guma's just pulling the wave desperately, trying to keep this game alive.
Yeah, he is just going to run into the base here and try to even grab this wave, and he actually will be able to get most of it, if not all of it, which is hilarious with that Sivir. And actually, he doesn't even get the kill. The execute. What? All right. Well, that's cool and all, but they're still getting Baron and a massive lead on top of it. I think one of the biggest problems for this fight here for Hanwha is the Tempered Fate, actually, because it buys Kingen so much space, almost like Kingen has Zhonya's here. And if they are able to focus him down faster, then I think this is a much easier turn for Hanwha Life Esports. They still get him, but the Anivia is already out of the picture, and Zeka is isolated completely here on the left side of the fight. And he has to flash the bubble, but then still gets caught here.
He could have flashed back to the team, by the way.
Yeah, I think that probably would have been the angle. There were a lot of things going wrong here for Hanwha Life Esports, but they just could not get the damage onto Taeyun. And Nongshim are looking super coordinated today. And Guma, some shenanigans here, but the Baron does go the way of Nongshim.
There's an Elder alive.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Guma's not alive yet. And he is very fast though, so I don't think Nongshim think they can run this one down. So it might just be a straight up 5v5 with some mid pressure from Nongshim.
Yeah, Scout's gonna go over there at level 18 and start putting some work onto this turret. And this is really difficult for Hanwha Life Esports also to burst down, although they have a Sivir here. There's also a Poppy ultimate. You know, there's a lot of things going on in this one, so let's see how it plays out.
Light has vision on the top side. And look at the damage already into Zeka. And that's the satchel down on top of it all. This is looking so good for Nongshim, although they're able to get sponged, but the reset on the Elder means that that's just going to be the end of Kanavi. Getting super low, though, is Scout. And this Elder's not yet done. Zeus wants to get in with the stun. He hits two, but the follow-up is not there. Guma is too low. And I think with the smites, yeah, Hanwha Life is just going to have to back away. The smite comes through for Sponge. And he's got the angle.
He's looking to lock the door here. Taeyun with the backstop.
The burn's coming through. And if they hit Guma once, he's just dead. As there he goes. He's dead. And all of the executes come through, except for Zeka. But only a matter of moments before he does go down as well. Double kill for Taeyun, and Nongshim take a huge fight as
What
they look
a
to push
game
mid.
for Nongshim. They are looking phenomenal in this one. This has been the most mind-boggling thing for Nongshim fans this season, is that they've had these incredibly high highs. And then they'll lose to KRX on an off day.
2-0, by the way.
2-0, by the way. Kingen's on this off angle. The Lehen's ultimate buys some space here, but there is a chance, right, for Hanwha Life Esports to get in here and get serious work done. But the reset comes through, in part due to the Tempered Fate. And now Kanavi can't focus the dragon, right? He's going to get taken out. And the health bars are super low, and there's just nothing they can do. Like, there's no Ziggs bomb. They just kind of feebly toss things at it, and Sponge was always going to lock them in here. And they just pop like balloons. And now we're seeing the push down mid. And the siege is unreal with this composition at this point. Kingen's in the top lane. He has TP, so he can join at a moment's notice, but he's also prepping that wave. Baron for 15 more seconds. I mean, this almost feels like a done deal, Valdez.
Should be at least 2 inhibitors, is what I would expect. Nongshim are grouping in mid. Honestly, I don't know if they can end against Anivia and Ziggs.
Yeah, the Baron's gone.
You can see that they're trying their best to get in there a little bit as the aggressive Satchel trying to catch them, as everything just gonna miss Scout as he goes golden afterwards and does a little dance.
It did. Star Fox 64 U-turn right there.
Yeah. Zeus desperately trying to stop this wave from going into the turret, and he will be successful.
Yeah, they stopped the wave.
Elder for 30 seconds.
Top inhibitor is just gone. Like, I think they should be able to get this because the super minions are now starting to hit the base. But maybe Hanwha Life Esports hang on by a thread. I mean, the 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, you can see HLE just desperately trying to clear waves, but Zeus is taking way too much damage. Goes golden. Sponge taking him all the turrets as he goes into egg. That's not going to be enough just yet, but they do kill the egg almost immediately. So that's the end of Zeus and the end of a lot of this wave clear.
Delight, if he can get his ultimate up, could buy more time as well. But they need...
Oh, that burst in. Yeah, you can see the Ziggs bomb. Trying to clear the wave, and they will be successful at
5 seconds on
Delight's
Delight's ult.
Trying to get the kills, but Sponge is going to go down. Going a little bit too aggressive there.
Delight's ult's up. I mean, they really need to be careful here.
Yeah, he's looking for it, but instead he might just die. There he goes, and Guma flashing over that one. Taeyun going in. He wants to end this game, and he might have just done so. I mean, we got another wave coming in. That's 2 more kills, and Taeyun with a couple of crits might get it done. Just gotta hit these turrets down and end the game for Nongshim as there's the Gnar into the wall and the damage is done. Nongshim will force a game number 3 against Homolife Esports.
Nongshim playing clean. The amount of absorption of pressure Kingen had in so many of these team fights. Sponge with a performance on this Poppy that I don't even want to say was unreal because we saw it just recently, but he gets the pick. They make it work. They got through the early game with no problems, and then in the late game, they're able to catch some of the aggression, punish some of the aggression. But Scout's Azir, you know, he's one of the Azirs right now that I truly do trust. And even though the pick is not an overwhelming favorite right now, and there are a few players that have played it in the past historically who continue to pick it up here, ends up being a really good one for Nongshim. But Taeyun, to me, he was the unsung hero of this one. He did so much with the resources he was given. It was pretty unreal. His laning phase was also a big standout point even from level 1. And Koreans are watching here in Low Park, and he's still performing. Nongshim might be able to pull off an upset here, which would, for KT, be fantastic for their chances of holding on to first place here at the end of round 1, regardless of what happens in their series against Hanwha next week.
Absolutely, making this a very interesting series. My first game 3 of the entire LCK. The streak broken. The Valdez 4-gamer streak is gone. As it's 1-1, we have a series on our hands, and we'll be right back.
나 W 있고. 나 봐도 되고. 나 줄래? 함정형만 조심. 나 W 막아줄게. 어때? 나 다이브 볼게. 이거 다이브 볼게. 천천히. 바드 맞았어. 나 짜우 한번 때렸고. 나 죽겠다. 천천히. 얘들아 이거 안 좋은 거 같은데? 좋아. 괜찮아. 나 버프 될 수 있어. 태훈아. 봐도 되고. 오케이. 나 너플. 타워? 11 너플. 태훈아 봐도 되고. 나 미칼 있어. 11 타워 잡고 할만해. 11 너플. 형. 나 있다. 나 1초. 타워다 얘들아. 타워 끝내. 타워 해도 돼. 타워. 나 버프 되냐? 버프. 볼만해? 보자. 봐봐.
Euro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Kanavi's going to go in, of course. There's the Rumble and the buy. And also the One over the top of Canyon with the shield up. Survived for so long. But the DPS still there. Tobiel's going to be taken out by this Rumble. Looking for Keenan.
Really clean game despite getting put back.
Get him, Zeus! What am I watching? What is this?
잘한다.
Not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. So now we have an all-out here. Perfect is going to stack that passive. He's continued to go on to Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it. Pretty out of hand there from Esports. Very clearly. I think they got to show some respect to Gen G on some of these plays. The TP is coming in here, the arrow. also going to hit Zeka into the mechanical. Right in there, the equalizer. Gigantic this time. They catch Ruler, the double knockup is gigantic here from Zeka. And that is the fight that HLE were looking for. As you allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. They pick up 3 and are looking to get better.
That is going to be another bonus you are connecting. And Drummaker gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used his steadfast presence to heal the smash, and it grounded Carrier. 부르기 빠지면 안 부르게.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Chu is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Carrier again. Oh, never mind.
적을 처치했습니다.
맵 찍고 한 거야?
그지?
Happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's Pocky in the mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Lucid, that both pure connects as Carrier turns the montage back on. He'll find another one with the help of Faker.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Good morning, gamers! As it is going to 3 games here in this series, Nongshim find a way to get it done, and it required a lot of bot lane bans. But in the end, it is 1-1. Nongshim tied up against Hanwha Life Esports. Digon, Wadid, and Umpty to break it down, and it starts in the draft because lots of resources were used there.
Oh yeah, look at the bans from HLE. They spent a lot of bans on the bot side, and then they decide to pick Sivir into it. But at the end, they had to play against Corki Nami, which is not great matchup for them. And I think from that, the game plan was definitely hard for HLE.
Yeah, I agree. And then I think at the first 1-3 draft, I thought HLE is much more better at the draft. And then when they go down and they pick Sivir Bard and they still have to suffer against the Korkinami, it sounds quite bad for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one that pointed out during the draft, Ziggs, it could flex, because everyone was thinking, Wolf was saying it on the cast, oh, Bard is there, so we just go Jhin. Jhin Bard, boom, like, you know, you can get out of the laning phase no matter what. We'll throw some more bans that way, but it didn't quite work out that way here with Did.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, they could just go for Jhin Bard, or they could have the strong 3 top sides so they can have 4 or 5 bot laners together. But I think it didn't work out for HLE to have Bard and Ziggs together.
I feel like this is one of those drafts where if it works out, we say they're cooking. Because it didn't work out, maybe it's cooked. Well, one person that was cooking was Sponge in the jungle early on, not letting Kanavi run all over him like last game.
So everyone was questioning what Sponge is going to play when giving the Zins out. Now there was the answer with Azir Boppy, which is the very good partner with together. And then he actually played really well in this game, especially at the early. He actually, I would say, it's not a like big, what should I say? It's like he drove every early game in here. And it like Kanavi couldn't play his own playstyle because of the Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main reason why you picked Poppy into Xin Sao is because like you can't really go into Poppy because you're gonna get blocked, right? And you can't really dash into the Poppy. And I think Sponge like literally just knew it, so that's why he went for the aggressive play, and it worked out really well, especially with the scout Azir, and then that was the combination that they had in that game.
Yeah, smart draft game plan there by Nongshim. And then despite then afterwards kind of settling in for a little bit, Azir was still able to get gold around the map here, Umti.
So looking at the goals right now, actually the goals are similar, but they tried to use the Jix as an advantage to speed up the map. And then the Jix couldn't go bot alone because Poppy was at the bot side. So now Jekka just decided to come top, but he thought that top is already done, that he couldn't race to the second turret. So now he learns to mid, but which is Azir is still getting the free goals at bot, which is 3 plate turrets. And then he was not even going to go more, but he saw that Jix was trying to get the mid first turret. Now he goes for the second turret plate here. And now the gold diff actually changed to 1,200 gold. Like, that makes the Azir's life too easier.
So this is the way how you use the tempo, like giving up the first turret on the bot side, so you can actually expand more your vision on the top side or like go more aggressive on the top play. But I think the point is that you have to come back to the bot lane to defend the second turret and then catch the bot wave. But he was not on the bot lane in time, so that's why Azir could like just go further, and then like the gold gap was huge from that point.
Yeah, Wolf said it at the end there before tossing to us. One of the Azirs that he trusts, Scout, knowing how to play the map. We have a lot of great Azir players, but right now Scout has been one of the best in 2026. Then here, Hanwha Life calls the Baron to make some action happen, but they get punished by Nongshim.
I mean, just look at Kingen here. He jumps in to the 5-man, and he managed to kite back, and that was the game-winning play right there.
I agree, and then like Scout just follows up there now, which is the Azir champion is actually just damage-wise is broken. Enemy team just can't like, you know, eye contact it, which is what they did at the macro. So the game looks now quite cooked here, which you said, Digan.
So yeah, the macro was not on point, but I think it all started from the draft. Once again, they didn't have a good matchup, even though they spent all the bans on the bot lane. So I think they should just rework on their bans and picks, and I think there's no issue on that one, because like this was probably one of the hardest game that HLE played because of the matchup.
Yeah, negative Baron power play there, plus giving over the Ocean Soul, and in those later fights, we saw how strong Ocean Soul was. Hanwha Life Esports now on the back foot. Nongshim, no matter what the result is, looks good. We know that they have a tough schedule. How do you see this one playing out here? What did is Hanwha Life moving on over to that second pick that you've seen so many times?
So I think now teams are trying to figure out what's better. So between blue side or the second pick. I think the reason why HLE picked the second pick here is because of Zeus. So he can actually neutralize the counter pick really well. There is still Varus, top lane, so many counter picks available. So I think it's still a valuable option for HLE. And now Nongshim, they had to figure out what's their blind pick for the top side, because Sion is not there, and I think they have to figure out like what's the good blind pick against Zeus right here.
I agree 100% with it, because these days, right now, Renekton should be now good because Nara is gone. So it should be the flexible, like, just blind to pick it, but it's Zeus. He's gonna pick something random, which is like the game 2 in the Nivea top. So we should be prepared. Nongshim should be prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't like say correctly. Sion is still there, so maybe Kingen wanted to have just Sion blind pick to just defend the top play from the Zeus, and maybe there's a chance for Nongshim to bounce back from this series.
All right, maybe this was seen as a foregone conclusion as a win here for Hanwha Life Esports, but don't forget, this is second place HLE against third place Nongshim Red Force. Yes, the schedule might have been easier for Nongshim, but they've beaten the teams that they were supposed to beat. Now they have the opportunity to clip the second place team, earn their spot into the top rung, and really have staying power in the conversation. Let's find out as we send it on over to a conclusive game number 3.
Thank you, guys, and we will not forget about that as we are getting ready. That says, hello, please give me a bite, says Zeus of the Nongshim Ramyun. but that time it was the Ramyun biting back.
Yeah. Who would you have given POG if we had a POG for that second game? Because it is like a real... Everybody did so much that game between Scout, Kingin, Lehens with the bubbles. You've got the Poppy. I'd probably give it to Sponge, but it's real tough because I'm kind of also feeling like Tatum, the maximum amount of damage. That's the kind of game
Probably
where...
Sponge or Scout. Probably would have been my choice.
That's the kind of game we watch a team play and you're like, wow, everyone really reached their maximum there. And that's what it's going to take to upset win against Hanwha Life Esports. Is let's take a look at what Kanavi's going to have his hands on here in this game. As we talked about, they rarely go to 3, where he gets pushed a little bit. And be here, things could get a little tougher, as once again, Guma will lose his Ashe and Varus. He even had 580 carry bans against him last game and still popped off on the Corki.
Yeah, I mentioned it during the cast. I was kind of surprised to see him get Corki Nami after that many bans. Was a little bit confusing, and we saw just how much he was able to do on the Corki. But that was game 2, and now it's time to move into game number 3. Vi going to be taking away
That makes
from
sense.
Kanavi.
Makes a lot of sense, especially with the strong mid picks that Zeka has that he can pair well with it. Oriana's gone and Rumble's gone. The Pantheon is obviously still fearlessly banned. Bit of a tricky one here in this final spot.
Yeah.
I wonder what they're most concerned about. Okay, Annie feels like a great ban because she just works with so many things so well, even from behind, as BDD showcased earlier today. First pick, what is it going to be here? Hanwha Life Esports went for counter pick. You know, Sion, I don't think is what you want to grab here blind. The Ezreal is open. Taeyun's going to smile and swap over to the Yunara. So how can Hanwha Life Esports deny the Lulu pick, right? Like, that's the thing you might want to try to grab here. Ambessa jungle. Probably not the best idea with
I think
Ambessa,
Garen
right?
is a good choice, yeah.
Maybe, you know, I mean, look, Nocturne's available. Nocturne Lulu's been a pretty strong combo. If you're thinking about the Lulu, they are picking the Lulu. They're just not sure what they're picking it with.
Yeah,
the Lulu.
Start with the Lulu.
And the Fury Lulu has been recently proven to be another thing that was a top lane performance. And Kanavi says, well, considering it, this is so funny to watch. Like, well, we are literally just finding something that works with Lulu, because the main thing is they can't have Lulu. We're not going to allow it. The Nocturne is the one that KT showcased very early on in the season, and I think is the most common one. Used to be Ambessa before this, but what's the answer now? Wukong, probably, for Sponge, but what support does Lehens play alongside this Yunara now in the bottom lane?
Tier-list-wise, Nico's still available.
Yeah.
Could be something you consider. And yeah, I think you... I mean, I was going to say you have to deny it, but they already picked Lulu, so you could still pick it, but they do go for Wukong first.
Wukong first, and then the only other option would be like Blitzcrank, right? Is the one that comes into my mind. Like, Yunara Thresh hasn't really been a thing. That hasn't taken off. Tahm Kench, not really in a spot to where we see stuff like that anymore, and would be a horrible lane into whatever is playing with this Lulu. Emilio was really not on my bingo card, nor was it on the official LCK bingo card.
Yeah. Nico.
Guma, he can play a lot of different things here. He honestly could even play Aphelios if he wanted to, if they can back up the front line.
He's saying Xayah.
It is a comfort pick for him. I think not great into Wukong, though, as we've discussed many times here.
Yeah, Xayah Lulu definitely has a Guma kind of feel to it. Certainly not your most standard lane. But you have Lulu Nocturne, and then Guma gets to play whatever he's comfortable on. So we'll see how it works all together.
Okay, so now in terms of bans, we have the bottom and jungle locked up for both teams. We're looking at the mid lane, I think, right now. Scout versus Zeka. Interesting to see the LeBlanc ban with the Azir that it's been the counter pick for already fearlessly banned. And Kanavi's jungle is already locked in. Banned some safe blind top picks is what I thought we'd see from Hanwha Life Esports, but counter pick is going to come into a big play here. It's going to be Nongshim Red Force who have to go for that blind pick. Well, Vayne gets banned.
I think they want to play a frontlining something that is melee.
Like Renekton, which is going to be banner response.
Yeah. It doesn't like Vayne. But there are a lot of other ones left.
Now,
Zion, you mentioned Cassante.
Counter pick goes to Zeus. So that's why they're banning some of the strong counter picks here, but are you going to ban Kennen? Is that what your game plan is here? Not sure if that's one that I'm super on board with. It's a really tough call. Like, there is no actual best choice here. They pivot to the Mel, and with a nerf to the Q on this patch. So, what's going to be the blind pick? What's going to be the counter pick? Ahri Nocturne with Lulu. I think it has legs. I think it works.
Yeah, you take it away from Scout as well.
Yeah.
Nice little Ahri Wukong combo.
Now, what if he just slams Lissandra? That would be crazy. Wouldn't be that crazy.
I think with Ambessa, you know.
Ambessa in the top lane with the Wukong pressure there.
Some extra engage, some CC.
I like this less, but it is very good into both the Lulu and the Xayah, because Xayah can avoid some of the damage, but the Akali is very sticky, very difficult to get away from. All right, what's the answer going to be here?
He always has a smirk. What's it going to be this time, Zeus?
GP? He's probably just going to play Cassante and be unhappy. Oh, Rek'Sai. Forgot about Rek'Sai. Was hovered earlier.
He's not smiling anymore.
Sad.
Not exactly the most fun pick, but it can tank. It can frontline.
There is no point-and-click CC. There is no simple way to kill Taeyun in this game. I think that is what this game is going to come down to for me, is whether or not Taeyun can, because there are a lot of ways to kill him. There are a lot of threats. You got to deal with Polymorph. You got to deal with Feathers getting pulled back. Charm. Nocturne's up on top of you all the time. You got to watch out for that Rek'Sai knockup. You got to watch out for that Rek'Sai ult. But if you can position well, and you're the last one cleaning up the fight every time, or if Lahend is able to set up the team fights where you can get an advantage early, and the Wukong helps both engage for you and peel for you, you can make it work. But I think this game is going to be more about that than it is going to be about whether or not Guma pressed R at the right time against the engaged opportunities from Nongshim. And after that last game, I want to say I could trust. I want to say I could believe that Taeyun can pull it off, that he can play this well. Got to watch that wild growth. The Nocturne is so scary here. This is going to be a banger. I really think this is the most interesting draft we've had of the series as well.
Yeah, you get to game 3 of Fearless. You begin to see some interesting combos come together. And Guma just goes back to comfort with the Xayah, and he has been fantastic on that. We'll see if it works out for him as we're getting ready for game number 3 between these two teams.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Alrighty, game number 3. My first cast of a game 3, and it only took until match 32 to get here.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, it's weird. What is it like to cast a game 3? It's been so long for me.
Well, the momentum is definitely a little bit less clear than after casting a game 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because yes, there is still some momentum for Nongshim, but they also lost game 1 in a pretty decisive fashion. So yeah, that's something you have to keep in mind when you're trying to set the stakes. Also know that the players are not necessarily going to be playing their best picks, since in Fearless 20 champions will be banned.
Wow.
And also that there is a little element of fatigue. Now, that can change based on whether it's a 5-game day or a 6-game day, because in this case, it'll be the 5th game on the day, but it could have been the 6th. So that second, third game, with the teams showing up early just in case it was a 2-0, because that's regulation,
yeah,
could actually be different. And honestly, Valdez, that's about the long and short of it, yeah.
All right,
so those are the things you have to keep in mind. That's what it's like when you cast a best of 3. Also, there is, this is game 3. Also, there's no tension about there being an additional game after this game based on the result because it is the final.
Because it's decided right after this one.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
So now I think you can do it. I think you can handle it based on that explanation.
All right. Well, I'll do my best. I think I have a pretty good sense after your fantastic explanation of what happens in a game 3. But we'll have to wait and see.
That happens
how
at
I
a
do.
level 3 for the Akali in a matchup like this. Electrocute on Ignite on the other side is she goes home. But you already had a sense of that. You've already experienced it.
Yeah, I have cast an Akali before. Not in a game 3 in LCK though, so that's new to me. So maybe it has a slightly different feel.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these Akalis that we're seeing really pop off and do quite a lot, but it doesn't feel like it wins.
I don't like it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't like it because, and I've said this before, you know what I'm going to say, it doesn't have CC, and it needs to be accelerated early, and if it doesn't offer anything. Annie from behind from BDD, for example, you know, that kind of pick, does a lot even from behind. Even in Azir can save the game at like 0 and 3. Ahri, same thing. You hit that charm on the right target. Almost every meta pick has some game-warping features. Taeyoon?
We're just going in here. The slow is big, and the flash root! Taeyoon waiting until the last moment just to flash and just dies instead.
My trust meter, a little bit dropping. But that was a phenomenal play from Guma, man. That's why he's like, pick me the Xayah Lulu lane. It's me. This is what I do. That was one of the flashiest plays we've seen from Guma all year. And it is in a high-stakes game 3, where he ends up making a huge impact, and he pulls up a 400 gold lead on this back. Watch the feather flash timing here on the pullback. And it's the Pix that does him in, rather. Extra damage coming through. He was extremely confident with it.
Yeah, I feel like Taeyoon, a lot of the times, he is very much a play-on-the-edge player, and sometimes that gets him in a lot of trouble. Like, even in this one, I feel like after he flashes on you, the second you can flash, you just got to get out of there, you know? But he waits and tries to flash, like, perfectly, and that gets him in trouble. He actually dies instead.
Yeah. Really hard to outplay the flash there from Guma, but
yeah,
after that, certainly could have had a little bit more, you know, could have played a little bit less greedy. A lot of damage coming through from Taeyoon off after this back. Picks up a Cull and a refillable versus the Caulfields for Guma. But Taeyoon will be a huge threat later on in this game. Probably. I mean, that's Yunara will be if it gets delayed, is what I mean to say. Not promising anything. A little bit of poke coming through from Lehens. That's kind of how you have to play these types of lanes in the Lulu. Just get as much done as you can, and Taeyoon trade as well as he can when his Q is up. He does not have barriers, so can't push this any further. Sakali, you know, we were talking about it before that, but if it gets ahead in the right hands, you know, we've seen what it can do. Scout on the receiving end of it himself a few worlds ago against Faker's Akali. There is so much that the Akali offers you in a draft like this too, because it's sticky onto the Xayah. But we're gonna have a bit of a Kanavi gank here, pre-6.
Now, Sponge is here too, so both of these level 6 junglers are like, we're gonna live in the bot lane because I can't farm anything at the moment. And it's Kanavi, so Sponge has to be here. But at the end of the day, it looks like Scuttler just gonna go the way of Kanavi, probably gonna hit level 6 off of that. There it is. And that's really what the big fight was all for.
Yeah, it does go over. Scout.
I mean, the Nocturne's right here. He has to know that. And the Fear, going to be ulted away from, is now Sponge kind of in an awkward spot. And at the end of the day, I mean, that's going to be a route. Now Scout's going to come back. Kanavi in a bunch of trouble. Has to flash at the very end, but it's Wukong who finishes the job as Lehens once more. He's not going to get it, but at least he gets the flash out of Zeka.
Yeah, and now Delight here is like trying to catch this wave. The camp's getting taken by Sponge, the Raptor camp there. He's going to get level 6. And Zeka's staying? I mean, Sponge doesn't have flash, so I guess he's fine. Fine is difficult to define.
They're trying to kill him. The heal came through, and the charm is not going to land, so.
That's some tightrope walking from Zeka there, but they try to do a little bait action. But at the end of the day, Wukong has 6 now, got the camps. Lehen's down flash is pretty painful, though, because that's one of his best ways to set up his engages. So before he has Rocket Belt, it's going to be painful that that did not secure the kill. We'll go back to this scrap. Initially, it looks like Scout's made a huge overstep here, especially because Kanavi has 6 and Wukong does not, right? His jungler actually cannot impact this play. He's very close to 6. If Sponge has 6 here, this is a fantastic setup and a bait. Kanavi 6 around too long. Lehen's actually is the MVP of this one, forces him to flash. Sponge goes in and takes the kill. And then Lehen's flashes here, but a little bit of a miscalculation on the damage. Still, enough to get the Ahri flash at the end of the day.
Yeah. Saw his auto was like just about to charge up, but for Zeka's sake, he was able to flash away. So pretty good response from Zeka, but now he's down his flash. Not going to matter as much as Ahri, but still got to play safe, especially because Sponge is now level 6. And the Akali all of a sudden has an assist under her belt. No first item, though. I think Akali before first item is kind of just like, I can take trades against you, but the chances of me actually killing you are basically zero unless you mess up.
You need help, generally. I mean, Daystar's had some fancy moments, but
that's my boy.
I don't know how much I really want to watch this top lane right now, but the observers are into it. Who am I to stop them? This is going to be King and trading aggressively. The lane is basically dead even. We've watched this matchup a ton. Rek'Sai was not considered a counter, but neutralizer in this matchup for a while. Kanavi's going to look to take this first drag, and we do have a sneaky Lehen's, although it's pretty transparent that that's him, coming over here, but it's too slow. Guma has flash and ult, so there's nowhere they can go with this to try to catch or punish. Like everyone relevant in this fight has flash. Kanavi doesn't, but he wasn't going to be the target. Scout looking for a potential angle.
Yeah, just traded damage. I mean, Sponge, we saw him run across mid to try to get to the dragon, and now he's running back across mid to get to the Scuttle Crab. So that's not going to be the grubs in his pocket. Not yet, at least.
No.
So that's a bit delayed.
Teleport coming through from Scout. Nothing to fight for right now. I mean, obviously, Kanavi could have tried to ult in here or something if he had vision. As Lens with the defensive ult.
Yeah, it's going to get the Feather Storm and Guma's flash for that. But Taeyun is no longer in the lane. And guess who's here?
Zeka's here.
Engage Cone. He's ready to party. And Taeyun had no idea. He's just dead. The charm is going to land after the polymorph. And guess what? They might win on both sides of the map as we have the public execution to come down. And that's a kill on the Kingen as well.
Disaster here for Nongshim. And all of a sudden, it's a massive lead here for Hanwha Life Esports. They had a pretty significant advantage in the bottom lane, but now that has extended to nearly 1,000 gold here with the additional plate picked up. And watch this, they look for the aggressive trade. Lehen's is like, I gotta ult here to keep Taeyun healthy. Taeyun also drops his ult, doesn't have it anymore. Has flash and barrier, but he's like, I guess we'll live to fight another day. And I guess it wasn't communicated to him that Zeka was roaming down. Like, I can't otherwise understand why you would think it was okay to back there if you don't know, because Ahri can, get over walls and blast cone in. Then here, maybe he wasn't aware that that was happening bottom side without Kanavi and thought, oh, I'm going to cross map by pushing aggressively, and then was caught because Kanavi was not bottom lane. Hard to know, but I think a bit of a flub here in this early game for Nongshim that's going to cost them big.
Yeah, and it's really great to see Guma and Delight really putting on the pressure here, A lot of times they'll just kind of sit back. They can trade and get leads in lane, of course, but, looking for kills, being aggressive, trying to, get summoners out of them, really push the envelope as much as possible. Especially on Xayah Lulu. I mean, that's not... it's no Jhin Bard, but still able to really kind of own the lane so far.
This is definitely a big departure from how Hanwha Life Esports have been playing the last few matches with just the, Xin Zhao Jarvan every game, but it's working really well. Kanavi gonna get collapsed on here. Gets rooted.
He gets rooted as well, and there's the Cyclone into the triple Nico onto all of them, and now Guma has to go into the Featherstorm. He still wants to fight, but even with the Wild Growth and a big shield coming in, the flash from Sponge gets the kill, and Taeyun cleans up house. So now we got a TP behind. In comes Zeus, but so does Kingen. Has a nice charm on a Taeyun actually there from the side of Zeka. And all of a sudden, all these low health bars are just easy pickings for the side of HLE, as there's the predict. Zeka gets in and picks up a double kill.
Scout's gonna get plates here in the mid lane. So there's at least that going for them, as he did not have teleport. So it was only the solo laners who could join, or rather the top laners who could join. Initially in this fight, it looks like Kanavi's made a big error, and you're like, okay, this is a disaster, right? He's gonna get caught by the Cyclone. Second activation of Cyclone goes off here, and Guma's able to escape it. So Guma plays this really well, has the Wild Growth, but still gets flashed on. But now Sponge is super deep. Zeka shows up, and now you're trapped in this scrappy fight with an Ahri that's gonna get resets. And Taeyun does not have summoners. Not much he can do there is a great charm from Zeka. If that misses, I think there's definitely a little bit of wiggle room at least here for Nongshim. And Sponge just has to do what he can here to hopefully take Zeka out, but he just does not have the damage. And all the while, the Akali didn't show up. So, you know, if Akali is coming down that whole time with full health in that scrap, then totally different story. But Scout did not opt in.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that can feel pretty frustrating, rather, because Zeka, you know, he's got Ignite. He does not have TP. He just simply walked on down and was there ahead of time. And Scout, of course, didn't have his TP, but he definitely could have showed up a little bit late. But again, if you don't make the move initially, then you're not going to make it later. As Scout maybe looking for this as the Q lands, but he's not able to finish off Zeka.
Sponge should be able to.
Yeah. As, yeah, that'll be the end of that. Sponge picks up a lot of gold.
And Zeka has been roaming so much. Look at Scout's farm lead. This is kind of similar to what happened last game, where he was given a ton of time alone in sides, and maybe this is kind of how Nongshim been playing, because remember we talked about this earlier on this week in the Bro Series, where we were like, Scout's just AFK farming, but it seems to be something they've been working on here, and he's picked up a lot of money because of it. And so this time when he looks for the aggression, he has the backup, and they end up getting the kill, and likely, I think they got the entirety of that direction. No, they did get the turret there on the top side, so they get first brick as well. It's covered by the portraits. I didn't see the notification. This is all started off here by Scout, pushing forward onto Zeka, doing a ton of damage. Zeka gets the charm, but now he has to flash. And it's a great flash, but Kanavi's nowhere nearby, right? He cannot paranoia, and he cannot bail him out. Turret's ramping, but Sponge plays this clean.
Yeah, first it was going to be pretty disappointing if he, you know, didn't get the kill and just traded flashes, and he's super low himself, but the fact that Sponge gets up there and picks up a lot of gold, I mean, this is again another game where Sponge is just giga-fed. I mean, he is not playing Poppy now either. You know, he's actually got some real threat on a pick like Wukong.
Yeah, he's went Triforce.
When there are 4 threats on the side of Nongshim.
Now he's got his Sundered Sky. Like, he's really quite ready to brawl with the enemy team. Zeus is trying to push this turret down. She nearly gets it. Decides to back away, but it's practically dead. Now, in fact, he does get it with the last bit of those minions. The real scary part about this situation for Hanwha Life to me is they're 500 gold ahead now. They have a 2 Drake lead. But how do they keep Guma alive, and can they kill Taeyun, right? Like, this is what we talked about in the draft. Taeyun is, even with just a Kraken Slayer, big, scrappy skirmish fighter on this Yunara, as here comes the engage.
And he's going to find the Lulu here, and look, over the wall, they all go in on a Kanavi, as they had so many angles to collapse on a Hanwha Life Esports.
There's no TP from Zeus, obviously. He's in the bottom lane, cannot join the fight. And Zeka just wasn't able to get there either. He doesn't have TP, he didn't even take the summoner. And they're still kind of hanging out in the area, and it's Delight who's the victim. Well, the usage of his Wild Growth means that Kanavi dies, and Sponge will pick up the Herald here. And this Akali doesn't have any kills, but it's 700 gold up. And Taeyun is ready to fight. You know, this is suddenly becoming quite a scary game for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah. I mean, especially because, like, Zeus playing tank Rek'Sai, even though he's very far ahead, it doesn't really matter all too much. You can see the big wraparounds here as the engage cone once again.
Delight has to Wild Growth himself to try to stay safe, but he does Kanavi dirty that way. I don't think he would have saved Kanavi, but my point is, fight was split. They weren't really in a position to actually hold that Herald aggro. And Zeka, the fact that he took the Ignite, you know, gave him a lot of power in lane, but he lost a ton of farm. He's 60 CS down now. And now it's hard for him to side lane because every time he does, he might just get outpaced on the map by Kingen and Scout.
Yeah.
Because he's not a top laner. He doesn't get teleport for free. And this is also really going to cost them because Kanavi can rotate, but he cannot.
That's mid-tier 1 already. 17 minutes to get it off the Rift Heralds. And that's, you know, Scout not joining the bottom lane fight, able to do a bunch of damage to the mid-tier 1 that allows that to happen. So already a nice amount of map control as we got a public execution here onto Zeus. Kingen just going to try to run him down, and Zeus might feel like, okay, I might be safe, but when Sponge shows up, that's going to be the end of him, as that will be the kill given over to Kingen.
And critically, Sponge didn't even have to ult there. He was ready to if he needed to, but he does not have to. So he actually gets to keep his ult for this upcoming team fight. Well, any upcoming team fight in the near future, because the objectives aren't spawning for a little while here. But my read is that, like, now the silent pressure is kind of unanswerable, right? If Zeus doesn't TP to that top turret, he's going to lose tons of plates, maybe even the whole thing. But if he does TP, he commits to being down TP while his other mid laner doesn't have TP at all. This is a great macro call from Nongshim to, like...
He's not even going to be able to TP.
Yeah, he doesn't even get here in time. And so they get the turret, get away. And unfortunately for Zeka, his cross map just isn't backed up by any jungle attention or anything else. So they send Kanavi topside, but he cannot save the turret. The good news is, like you said, didn't use TP. Couldn't use TP, is what you said, but the fact that he still has TP means that maybe he can show up to a team fight. Also, we're at Chemtech Seoul, and Nongshim have no dragons. So there's a little bit of ability for Hanwha Esports to say, I'm not interested if the fight doesn't look good. That's what those two dragons, the double dragon, does afford them.
Yeah. I just wonder what this game looks like as we go later and later. And, you know, like the Wukong, the Ambessa, even the Akali going to be, like, relatively tanky. So even if you're going all in with Ahri and Nocturne, I don't know if that's enough damage by themselves. Like, obviously, Guma's playing the Xayah, but that's just one threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nongshim have 4. Like I mentioned before, because their Wukong is so fed and everybody else is a carry, essentially, I think it's going to be very difficult for HLE as this game comes along, as they're looking for the flank here on Taeyun, as he is absolutely very caught, but they used everything to get him down, and eventually he does fall, as now the peel comes in for Guma, and they take down Sponge as well. Zeka makes his way in, as now trying to get all these low health bars, but the charm in the shroud, Zeka knocks down the Akali, and that might be the end of this one. Kingen just has to back away, and Lahens is just Nico.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster here for Nongshim. And it's a catch on to Taeyun. We kept talking about it so many times. Like, as long as he doesn't get caught, as long as he positions well, so difficult to get the lockdown onto him. But Zeus finds him over the wall there. And the follow-up is swift. Even though he survives initially and gets the peel there to come through from Lahens, there's just too many problems. There's too many threats. And the attempt from Scout was so late that even though the health bars were low, just gets CC'd. A little bit unfortunate for him because I think he might have been able to get more. So we're going to have a fight here for Dragon still.
Yeah, just trying to get in there and flip it, and that, it goes to Kingen. So that's just a Chemtech Drake over to Nongshim.
Kanavi wasn't there, so just a smiteless Dragon attempt just goes completely awry. But look at Zeus here on this flank. Doesn't even need the blast cone. Goes straight on top of this Yunara. And frankly, his positioning was pretty suspect in general because Delight was also there, like Guma was there. If there's anybody anywhere near him over the wall, he's gonna have a problem. Scout here, watch this charm. Knock up first, charm straight into it.
Oh, they're just doing Baron.
Yeah, and I think this is absolutely warranted, as in live.
And Bess is dead. So, let's take the objective, I guess.
And there's just no answer in live, as we saw the steal happen there. Hanwha Esports end up with a massive opportunity now to push this lead back into their favor. Like, in terms of gold right now, it's dead even. I like their position because I expect, as I think we all do, this composition will be able to get a little bit of Baron value. But it's not the strongest. You know, 1-3-1 has a teleportless Ahri. And Zeus has already used his teleport, so Nongshim have a lot of cards here they can play with.
Gotta be Taeyun though, a scout. This is some long-range engage from Zeus. Has this tank Rek'Sai really getting some value.
Like, Rek'Sai, he seems like on his player cam, he never wants to play it, but he's fooling me with that, or trying to fool me with that, because I'm watching him play it, and he's having a lot of fun. And I don't think this is really an overextension here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Sponge has flash and ult, but there's no great target as IE is picked up here for Guma. Some of this Baron timer getting whittled away at by this defensive play here from Nongshim. We're going back to Taeyun, like, he's on 2 items. If he can get to 3, he's a whole item down right now, but if he can get to 3, it's going to do a lot of consistent damage. They have a lot of tools. But, you know, the bigger problem is Guma. If he's set up by Zeus, or if Taeyun just dies, I mean, Guma's a whole item ahead, and no one can kill him. No one can match him in damage.
Yeah. Especially, like, right now. It just feels like HLE have a lot of power.
I like that they're just...
third item.
Not to interrupt, but like Taeyun is just sitting over here in the bottom lane trying to get money. He's like, I need money. Just buy time. I'm getting money. I'm going to get the whole turret. Give me any money I can get because he needs it so desperately right now, and he's going to get a bunch of plate gold right now.
Yeah, HLE trying to take down 2 lanes at the same time to try to get value for essentially the split pushing Unara. So another charm's going to land there on the scout, and there's the Shuriken trying to go in on the Zeka, looking for the assassination. He flashes the fat wall as... Now we got Kanavi going super deep. Not sure about that as Zeus as well. Reminding us of another game as now Guma's over the wall and nobody's really able to knock him down. He does not have any summoners though. But Taeyun is still not here, by the way.
Yeah, if they could somehow defend this inhibitor, I feel like it could kind of be okay. I mean, it's not great, but it's the best they could have hoped for in this really horrible situation. They get the inhibitor turret and Zeus so close to this, and they actually defend. Well, oh, okay, they do defend.
Yeah.
Cannon aggro resets. Okay, look at the gold here for Taeyun that he just picked up. He picks up a BF sword. Now he's not able to yet get that 3rd item.
Sure.
He's farmed up a storm. Yeah, that was crazy. And then here's Zeus and Kanavi go a little bit too deep. Like, that Ambessa is got a lot of dashes, and then the ult comes through from the Hens. You could argue with this re-engage here and the knockup, the wild growth knockup, that Hanwha Life Esports could have maybe tried to push this advantage further with all the tools that were used, but they play it safer. But as a result, both inhibitors survive. I still think Hanwha are in an amazing position in this game. The ultimate for Kanavi is on such a low cooldown. It comes back super fast here. And they also have the 2 Drake lead. They could go for this Chemtech Soul Point. But Taeyun is getting bigger. And if you're a Nongshim fan, you just have to pray that that is going to be enough. And also that Scout will hit amazing shurikens and back up his way to victory as well.
Yeah. Still do think eventually Nongshim definitely do have a lot of power, but this is really where HLE are very strong. They're trying to push the envelope here as in they go. The Nico ult only onto 1, and HLE just press all their buttons. They access the back line, and they totally wipe Nongshim, who are posturing so aggressively for just the Chemtech Drake. And they're going to pay the price for that one.
The price may be the Nexus. This inhibitor is naked. There's 2 waves of minions here, one of them a cannon wave. This inhibitor is already very wounded from the previous push. Scout alone, I mean, he has flash. He's got a rocket belt and a dream of defending this. We'll see what he can get done here. 15 seconds on Taeyun. Sponge will not have ult on respawn. They're playing this a little timid, get the 2nd inhibitor and then back away. Perhaps learning from their previous overextension.
Feels like a good call, didn't have enough of a wave.
So this play here, I mean, it's Zeka on the angle, does a ton of damage, and then the follow-up here from Kanavi is unreal at the wild growth. And Taeyun, he has to live for Nongshim to win fights, and he keeps dying first. They are making it work. They're answering the question we had. And he's so far behind as well. Hanwha Life Esports will get Soul Point here. 4 minutes plus on 2 sets of inhibitors. 1 minute until Baron. You know, Hanwha Life Esports have all of the very easy and basic steps. You know, it's macro ABC 1, 2, 3 for them to control vision, deny camps, reset, get items, take Baron, use Baron plus super minions to close out the game. And or at least get the 3rd inhibitor, and that, I mean, from that point on, you have full map control for Soul, and a potential Elder fight if it comes to it, which is looking less and less likely.
Well, somebody's got to check, but it's still very early. We got 20 seconds until the Baron even spawns. But Lehen's trying to do his best to just get in there alongside a Sponge. Yeah, this TP is going pretty deep both ways, as now they're trying to find Zeka. And I mean, this is Ari, but a lot of... Okay, he's just going to go straight to the team.
Got the Paranoia out.
Yeah. And he's actually going to pull the trigger here onto Kingen. And already a bunch of damage just poking into them. Even the fear to land.
So many clones of Wukong here is very frustrating to try to position against.
Look at the base. They can just wait for this. HLE do not have to, you know, press the issue right now. But eventually the back is going to come in from Kingen, so now...
I think Nongshim, with Kingen having TP, they can really play this the way they want to. They need to play very slow, but there's a real angle for them to win this fight, get Baron, and get back into this game. Kingen has to clear this top wave as fast as possible, though. Just buying time.
Yeah, HLE really want to force this TP now. All right, the Nico ults, the engage. They try to go in on Aguma, but he gets a big Feather Storm, and the Cyclone goes in. The Wild Growth is there, but they take him down, and the damage is there, and the cleanup is here for Taeyun, and Zeus alone, not able to do anything, and this is exactly the fight that Notion were looking for.
It's a clean ace, it looks like.
Yes, it is. If Zeus dies, which is really burning down, Taeyun really wants it, but again, I think just take the objective, go back and clear the waves, because you got a lot of work to do, Nongshim.
Yeah, but this is the first step of many it will take for them to get back into this game truly, but
Taeyun just hit IE as well, the spike.
Like, this fight here for Nongshim, the way they set this up, how patiently they play this, the fact they play through the teleport, this is beautiful play. Now, this is why I said I didn't like Xayah necessarily into this comp, because yeah, you got your ult, but there are just too many things, and Wukong can just continue. His ult persists through your ultimate, gets the secondary knock up there. Scout does so much burst damage if you are locked down, and it's fairly simple to clean up from there. Now, a minute and a half, approximately a piece, but average between these two inhibitors going down. Those will respawn, but they have the Baron buff to make sure that there's really no opportunity for a backdoor or anything like that. They're doing their due diligence right now. You can see partially through Scryer's Blooms to make sure there's no TP angle or anything like that in the base. But Zeus' TP isn't even up for a really long time here. And Nongshim are probably going to have to use this Baron to get Prio to look for setting up traps to get the next Baron if they're going to win this game. Like, if Nongshim win this game, we are not close to the ending.
Yeah.
But if they lose even one team fight handily, On Life Esports just go straight down mid and end it themselves. So they have to play aggressively through this Baron, but also not too aggressively.
Yeah, it's a good point, because, you know, you get Baron, but if Taeyun is, like, up in the lane and just dies, like, who cares what buffs you have, really, unless it's Elder and you have a lot of, you know, other options here. Zeus a little bit deep.
Zeka baiting.
Yeah, nice little charm. But we're already getting to that point where, you know, Scout even a little bit tanky, Sponge a little bit tanky. They're trying to get on top of Kanavi here, as there is the root. Everything's going to miss here from Zeka. They get the Paranoia. Now the turn on Aguma. As the Wild Growth is huge, and he goes golden, and Aguma avoids everything. And this time, HLE get the fight they were looking for. The peel comes in for Guma, and the rest of the team falls apart as Nongshim overextend. And Kingen can't get it done all by his lonesome. As maybe he survives, but no, it's not going to happen. He sticks in there. It's an ace for the side of HLE, a clean one this time for them.
So close to the potential comeback. You could almost taste the Shinramen from here, Valdez, but it is not going to be the case here in your first game 3 of the season.
Crazy.
Lehens drops everything into the spell shielding Nocturne, and the fight ensues in such a poor way. The Wild Growth denial of Scout's follow-up was such a game changer there. And even though Guma had some struggles in the late game, his back was had by Delight in that final moment. And I think Nongshim cannot be too upset with how this series went. They pushed Honor Life Esports where no team has very recently pushed them at all, with a recent 2-0 streak. They were pushed to 3. They ultimately take the win, and the momentum back in their favor before that pivotal match against KT next week.
Yeah, I feel like Nongshim definitely doing a good job of showing some of the weaknesses of HLE, proving that it is possible to you know, even with some of the drafts that HLE had, even in that game 2, you know, it felt like they had a lot of good options, but they were not able to play their game. And so HLE showing some mortality. Last time they lost a game was against B&K, which was a couple of weeks ago now. As, that's what Guma says. Definitely not the easiest game to play out, that's for sure.
There you go.
Is that Thresh?
Yeah.
What did Delight mean by that?
Yeah, I don't think that was Lulu.
Yeah.
Maybe Nautilus, because his Nautilus game was really good. That was probably it. He was my POM vote, and I think he will probably be the one we are interviewing shortly after this. But Zeka also had a lot of great moments in this series, including in that final game. Guma's laning phase with Delight here, crazy. I was very impressed. This was just a good series all around. This was a huge pivotal moment. Like, I think if this doesn't happen, Nongshim might have been able to get to that third item spike a little bit faster for Taeyun. Might have been able to get a more decisive win in a previous team fight after that. And, you know.
The value out of the Rex side, by the way, in this game was kind of insane.
Insane, and he is so good at it.
We never see it anymore. And yet, Zeus just pops up in game 3, and he's like, yeah, I can still play this very well. Some of the Nico ults were not the best.
Yeah, I have to be critical of that as well, especially the final one. This one gets the ult, right? So this one's good.
This one's good.
And then the knockups come through here from the Cyclone.
This is like ideal team fight for Nongshim.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what you would like. But then we go into this fight.
Yeah, watch this. Like this from Lehens, I can't really defend this one. Because now you don't have the ability to peel or engage on the Guma.
Watch the wild growth.
Oh, it's so sick from Delight.
And Taeyun is just dying to Rek'Sai in the back line. It's like, well, you know, fully overextend to try to get Guma who doesn't die, and then your AD carry's dying.
And Nongshim just weren't willing to be patient here. And that was a tough call, but I think maybe just waiting for a better fight might have given them a better chance, because those inhibs were coming up. But yeah, you could feel the pressure here.
Yeah.
They want that first place. You can really feel it. Now they've done step 1 of the rest of round robin, number 1, but beating KT.
It's a bit of a gold graph there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Nongshim gave them a run for their money. Made it a very interesting series. You know, they actually gave us what we wanted. A little bit of extra as Delight's gonna pick it up. And man, even just for the Nautilus game, I'm like, yeah, absolutely. But his Lulu was really on point as well. Even his Bard. I think his Bard was also great. So, absolutely deserved.
Right now, KT are 7-0 with +12. And Hanwha Esports are 6-1 with a +8. So, you know, winning against KT, 2-0 would like tie them basically, but that gives them the head-to-head win. Yeah. I think even if they win with any score line, you're like, well, they're both at 6-1 and they beat KT, so I'm feeling pretty good about Hanwha being the best team right now at the end of the round robin. Momentum in their favor, arguably, after some of the strength of opponents they've defeated, but I don't know, man. That matchup, it is going to be the match of the week. It is absolutely going to be the biggest banger we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, even that entire day, like Nongshim T1, the first match of that day, and then you get into the Omega banger of KT versus Hanwha Esports. So that's next Wednesday, a week from today, in case you guys were curious. Definitely a big one, and it's a good way to essentially kind of like finish round 1 as well, because it's right at the end for both of those teams. We are going to be hearing from Delight here in just a moment. We haven't had too many support palms, but, you know, Delight playing an engaged support in this meta, it kind of makes sense.
But also just a phenomenal Lulu performance, saving the game there at the end, but also having so many great follow-ups to the Zeka charms, and polymorph usage was on point. Just had a really good day, and as you mentioned, a pretty good Bard game as well in Game 2.
Yeah. I don't think that Game 2 was his fault. You know, there was like the one Tempered Fate, but besides that, he had an excellent day. So guys, he is our POM, and we have the interview now, and Deer will translate. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is Steer for the POM interview translation, joined by Delight on the side of Hana Life Esports. After that 3-game series against Nongshim, Hana Life Esports takes their 5th win in a row. How do you feel? You know, in the middle, we went through some tough moments, but I'm really happy that we're able to overcome it and win in the end. And this is your first POM. How does that feel? I feel like, you know, I haven't been able to showcase too good of a performance last year, and getting this POM actually gives me motivation. In game 1, you guys led through Karma, which is considered a high-tier pick, and ended up facing Caitlyn Karma, which is kind of tricky for your bot lane to deal with. So, what was the confidence behind this draft? During the draft process, I think everyone just really was on the same page regarding this decision, and we just decided to give it away, and we thought that we would be in a good shape, even though it may be a little tricky to deal with. And Hana Life Esports' gold graphs are incredible. The gold difference at 15 minutes in game 1 over 2,000. What a pristine macro. So how are you able to snowball so hard? I think every player in our team is so good at winning their laning phase. So I think that's what really allows us to snowball so hard. And so how much contribution do you think you are making into that snowball? I feel like the jungle bot is really important in this meta, so I would say maybe 35%. And in game 2, we saw 8 bot lane bans, and Hana Life Esports banned 5 of those themselves. So what was the strategy here? I think we just tried to target down whichever champions Taeyun is good at. And in game 3, the first Rek'Sai top of LCK appeared. So what was the process like? I think this is something that we wanted to use as a counter pick, and I think this is just really a pick that suits our color as a team. And we heard you sigh at the very end of game 3, so what was his meaning behind that? In game 3, you know, even though we were actually doing really well, we actually had a moment where, you know, we lost that control, so it just felt a little difficult to deal with after losing that one team fight. So I think it was just, I guess I just meant to say, oh, I really wanted to do well in the team fight. And we need to talk about your Lulu. She had such high value and your gameplay was incredible. And this Hugify timing was so crazy. Can you walk us through what happened here? For this game, I just had to keep my eyes open for the Akali and Wukong, and I had to combo with E and W, and I think I got really lucky in this moment when I was able to ult at that right perfect timing. So I guess your secret to landing that perfect ult was just you timing it right at, because you were watching them so closely, is that right? Yeah, I would say so. And so the orange tank just doesn't know how to stop. You seem to be in such great form, so what is your secret behind that? After losing to T1, I think our discussion went really well in regards to the feedback afterwards. And I think us being able to build up that synergy, it really does pay off. And it seems like since we don't have much age gap between our players, we all feel like such great friends. And Hana Life Esports is looking very solid, and your next opponent is KRX DRX. So what is your mindset? Yeah, KT is still number 1, and we have to chase right behind them. So we must win our next match so that we can catch up and be on the top of the standings. And that's all from Delight, and back to the space. Thank you.
The orange tank trying to chase and catch up to the roller coaster. That is the state of the LCK after another win for Hanwha Life Esports. A hard-fought win, though. 2-1, Nongshim did a great job in Game 2 with their draft and their planning. Here in Game 3, very resilient, not letting Hanwha Life clean up the game without being much better, right? They tried to push into the base. They almost ruined it there. Nongshim were ready to catch, but ultimately, it is Nongshim getting the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, just like KT did, like they tried the Yumi pick, and I think HLE kind of tried the same thing in the draft. Like they tried so many different like strategy, so like they kind of had to drop the game too. But I think at the end, it was really great to see their bot lane finally popping off for the team when Kanavi is not performing good.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like Kanavi was not performing, and then still like bottom lane was really playing well, and then Zeus with the like. Nowadays the top Rex side is not coming out, but he still picks it, and he actually showed up too.
Yeah, Zeus being clutch for the team. Also clutch is everyone at home reminding me to say thank you, dear. Yeah, my bad, dear. Great interview. As it is a split vote here. We had 4 for Guma, 6 for Delight, and 3 for Zeka, which I think this all makes sense. These are basically all the players that you kind of went through here when you're trying to figure out who's.
So like I think I was kind of like considering between Delight and Guma because they both deserve the vote. But I think the level 3 solo kill on the bot lane, I think that was the huge part of the game 3 because other than that, I think HLE could struggle in the game. So
what is this?
Guma usually sometimes saves the team with those sexy plays, like this is game-winning play. So I think this kind of play, I think always breaks the game, and I think it was the start. And I think we're gonna have like one more clip as well in the late game team fight where Delight and Guma usually works together really well. Denies that Kali engage here, and I think again, you know, HLE was all about their top side, right? Not giving so much resources on their bot lane, but right now, Guma and Delight, I think they are just the like best bot lane duo when there's like small amount of resources, but they maximize the impact of the game. So I think this is one of the game where we see the best part from Delight and Guma Yushi.
That was a wrong comment, right?
Yeah, sexy game-winning plays. I wonder how the Korean side is going to handle that.
You know, like sometimes he has some moment where he steals objective with his skill shot or some Nila plays, you know, do you remember from the walls?
Yeah, you're describing what he's doing. You're not describing the pommet. You put.
Yeah, I mean, I just tried to like be more professional, you know, like sometimes you're gonna drop it with the professional pommet, sometimes it can be fun, but this time around like I'm kind of impressed by HLE play. That's why I went to like full professional mode, you know.
Okay, all right, we're gonna just move on.
I don't even remember now my one was.
Yeah, what was yours?
I don't know, let's read it. Delight is giving delight to HLE fans. I love that.
Classic with the
delight is giving delight to HLE.
Let's try to cover it up by making it colored, and then it's okay.
It's one of the moments here.
Delight is giving delight.
Delight is the moment.
You guys look so happy. Anyway, we can look at this, and the Delight actually making a good early plans, especially, and that when he needs a clutch play, he always does it. And that this is the moment that game 1 just went something wrong for Nongshim.
Yeah, it was actually like HLE bot lane, like Guma Delight together, like working really well for the early game, and then I think that accelerates the speed of the game, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, the play that you picked out for Guma could have very easily have been a Delight play as well on the Lulu, getting the pop-up there. So, Umpty, good choice. Thus, sus pommet. Chat giving it a 1 out of 10. Thank you for the update in the prompter. This is how you do a professional one, y'all. Wolf going with a huge part of Hanwha Life Esports' recent wild growth. Because he played the Lulu and they've been growing fast, especially they were last place beforehand. Wolf, this is a great one. Wolf has said so many times on the broadcast, when you're done casting and then you got to go make a pommet, it's not the easiest thing to do. I support my fellow casters that put 10 out of 10 pommets, just like my 10 out of 10 predictor from last week. As Wolf's gone, I hope he sees it. It's pretty good. Look at that Korean side using Wolves as well. All right. That's a good one there. Wolf getting that one. Do we have any more from our Korean broadcast side? Yes, there it is. Go with, I was almost voting for Zeka, but that wild growth changed my mind.
Oh, yeah. The save.
It was the play.
In the last team fight. It was just insane. Like, it literally, I think they lost the team fight beforehand. So I think it was really close at the end.
Yeah.
I think that play definitely made HLE won the game.
Yeah, I agree. So with that, Prince with Zeka takes a look, and down goes Akali. Zeka takes a look, something in between, down
Nothing
goes
happened.
Akali. He's done that one.
Oh,
He's done that one a couple times. Cloud Templar with, don't forget, if Delight catches you, you're going down. He's the engaged master.
Fair.
But now showing he can, his Lulu, pretty solid as well. Delight stocks going up. That's what I think.
I don't know. It sounds like in real life too.
Pony with Polymorph carry, Wild Growth carry, Lulu carry.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Clean Palmet.
Clean Palmet indeed. Thank you so much for that one. All of our casters putting their brain cells together to make the Palmets. As we take a look at the standings, Hanwha Life Esports had to work for it. Nongshim do ultimately fall, and the standings remain the same. However, I do think that we look at Nongshim a little bit better, right? They are going into their tough week. They have the tough matches, but they showed up here against Hanwha Life Esports.
But I think after this match, it kind of clears that we have big two now in LCK. I think KT HLE now considered as big two in LCK, and now it's time for rest of the team to climb up, especially from T1 and Genji. Nongshim, as you mentioned, even though they lost today, I think they still have a chance to climb up. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how they climb up after KT and HLE.
Yeah, the Noodle Boys have Genji at the end of the week, so that's going to be a huge game for them. Now, another team looking to climb on up and join the standings is D Plus Kia up against Hanjin Brion. That'll be tomorrow's first match. And then Genji, they've got to tune up against the DN Automotive Supers. The Supers still trying to find their way into the win column after getting their singular win. Same thing with the Bros. However, I have faith and did make the prediction for the Bros tomorrow.
Which is your maybe Bro's last hope there?
No! You gotta trust Bro as well.
Trust the Bros?
You're the Bro.
Come on, my
You're the Bro leader, aren't you?
I am a Bro leader, and I am the Bros general. Not anymore.
Oh my God!
Treacherous traitor! What is this? Whoa! He crossed his fingers. He's crossing the Bros.
All right.
Nuts. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We had a lot of fun. Hopefully you did too. Check out the bingo for tomorrow. Bye-bye.
경기는 그 SK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드 경기 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드로 펼쳐진 매치.
한번 쭉쭉 달려봐야겠죠. 더 한진브리온의 경우는 경기력만 봤을 때 분명히 더 승리를 했어도 아닌 것도 많았거든요. 그러니까 정말 이렇게 혼란스러운 시기에도 1승 1승이 그만큼 더 간절해지는 거잖아요.
Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.